but you let me go, and now our story's over. Ain't it funny how I really don't mind? Don't wanna be with you, believe me it's true. I've never been better since I left you. I don't wanna see you, you know that it's true. This time I mean it, I'm done and we're through. Don't waste my time, you'll never be mine. I'm moving on, I gotta be strong. I don't want you back, I'm better than that. I'm moving on, so goodbye, so long. I gotta keep moving. I don't want you back, I'm better than that. I'm moving on, so goodbye, so long.
I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment, and I won't stay the same. That's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming a train. I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding again. Start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game. I'm storming your way, your way. Maybe I just love the comfort of bed. Maybe I didn't really hear what you said. I couldn't tell you what the time is, no way. I wonder if I'll get away with it today. Nobody's gonna get it from me, so I gotta get it myself. You know about that. I've gotta go, can't be late. Name on the schedule, I'm on the way. Clocking in for the day. There's nothing stopping me getting in my way. I just say I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Maybe I'm difficult at staying awake. Maybe I'm too lucky and need more at stake. I wouldn't put it past me showing up late. Yeah, I wonder if I'll get away with it today. Nobody's gonna get it from me, so I gotta get it myself. You know about that. I've gotta go, can't be late. Name on the schedule, I'm on the way. Clocking in for the day. There's nothing stopping me getting in my way. I just say I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. I've always been the type to think the best, even if I'm late and everything's a mess. Once I get to it, you could say that I don't play. You know about that. I've gotta go, can't be late. Name on the schedule, I'm on the way. Clocking in for the day. There's nothing stopping me getting in my way. I just say
across the room, gotta have it, have it. Ooh, this is not what I do. Something special about you. Drawing me in like a magnet, magnet. I see it in your eyes, it's got me. I still try to pull myself away, yeah. But I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic. I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic. Ha, 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 ha. Ooh, I've been trying my best to break out of your spell. Can't figure out what you're up to, up to. But ooh, as far as I feel, all your magic is real. And I couldn't escape if I want to, want to. 'Cause I see it in your eyes, it's got me. I still try to pull myself away, yeah. But I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic. I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic. So give me your love, give me your time. Show me your magic on the floor tonight. Give me your love, give me your time. Show me your magic on the floor tonight. You give me your love, give me your time. Show me your magic on the floor tonight. You give me your love, give me your time. Show me your magic on the floor tonight. But I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic. I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic. But I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic, baby. I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic. Every second counts when your head's been all messed up. Every second chance is a blessing when you've given up, hoping. You're sick of the fighting, and you're sick of the sight of yourself. Oh, why you falling asleep at the wheel, split at the seams, and you just can't deal. Honey, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Feels putting on a brave face, babe.
may not feel like you're gonna make it through, I promise you'll be okay. Whenever things get you down, feel some blue. Tomorrow is a new day. Step with intention and only speak your truth. Nobody should say different. If someone's in your way, then you must push through. Only you who can do this. Climb up the mountain, reach for the top. Talk yourself up, no one has what you've got. For when it's forgotten, you can say, yes I can, I'm gonna do it. Nothing's stopping me, there's nothing to it. I can, I will, I am, I believe. Yes I can. It may not feel like you're gonna make it through, I promise you'll be okay. Whenever things get you done, feel so blue. Tomorrow is a new day. Step with intention and only speak your truth. Nobody should say different. If someone's in your way, then you must push through. Only you who can do this. Climb up the mountain, reach for the top. Talk yourself up, no one has what you've got. For when it's forgotten, you can say, yes I can, I'm gonna do it. Nothing's stopping me, there's nothing to it. I can, I will, I am, I believe. Yes I can. I can, I will. It's a new day. I love how I feel. Yes I can, I'm gonna
So don't stop now, the world's in motion. It could happen sooner than you think. The table's turning over. It could happen sooner than. It could happen sooner than you think.
I saw you standing there the first night that we met. You tried to look as though you hadn't seen me yet, but I can see right through you. Your blood is cold, but mine too, yeah. You're playing games to which I rolled the rules, pretending that you were as likely to forget. I'm not giving you all, not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control. Not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. You tell me that you don't have time to call me back, but I know your excuses hide the fact. You used up all your chances, no more playing romances, yeah. I hold the boat with which you will be screwed. You can push me, but I'll always play attack. I'm not giving you all, not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control. Not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. Gamble on a spot. Come on, gamble on a spot. I was always playing, you were always taming me. But now that you're here, that's worth a maybe. We pushed each other and became close to the edge. And now we're here, we might just build a bridge. I'm not giving you all, not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control. Not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. Gamble on you all, not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control. Not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. Gamble on a spot. Just play with your heart. Come on, gamble on a spot.
Inside my mind, it's around the time when my day would be about to end. Now it's Friday night, you know I really tried, but I lost you in the crowd again. The way that you behave makes it hard to say that I'm into you. You're never quite the same when it's getting late. If I had to choose, I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. I like you better in the morning, when you don't have to act like you don't care. Why you do me so wrong when daylight is gone? It's like I haven't met you yet. I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. all alone, inside at home. Never pull me when I hold your hand. Now I tag along, trying to hold on, cause you feel like running wild again. The way that you behave makes it hard to say that I'm into you. You're never quite the same when it's getting late. If I had to choose, I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. I like you better in the morning, when you don't have to act like you don't care. Why you do me so wrong when daylight Now we need to make the biggest change. Bring back the blue sky to the world and let the grass grow wide again and again. We all need a better place to live. Oh, I've been trying, yeah. Try to be somebody, trying to be somebody. I've been crying, crying for someone, crying for someone.
One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
Some years ago, I lived a hard life, but sunlight burst a ray through those clouds. We finally seen the back of those gray days. Please let the summer back to stay and hold a sunburn in your hands. Don't let him sing too sweet.
sky, but you're mine. Million lights in the sky, shining bright. Million lights in the sky, but you're mine. I won't get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost. You and me are lighting up the sky. I won't get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost. You and me are ready for the wild.
Someone's gonna take control of this day. Someone's gonna make the change. Someone's gonna raise their voice and say, there's gotta be a better way. Gotta find love if you wanna be loved. Gotta find hope if you wanna be hopeful. Gotta find strength if you wanna be strong, stronger. We all come home, we all get through.
promise to protect you from harm. As winter turns to summer, as the days feel warmer, trust in me and I'll trust in you. Shine on, bright star. No, love's never far. Though there's always hope. No, you're not alone. I will chase the wolves from your door. I will be there to fight your cause.
Tonight, I believe I was muted. So welcome everyone back into the night. We're here for the LPL playoffs, and it is a banger night in store for us here. We will be getting to V5 versus LNG, but first of all, we got to talk about the story so far in the LPL playoffs. It has delivered every step of the way. I know we didn't get all 5 games last night. A little bit disheartening in that aspect, but it has been very fun. We have the OMG FPX legendary first series of the LPL Summer Playoffs, going to 5 games. Every step, LNG trying to make the miracle run happen. And again, like last night, EDG with a 3-1 convincing victory over RNG, Dagda.
Well, first off, I'm glad you were muted of all the cursing and the horrible language.
All
that
the
you were
horrible
using
stuff
at
I was
opening.
saying.
But I have to say, yeah, as we get into this, I am super excited to see how our playoffs are panning out because it has been redonkulous. RNG now out. We're knocked out by Edward Gaming. It turns out that the world champions are stronger than MSI. Linda actually had a good quote from the Chinese side up on her Twitter there, saying that the spring belongs to RNG, summer belongs to EDG, is an old saying on the Chinese side, and definitely feeling that way after yesterday's series. And now we'll have to see how they do against Top Esports, because that is a very fearsome team. But we will be looking down at that bottom side. V5 versus LNG. Both teams trying to see if they can make the double limb and face off against JDG.
Exactly that. We got to get right to it because it is a banger matchup. Legends abound here between V5 and LNG, but we got to hone in on V5 because they're trying to put on a little bit of a show tonight, and it's a show called V for Vendetta because they are absolutely looking for a revenge at this point in the LPL.
And it's been all theatrics with V5 as well. From the highs to the lows, but it's looking like this team now coming into playoffs is running on a high. And someone who's definitely looking magnificent at the moment is that mid laner in Rookie. Has been the focal point for V5 ever since he's come back. Out of the 16 games he's played, he's won 8 of the MVP performances. His damage per minute is absolutely insane for a mid laner, but it's also just a case of how he's able to set up these fights for the team, how he's able to kind of command the position around these early skirmishes, that it makes him the difference maker. And that's where I'll be trying to see if you can find that focus on things like his Talia with an 83% win rate, the most banned champion now against V5, but also things like the Silas and that Ari where he's been popping off.
Yeah, it's just incredible to see this guy's resurgence, and as well as being the front runner, being the guy who seems to be leading everybody to the aisles here for V5. But it's all about setting that stage for V5 as well. They love control. They love setting up the theatrics, as we were saying earlier, and that is no different in terms of objectives.
And that's where Rookie needs his right-hand man. The two, Xiaolong Bao and Rookie, being able to link up with both top side of the map in Rich and looking at these early Rift Heralds, moving down, linking up with Photic and PP God for early Dragons. It's these objectives that make the difference here for V5. Commanding those early neutrals means that they're always setting themselves up for this mid-game where they can look for picks in the enemy jungle before they're able to really contest some of these objectives, but also just like very quickly finding these creative opportunities to look for fights before objectives spawn, so that then they can always get that advantage and try and catch their opponents all aware. And when they do get to those fights, it's all about Photic. All of the lights for this AD carry in the bottom lane. Photic is the late game carry for this squad, and his damage says it all. 729 damage per minute. That's not only second in AD carries, that's second in the entire league.
Yeah, he is actually incredible, and the fact that he does shine so brightly under those lights, I think obviously seeing back at spring where he took first all-pro team, and just seeing the fact that he has adapted to the bend and break that we've seen V5 over the past year have, and it's been a lot of the forward aggression in laning phases, looking towards this bottom lane a lot for those late game fights as well.
And that's the thing, like when you look at him in the laning phase, yes, he's getting some help, and it is kind of like helping to steady the ship in the spot side for V5. But his goal difference of 15 is pretty much negligible.
Yeah.
It's that goal difference at the end of the game where you get to see the difference, how he comes alive in the 15 to 30 minute mark as V5 are looking at these objectives and they're able to decimate their opponents. That's where V5 are most threatening, and that's why you have to keep your eyes on towards people like Rookie, on towards people like Xiaolong Bao as well, as they've started to really rise up, work well together, and are now syncing up into points like these team fights where they can allow Photic to have the ease of access, allow him to become this big late game carry. And when you're looking at V5, the fact that you have such magnificent individual performers in Photic, showing how strong he is coming up from the LDL for a second time. Rookie as well, firing on all cylinders. Like this control mage meta suiting him so well. It looks like V5 could be primed to kind of right the wrongs that we saw from them in spring.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Dagda. It is, looking back at history, a disappointment in spring, right? Like this super roster had come together. We thought great things, but then we didn't see it come to its full head. And now, even with some of the late season, stumbles that we saw for V5, it's playoffs that really matter. And playoffs is where this team with this roster needs to step up to the moment here.
Yeah, especially when they're just coming off the back of that big win over Top Esports, a 2-0 and a decisive, commanding 2-0 as well, where I think a lot of people are starting to put faith into V5 again. But we'll have to see if they do up here against LNG, because if you're talking about revitalized, you got to look at LNG.
Hey, I just need to take your hand really quickly, because we're going to walk down memory lane here. We're going to look at a bit of a dream, because LNG's miracle run from last year as well. Just seeing, I guess, just a bit of deja vu at this point. It's feeling like, but somehow LNG, when it comes to playoffs, they just always seem to try to make the run.
I mean, look, we just saw EDG bringing it back, reminding us that 2021 is alive and well, and now we're getting LNG with this miracle run as well. They look absolutely spectacular, and we wanted to kind of take a look back at what was the conditions for this, right? Because it was Tarzan stepping up in 2021 that made such a massive difference. He was fantastic from the jungle, linking up with Icon, playing towards side lanes. They were bringing new and exciting picks into the meta as well, and kind of opening up their style that they wanted to play with Light, playing things like this Ziggs. We got Icon, who's bringing out plays like this Yasuo. It was super interesting to see the adaptation that we got from LNG from the regular split into playoffs, and it feels like we're starting to see that once more. And when LNG were able to do that miracle run, sooning into Top Esports, beating RNG as well, just off the back of their MSI win, it feels like LNG look primed once more to cause so many of these upsets.
Yeah, that's what's so incredible is like it's that style that you feel like you know and love from LNG, but especially right, those core pieces still being around, still having a lot of the forward momentum that we were trying to see from that roster. But the crucial piece here, right, it's fun to take a look down memory lane. You got to look at reality, where we're at now, and the run that they are literally in the middle of right now. Biggest difference being, Doing being the mid lane. We were talking beforehand. There's been a pick in every game, in every series, it feels like that Doinby has just popped off on it, and it's feeling like a little bit of difference comparatively to Icon from last time.
And that's what we're looking at, right? Is that we're kind of seeing that Doomby's willing to bring this adaptation again that we saw from LNG, from regular season into playoffs in 2021. Now, Doomby's starting to go back towards the style that made him famous, roaming around the map, finding these big plays. It was something that we were very much missing coming into this split, because when you look at his kill participation at 15, he was 16th in the league for Doomby, the man who's known for his dark technologies and roaming, but now coming into playoffs, he found his stride again, linking up with Tarzan, making sure that he's able to roam into sideways, supporting Allah, and particularly when we're seeing Doomby bringing out things like the Nocturne, the Akali, the Yone, working with Tarzan, who's been willing to go back towards this Sejuani jungle. This melee top side of LNG has been so incredibly strong in skirmishes, and that's where I think we're going to see this really come down to as well, because of both these squads high priority on the Rift Herald, and I'm going to be waiting to see now if LNG are able to compete with V5 in that regard.
Yeah, and again, it's been about, for LNG, adaptation to each series, seeing them focus different parts, but as well as coming together as a team. Obviously, we have put so much focus on how important Tarzan is in almost every situation for LNG, but you're seeing these huge outplays in the late game in moments where it feels like things are and I guess at this moment, it feels like they're going their way, but a lot of times, right, there's some sticky moments for LNG, but it's mechanics and it's decision-making for LNG that has come out on top.
Yeah, and it's such a different story from what we saw in the regular split, where we're looking at LNG going, hey, look, every single time there seems to be someone who's misstepping, someone who's messing up in a game or in a series, and it's just they're having a bad day. This time around in playoffs, it feels like every single person is firing on all cylinders. Every single person looks like they're on the same page. But it is going to be a big question mark here today to see if they can have that same sort of control. Because you do have Doomby versus Rookie, trying to control Doomby in that mid lane is going to be so crucial here for V5.
I love that you foreshadowed to it, because there is only one place where all eyes are on, and it is the legends that are retold in the mid lane. Both these guys, obviously huge parts of the LPL, but in their own right, legends. As we said, both world champions, both 4-time regular season first place finishes, both one-time LPL champions. I just think obviously we've known their past, but it's about their present, right? The fact that they are finding ways to continue forging on to the rest of their story.
But that's the thing, it's legends from IG, legends from FPX, now on different teams. It is up to Rookie and Doomby now to be that commanding spotlight, to step up to the forefront and lead these new teams to that win. Lead them to Worlds, show the world what they are capable of away from what was their old story. And it feels like, at least for Rookie, he's been able to step up massively, as you talk about, being able to be that big piece of V5. For Doomby, it's been a bit more of a struggle. We saw it in spring where LNG weren't quite able to make this kind of split push style work. Doomby wasn't quite having that same impact we're hoping for. Then we come into summer and we see him playing wildly different champions like Corky. He's playing Azir. Nobody knows what the hell is going on. But now coming back into playoffs, it feels like he's found his stride again, bringing out these dark technologies like the Renekton mid, the Nocturnes, these kind of things. This is where we're going to be waiting to see what Doomby can bring up against Rookie here, because you have to be ready for this guy, especially with the meta just seems to be shifting into exactly what he likes to play. You need to be ready for him.
Also, just a shout out to the middle of the screen there. Rookie gonna have a little bit of revenge he wants. We said it's V for Vendetta, so Doomby definitely getting the better of him last time around. So we do have to look at both these teams again, right? And looking at tonight for V5 coming in here, this will be the first time we see them in the playoffs in the summer. But obviously so much propping up to do in terms of the team that they have put together, the run that they were trying to put together in summer as well as spring with that disappointment. And I think it's important to focus on the bright spots for V5, because they are a team that when they show up, they will destroy their opponents, as we saw with Top Esports at the end of the regular season.
Yeah, and this is where I want to see if they can bring it into playoffs, because as you mentioned, Michelle,
I like it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, this was the big deciding factor for them in those spring playoffs, was not being able to perform. Rich, I ended up getting solo kills a significant amount on the top side. Rookie not able to have quite the same impact. Photic and PP got quite an overextended. Karsa slipping away as well. But now with Xiaolong bound the roster, now that they've had that slump in the regular split and the resurgence against Top Esports, everyone is looking at V5 going, hey, look, is this now the deciding factor? Have they found their stride and shown that they can prove themselves in playoffs, or are we going to be looking at another collapse?
And they're going to have to be able to put a stop to the roaring river that is LNG at this point. This team has just come alive in the summer playoffs. The talismans are ready to go, Dagda. I don't know if that's the difference tonight, but man, it has been incredible to see after every series win, right? Doinby is just elated with the most prideful smiles I've ever seen. He's looking at all of his teammates. He's making sure that the energy is there, that the run, the motivation is all there. That's what I'm so excited for this roster for.
Yeah, and look, the proof has already been there for LNG, right? Like, they have not only now performed up against BLG, but also then coming in against Weibo as well in their last game, looking spectacular in both those series, dominant throughout. It means that V5 can't let it slip at all. They need to be coming in and making sure that they have a game plan to keep Doinby in check. What are you bringing to the draft as well? Because we've already seen that Doinby happily to bring out things like the Yone people weren't expected. Yep. The Akali now making a resurgence. The Nocturne, he's still already played against BLG and playing a lot in solo queue.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how that one's going to pan out.
Hey, we'll see. We also have to see how these predictions are going to pan out, Dagdo, because I feel like, we've had some doubters in the LNG side for sure, but tonight we have a couple people that believe. A lot of us are in favor of V5 for the series tonight. I voted V5 because I had them winning the split here in summer, but I appreciate Munchrables and Lyric.
Yeah, I'm curious to see myself. I will say, I think LNG have shown that when it comes towards Worlds that they can have that resurgence, and it definitely looks like it at the moment, looking incredibly strong. I think it's a case of how much do you believe in V5 having kind of fixed their ship and righted their wrongs, and I think there's value on both sides as to who you want to go for. And as you can see, like Munch and Lyric definitely kind of sitting there going, hey, look, no, LNG have shown what they're capable of, whereas I think there's still a lot of question marks around what V5 can achieve.
I am just here for a 5-game series, my friend, between these two teams, because I would love to see it go the distance, see the highs and the lows, see all the positives and some of the negatives we've seen for both these two teams. But obviously, refocusing back into this, for LNG, we were talking about Doinby in the mid lane. That matchup's so integral to see where that control goes. But I have to focus him back on Tarzan, who I feel like has been a huge driving force in the connection with Doinby in terms of how LNG have found that success we've already seen.
Yeah, it's been a massive impact for LNG from that jungle, and it has been a lot of, okay, how can Tarzan like unlock a lot of these players in the early stages, especially when you look at his early ganking, like level 2, level 3, he's consistently been finding these ganks on picks like the Trundle that he's been so damn effective on.
Yep, and we get into picks and bans. We'll see how effective he can be. He doesn't get his Poppy this time around. We do see the Renekton ban against Doinby, the Kalista, and the Ahri for LNG. And then the Sejuani ban from V5, as well as that Trundle ban against Tarzan.
Wow. So Wukong going to be super high priority, but also is Zeri. So Zeri immediately locked in for light. He has been so good on this pick. But as we talked about on the opposite side, Photic going to go towards the Sivir again. That late game scaling for the V580 carry, and immediately PP God with the Yumi. It's actually been really interesting to see PP God, his growth over the course of the split, because initially when you look back at him, he's like, oh, I'm all engages, Leonas and Nautiluses, but he is being like at the forefront of this Enchanter meta, it seems.
It's actually been incredible to see that adaptation. Although I still will say I have a soft spot for his engagers. He's pretty ruthless with it, but V5 came to play. They already have their picks going every single time they get on the pick table, but it is the Wukong and the Lulu picked up for LNG, the Lissandra for Rookie.
Yeah, so Rookie, we kind of talked about him being the curator of these fights, creating these opportunities for Photic, and we've seen the impact that he can have on this Lissandra with some crazy engages, 4 or 5-man rings of frost. So you're going to have your work cut out for you here as LNG, and V5 already looking to ban away those mid laners that maybe can have an impact against the Lissandra. And LNG, they're going, hey, look, Shelong Bao doesn't have anything locked in at the moment. Let's see if we can make him uncomfortable.
And I think that's super important as we were putting focus on Tarzan. I think also a lot of focus needs to go on Shelong Bao because he has been, replacing Karsa, being a very proactive member, but it's about feeding the laners, right? Trying to figure out where he can get those resources going for them. And I wonder if LNG just put more pressure on his champion pool, because I would appreciate. Oh, it's actually the Malphite out of left field a little bit, but there's a lot of strength in the Malphite pick right now as well.
Yeah, I think they're kind of looking and going, hey, we're going to be pretty heavy AD focused, like, especially because Ala's probably going to want to go towards something like a Fiora, which is, I imagine, what they're thinking here with the Malphite ban. But we'll have to see exactly what it is. The Xin Zhao going to be taken for Xiaolong Bao anyway. Will give them a good opportunity to set themselves up. But okay, so maybe they're actually thinking of Yone here for Doomby on the opposite side, with the AP now positioned in that top lane for Ala.
You come out the gate with something they're going to have to ban in game 2. Hey, I like that idea. We'll see. Oh, this is a special we got from the first series. Got the Nocturne coming out.
Yeah, I mean, once you saw the kind of the Malphite ban and the AP top, I was thinking they go for some sort of AD mid laner, and it looks like we will get the Nocturne. So a lot of pressure going to be on Photic in this backline. A lot of dive between the Wukong and also the Nocturne now to see if they can get onto the vulnerable Sivir in the backline. But a lot of peel there. I mean, between the Ornn, between the Lissandra, and also having this Yuumi as well to try and help out with the final chapter. This is going to be like very bloody, very explosive team fights on both sides.
Yeah, I'm very excited once we get to those team fights. But especially the last time we saw Doonby on the Nocturne, it was a lot of that, level 6 proactivity with Tarzan. He immediately was joining the Rift Herald fights and trying to get things going at least early on for Tarzan so he can put the pressure. And I think that will be so even more incredibly important here against Xiaolong Bao on the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a case of like how much control can you get through this mid jungle for Rookie and Xiaolong Bao. Like Lissandra should have good push against the Nocturne, should be able to roam around the map to a certain extent as well. And if you can get out pre-6, that's going to be your best opportunity here as V5, because when we look back at like the last time we saw Doomby on this Nocturne against BLG, a huge amount of it was Doomby's ability to lean two side lanes, reading how the map was kind of working out and making sure he was always there whenever BLG tried to make a play. And it feels like once more Doomby's going to be in a very similar situation here.
He is indeed. We're getting into the match here. Winner of this best of 5 goes on to Double Elim and JDG, who are looming like a serious threat. It is V5 versus LNG. Game 1 of this best of 5 in the LPL Summer Playoffs. It is Doonby versus Rookie. World champions going to battle here. And as you said, it is going to be a bloody one once we get to those team fights. Everything matters in the mid lane. Everything matters in early control. And as you had told me before the cast started, the motto for V5 as a whole, but especially tonight, hit hard.
Well, they're definitely going to have to try and hit hard in these early stages. You have Photic and PP God who offer that great late game scaling with Rich in that top side, but the bridge to that is going to be Xiaolong Bao and Rookie. So I'm going to be seeing what these two can achieve. And especially when you look at Xiaolong Bao, like he's been very much focused around this mid lane. Like the highest mid lane jungle proximity in the league with nearly 27% jungle proximity to that center point on the map. So we'll have to see if he can try and keep that stat up here and make sure that he's able to help Rookie out against Doomby.
It's so important, especially. I mean, obviously, when you have the likes of Rookie in the mid lane, you're going to want to put some focus there for one of the best mid laners of all time in the LPL. But it's been especially interesting to see Xiaolong Bao's growth, right? Alongside a lot of these star players on his roster, right? He came in to fill no small shoes in Karsa, and the fact that we did see some of that roughness when he first came in, when he was first trying to get adapted to the playstyle of the team, but we've seen him turn into a very, very powered forward-facing jungler for V5.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it at the moment, his kill participation at 15 is above 80% for V5. Like, that is an absurd number to have, and it's kind of been showing how, I mean, not quite a rookie, but definitely one of the newer kind of greener behind the ears members has really stepped up on V5, and I think that's kind of one of the big things that we are focusing on with this squad is just kind of the lack of veterancy on the squad now that Kars has left. You know, Rich, yes, we saw him across in LCK, but has never been to the world stage. Xiaolong Bao, Photic, PP God are all in the same boat, and maybe don't want to be in that boat because there's a few more holes in it after Lights punctured a couple there.
It's just a couple. That bot lane aggression is definitely working out for Light and Luvao here so far, but we'll keep an eye out, especially it's the Sivir, some wave clear there, very, very strong in those terms. But right now, obviously the next steps are looking where junglers could be focusing. You were talking about Tarzan with the early pathing, trying to find something to kind of even, or I guess uneven, the stakes early on, but at this point, Shalom Bao is going to go across the mid lane, going to try to get down to this bottom lane as Tarzan pathing there himself.
Yeah, this is one of the things that I like about having the Xin Zhao into the Wukong. Like, we talked about Tarzan, who's been making a ton of early plays, level 2, level 3, looking for ganks. That becomes a lot more difficult when you are against the Xin Zhao because he can match you so effectively in these early stages if he actually finds the counter gank. So, at the moment, you can see both Tarzan and Xiaolong Bao having cleared out their respective sides of the map. Now just going to pick up the Scuttle Crab. Tarzan a little bit quicker on the clear, but that's kind of to be expected with a Wukong.
Yeah, exactly. You have a lot of movement there in terms of trying to get that clearing going. And Xin Zhao not too shabby himself, but again, it's just that early buying of time. We're waiting for that level 6 mark for Doinby to really get something going, and especially looking what Rookie's reaction is going to be. Is he going to be able to kind of defend against these moves from Doinby? He's not going to have that quick movement of the Paranoia like Doinby has, but as long as you can have and provide pressure in the mid lane, it's going to make those decisions for Doinby even that much harder.
Yeah, I think on Rookie's side, trying to be on the proactive side is always going to be your best bet, right? Like, it becomes very difficult to try and interrupt Doinby if he's already gone for a play. So for Rookie, I feel like trying to find these moves down to the bottom side, like look for dives with Photic and PP God, see if you can get Light behind, because on both sides, a lot of that consistent DPS is coming from the AD carry, especially when you look at V5. So it feels like there's a lot of pressure now on both of these AD carries to perform in this game.
Yeah, there absolutely is. I was actually looking at the map. Tarzan was buying some time, maybe trying to look for a gank on a Rookie mid lane, but a bunch of pings came out from V5, realizing he is there, or at least there's a potential for him to be there. So again, very calm early start here, but obviously Dragon coming up. You were talking about V5's reluctancy to give some of those objectives, but I wonder, especially with the level 6 coming up for Doinby, if that fight is going to be possible for them.
Yeah, I mean, we'll still have another minute before level 6 gets hit, but you can already see the presence that LNG are putting in towards this mid lane. It has always been the case when you get to playoffs against V5. What we saw from Top Esports, specifically in spring, was shut down Rookie, shut down V5, and it feels like LNG are kind of taking that to heart.
Oh, Doinby getting a little bit of trouble there. Rookie trying to follow up with PP God's Roam, but not going to find too much. Love to see the proactivity from PP God himself, try to get to the mid lane, though, and I feel like that is also where you find a lot of success for V5, is the cohesion of the team and PP God's influence, even with that change to the Enchanter pool.
Yeah, I think as well, just trying to help Rookie reset here is going to be super important, because you can see he's really struggling for a mana at the moment. Doinby had already TP'd back in, and Xiaolong Bao is here doing a really good job to just babysit Rookie. Like, they're not trying to find a kill against Doinby, they're just trying to make sure Tarzan can't try and get some sort of impact here. So this is going to be a really nice back here for Rookie, where he can reset, pick up his lost chapter, but Tarzan actually might be in trouble.
Yeah, he's between two solo lanes that are level 6. He might be a little bit of trouble, but Allah is on his way as well as Doinby. He has the Paranoia if they want to pull the trigger on this. That looks like the Ornhorn from Rich is the one that's pulling the trigger. They try to go in onto Allah, but the Paranoia comes across, and now Rich is in some very serious trouble. The Slicing Maelstrom comes out as well. This is not a fight that LNG necessarily wanted to take, but it's a trade for both of them. 1-for-1 with the early blood.
A lot of scraps over this Scuttle Crab, but it will be 1-for-1, as you say. Both top laners will fall, but for V5, they're happy enough that they got the crab. They were lucky the Rookie was able to pick up that healing from the honey fruit in the river as well, so LNG didn't consider going for a bit more, but bloody skirmishes, and you can already tell what both these teams are considering. Like, here, Rich tries to go for the engage onto Allah, but the Paranoia, great from Rookie. You can see that they don't really know if they can follow up really effectively, how deep they want to go. And both Doinby and Rich flashing away at the last second means that Doinby doesn't get caught by the damage from the Frozen Tomb, and he's able to stay nice and topped up. But Rich will end up falling just after Allah goes down.
Oh, man. It's exactly what we were wanting, right? That level 6 mark hits, we get the proactivity, and it was actually, V5 moving to collapse onto Tarzan. Tarzan kind of realized I need to call my laners as well. And I think Doonby just sitting there waiting with the paranoia was so huge. In fact, being able to trade that down, I think obviously both ways are pretty excited about this one, but it's the next steps, right? We have the Dragon, we have the Rift Herald coming up now with a little bit of pressure from V5 on the bottom lane. Got to look at where the next steps for Tarzan and Shaolin Bao are going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for LNG to try and fight against Sivir on this push, right? That's kind of the big advantage of this new Sivir, is how effective, well, Sivir in general, is how well she can push. And you can already see that for V5, they want these key ultimates to be back up before they try and make that play. So you get one more wave pushed in by Photic. Now he's going to start grouping up with the rest of the team. And V5 have always been a squad that are willing to fight 5v5 at these Rift Heralds. But it looks like that's going to be the game plan here again. As you can see, Rookie, Rich, their ultimate's almost up. But Allah will have his up just that smidge earlier. Yeah. So LNG trying to use that small timing window here to get the fight.
Allah had already started the Rift Herald. They're going to collapse onto Rich. He was just trying to clear the ward here. He's all by himself. He's trying to run down to his team, but Rich is just going to go down. And Allah gets the kill as well. There's the paranoia, and LNG trying to pounce on the mispositioning of V5 here, but V5 feeling confident to continue fighting over this Rift Herald.
I mean, they didn't really use the Allah ultimate there, so we can still maybe look for a fight, but they're looking a bit dissuaded here, not fully convinced that they can actually take it, which I'm surprised at. I think when you've got Allah there able to set up, maybe find a flank, but looks like they're not comfortable too. So despite the pick, LNG will actually give over the Rift Herald.
I guess they're saying, no harm, no foul. We got Rich. Let's go ahead and pull back out. We don't feel confident in this fight, especially with a couple of those key pieces down. So appreciate the reservedness. We'll see if it comes back to bite LNG, but we're getting so much movement around the map for both these two teams already, and I'm here for it because that feels like, a lot of the story we were looking at going into this.
Yeah, I think, though, we kind of need to see at least a little bit of cleanliness, I will say, coming through from Rich in that top side, right? Like, he over-aggresses on that initial skirmish of the Scuttle Crab, and then doesn't have the follow-up from the rest of his team. Again, then Rich tries to brute force his way in towards River, and ends up getting caught out by Tarzan and Doomby there again. So I definitely think that while V5 are kind of keeping pace, as you can see Gold basically dead even, you still need to be pretty careful here if you're going to be trying to take these fights, that you're a bit more coordinated on your engages.
Rich getting caught in
no, as I say,
yet again. Why you got a caster cursive, man? Come on. It is a Nocturne just trying to wail away at a tank at this point. See, as V5 are taking that Dragon, 100% objective control for them so far, and it's honestly great decision making from them that has led to that. But we still have Rift Herald on the table, and I guess next step is, where do you look to get resources at? We put a huge highlight on Rookie, Photic. Do you choose between mid or bot, Dagda?
Yeah, for V5, you definitely want to try and keep playing around this bot side, especially when you are doing so well on these neutral objectives, like just trying to add more DPS in towards Photic. We already kind of talked about him as that late game insurance for V5. Well, help him get to that late game, right?
Yep.
Like, actually put your deposit down on that insurance and make sure you're able to get it. The big question, though, is can they do so while Doomby will have the paranoia back up momentarily? It feels so much more difficult for V5 with Doomby having access to that ultimate to actually make these plays stick.
I want to talk a little bit more about that when you're looking at team fight setups here, because we had highlighted, right, the team fights will get bloody, but I think there's so many crucial ultimates on both sides when you're looking at timings for fights that obviously we've been saying kind of for both sides, waiting for the setups. You got to wait for the paranoia, you got to wait for the slicing maelstroms, you have to wait for the Ornhorn ultimate. I think being able to set up the fights with these ultimates is so crucial moving forward.
Yeah, I think that's where for V5 they do have a pretty good advantage, right? Like, front to back fight for them is incredibly strong. You have the exhaust on PT God to try and deal with Allah when he comes into these fights. Rookie also having access to that unsealed spellbook, another exhaust that could potentially be there for the Kennen. So it feels like you have multiple different ways to try and deal with LNG as they come into these fights. But for LNG, if they can try and get themselves posted up on the objective early, if Allah can find these good flash engages with that Maelstrom, it can cause a lot of issues with V5 because they are so short-ranged on this composition.
And that's something else that we've been kind of keeping as a little bit of an underneath story here, is that top lane, right? The little bit of volatility, but especially the setup from both these guys. Rich, picking the Ornn here for V5. Those Ornn horns are going to be so crucial. But Allah, we have seen how lethal he can be when he finds those incredible flanks on the back of TP warding, and especially the slicing maelstroms that have been game-changing for him.
And that's why I'm always keeping my eyes on towards things like vision control and objectives, because I think that's kind of been the most impressive part of LNG's glow up that we've seen in playoffs, is how well we've actually seen Tarzan and Lumeo being able to get vision control around things like dragons, so you can have great TP wards from Allah. But we were talking about these potential bot side plays. Looks like V5 already moving into position to try and look for this bot lane turret, but a lot of LNG members are waiting in the wings.
They will spot out Rookie early on. He will have to get over the wall there. The charge goes off. The tower doesn't go down, but that'll be plates going over to the bottom lane of V5. And honestly, exactly as you had said, get some gold into Fodic's pocket, get some setup down there. They wanted some insurance, but maybe the insurance is not enough here. You have the Crescent Guard coming out. LNG are pouncing, and they're trying to get in on. Oh, no. Rookie and XLB go down. The final chapter comes out, but LNG have struck, and they've struck hard. Allah is down here as well. Tarzan over the wall. That's a little bit zealous there, but V5 will not fall for it. They do lose a couple crucial members, and Fodic is in some trouble here. Fodic, he goes down to Allah, and PP God is all alone. The cat with the book, but he's getting run down by Lumao. The slow hits, and LNG, the river overfloweth.
That was a massive mistake from V5. Rookie tries to go in, but doesn't even get his ultimate off. Doesn't have the survivability there. And it means that V5 overextend on the bottom lane as well and completely fall apart. You see it here. Doomby, this was what we were talking about, right? Great ward there where you can go for these engages. V5 are just trying to back away, say, hey, we're happy with the goal we got. But here, the burst damage that comes through, wall growth from Lumeo was great to get that initial CC, gets Tarzan's opportunity then to follow up with the knockup, and Rookie never actually gets to pop the ultimate. And then here, Fodic just getting way too aggressive. Thought that he was going to be okay, doesn't expect Light to come back over the wall, and Allah, amazing stun once more. This was a great play for LNG that suddenly cracked open this game for them.
And I'm sorry, I'm just sitting here jumping up and down because that wild growth from Lumao, as soon as Rookie got brought to the claw, like that was so incredible. And LNG, they just find a way to up in the early game plans of E5. Yes, they had full objective control. Yes, they got the turret charge on the bottom lane with that Rift Herald. But when these fights start going this way, it gets scary for V5. Some of that confidence maybe falls off.
Especially with this dragon now in 6 seconds. Like, Fodic, he wants to try and push in bot to get that terror, but you know a lot of focus from LNG is going to be down towards this bot side. Tarzan and Doomby's ultimates just up in a moment as well, and looks like, okay. I don't know. Oh, this is just a replay of the replay. Okay.
The
never
ward.
mind. Someone, yeah. But, yeah, I think the big thing here now is, well, Rich moving down towards this dragon. V5 want to try and get further control over these neutrals on the bottom side, whereas when you look across at LNG, they're kind of more focused on towards things like the Rift Herald on that top end, see if they can crack open this game, the towers, get Doomby into position then, where you can start using this semi-global to put threats onto multiple lanes at once.
Rich did get found out, transitioning to mid lane to take a little bit of damage, but V5 are set up in front of this dragon pit, ready to get some more objective control under themselves. The tower in bottom lane goes down. They actually collapse here onto Doomby. He uses the paranoia and a flash to get out. Everything used. That's 4 ultimates from V5. So LNG moves straight onto the dragon, and V5 had no say in it.
No, they can't get the pick. There's no follow-up properly, and Doomby manages to escape, baiting out so much there from V5. And I mean, you're kind of looking at it again, right? V5, the coordination on the ultimates on the engage, not quite there. Rich doesn't have his ultimate in check. Everything blown by V5, and I don't know, it just feels like LNG, they're just slipping away out of V5's grasp every time.
Every single time, and now they're onto the Rift Herald. They also got the first turret gold down there in the bottom lane for a light on the Zeri, and I don't know if I need to tell everybody how scary a Zeri can be, but I'm talking about Allah now because he just all ins onto Rich, trying to get that push going while they're taking the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and I mean, look, at this stage, LNG, they're the ones that are in firm control, right? Zeri is huge, as you said, but like getting that tower on the bot side, the kills that he's picked up as well. Now you're getting Rift Herald, so you can put that down in the mid lane, crack open the mid lane turret as well, get more vision control in towards the opposite side, and I mean, we're just going to get a replay here. So, I mean, look, this is not good from Doomby. Don't get me wrong. Like, face checking like this, not the best of ideas. But, I mean, I got to... Yes, we just about gets the spell shield in before the knockup comes through. And then because the paranoia, it looks like V5 aren't comfortable to just immediately turn with the Horn. But unfortunate stuff there for V5. They end up losing that opportunity and also the dragon.
And just the timing, right? The paranoia still on with the flash. They had no idea where he went. And just a huge play, at least turnaround play from a potential mistake from Doomby. I think those little moments are so crucial, right? Because if they get that pick, that changes that entire situation for V5. And now, obviously, off the back of that, it's a little tilting to some extent. But I do want to check in here. We had mythic items coming across the board. We're working on second items for the carries as well. But especially looking at the Stride Breaker, the tankier build that we've seen from Doomby, I think that's an interesting point to highlight because he has been a bit of a bait/target in a lot of the team fights when we see him on the Nocturne.
Yeah, he's also just incredibly good at like accessing backline, then popping that Stride Breaker, slowing down people like Photic and getting opportunities for the team then to follow up. And I think that's going to be the big call here as this game starts to go on, is like Doomby being that initial upfront engage to set up for people like Allah and Light. Now, I still think you have to be careful as LNG. Like, Photic is still building up relatively strong. Like, we've also seen that Rookie, if he can find these good engages, can definitely turn a fight around. And V5 as a whole are also the team that has the highest win rate when behind at 15. They win 50% of the games where they're behind at the 15-minute mark. So just, they get very creative, and you're going to have to be worried as LNG that you're not going to give them those opportunities.
Yep, it's about not fumbling those late game team fights, right? Not fumbling in the face, in the presence of Rookie, where he will just pick apart team fights when you're least expecting it. And especially on this Lissandra, right? As you had mentioned, you catch out one member, you catch out Light, that is going to be huge. But you also have to look at a lot of the defensive capabilities, a lot of the peel back that LNG have gotten. And as we get further, 3,000 gold in the lead of LNG, if they continue to build that, that's where some of that team fighting does come down to a bit of a scary situation for V5. But the important thing is if they can get positioning in those team fights, you had already said earlier, the front to back's looking good for them.
Yeah, it becomes very, very difficult when LNG have this much control. And again, like, we've already started to see them getting some vision control down on V5's opposite side of the jungle. Like, we don't see it at the moment, but you can see it now, right? Lumao linking up now with Doomby. They start to get control over River. They'll start to just, actually make
They're going out of mid lane. They're trying to find it. That's a nice final chapter, though, coming out from PP God. Goblin Battle's right around the corner, just going to initiate the back. So LNG just picking. They're fishing at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's all right, though, for V5, right? Like, you find out where Doomby is. Now Rookie gets the push in the spot side. You're perfectly happy in the mid lane. Like, yes, you end up popping both ultimates for that play, but they should be up fairly quick. Should be in time for, at least PP Gods should be up in time just as that dragon spawns as well. So you're not under actually too much threat here on V5's side. So overall, doesn't really net them too much and actually loses them the opportunity to talk about what I was just saying was like moving into River, getting the vision control, finding good flank wards for the likes of Allah. Like, there is that blue Scryer's orb that's on the side of V5's jungle, but that's kind of it.
Yeah, exactly. I will say the cooldown for the Paranoia, not too shabby. The Horn does go wide. Flash comes out, but it's not fast enough. And here comes a slicing Maelstrom as well, just buy some time. But Allah, he will go down to Rich.
That's massive now. 5 seconds until the dragon. You can get resets coming through. Double TP for Rookie and Rich, but they are still a man down. Or sorry, they're a man up, but a lot of ultimates were used in that. So looks like LNG considering moving over towards that dragon, as Rookie will just try and take that top lane turn instead.
It looks like that will be the trade-off here. Another dragon for LNG, some map gold for V5, and obviously a very important pressure point in the top side to kind of shut down Allah in that sense. But just, a bit of confidence booster for Rich and the rest of V5, right? They still feel like they have that way forward. They have closed that gold lead, right, a little bit more.
And that's what we're talking about for V5, right? They're very good when behind in these situations and looking for ways to trade up on the map. Like, look, we can't take a straight up fight. Let's be realistic. We are behind. We don't want to try and look for this. Instead, they go for the pick on Allah in that top side, and it nets them the top turn as well, while LNG get the dragon. The second dragon, not the end of the world, and maybe Light now in trouble as well.
He's going to have to pop the lightning craft, but he goes down early. Wild growth use. No, he stays alive, and here comes the Paranoia from Doomby. just as a distraction to make sure light gets out. Here comes the final chapter, though, from PP God. The flash from out from Doinby. That's a couple summoner spells, but man, they got light out of there. That's all they need.
That was so incredibly close. The shield lasts just long enough to hold off on the last tick of Leandri's anguish as well, so you don't end up with light dying. But now V5 again, they're making these picks, and they're the ones that are commanding the map. They're bringing this back, Mazel, and LNG suddenly looking a little bit less in charge.
Yeah, a question we've had for LNG is what they do in the mid to late game, right? So some of the fumbles, some of the stumbles themselves for LNG have been a key factor looking at their winning of games, their closing out of games, because we know they can get an early advantage. We've seen it time and time again. They have Tarzan and Doinby. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes to those team fights, the strategic decision-making in late game, it does have some question marks behind it. And V5, there ain't that many question marks behind theirs.
Yeah, I mean, they've been very strong when it comes towards the mid-game and being able to close these games out. But yeah, you can see it there. Salumao gets spotted on the ward, and immediately V5 pounds. Just barely not able to finish off light, but still getting the flash, getting the cleanse, getting a huge amount out of that carry. Now means, for LNG, you can't really try and play side lanes, right? V5 have already pushed out bot, they're pushing out top. If you try and answer there as Doinby, but then suddenly maybe you do get Rookie showing up in the mid lane, looking for a pick on light. You now have to play so much more defensive as LNG, and that's opening up V5 to get more and more gold, wait for Photic to get to the third item with that Infinity Edge nearly completed, and that's where V5 can now look to fight back.
And I want to set some stuff up here. We obviously have a Mountain Soul on the Rift, and I think obviously huge importance for the tankiness coming into those late game team fights. I think LNG realize now, they're starting to lose some of these movements around the map. They want to try to focus more on the objectives. So at this point, do you see V5 trying to contest them with that objective focus we've seen from them, even though the last two Dragons have holistically gone to LNG?
I think what we've kind of seen from both teams is that they want to try and find those picks before the dragon actually spawns, right? Like we saw Doinby attempting to pick Photic, V5, find the pick on Allah in the top side as that dragon spawns. And again, this has kind of been the game plan, at least for V5, has always been, hey, we're going to try and find one or two members that are isolated and quickly dismantle them before we actually look towards the next big objective. So already you can see V5 trying to establish that vision control that lets them do that, where they'll overload one side of the map with a ton of wards and look to very quickly pick people off.
Yeah, they were even pinging over at Doinby. If he had stayed around, it could have collapsed with 4 members there. But we'll not find it in the side lane now. Mid lane is the importance, it looks like, as we're just getting that hover around, and especially seeing the setup in terms of the objective fights, but as well as like those picks you were talking about. Those moments are so crucial, and now is when we start looking to Allah for those backline, the TP slicing maelstroms, the flanks that we really need to see for LNG to pull some of these team fights out.
But they're just not getting the opportunity to do so,
aren't.
right? Because you're getting Rookie again. Like, watch Rookie as we start to crest over into these next couple of waves, right? Every time there is not a wave pushed in on top, he is in mid lane. Like, he is hovering just out of vision, making sure that nobody's able to spot him out. And then the second that a wave starts to push in towards a tier 2 tower, he'll drift there, he'll clear out the wave, and immediately run back in towards mid. All he's trying to do is find these moments where he can either look for a pick or, force LNG to play defensive because he's off the map. And that's why we're not really seeing LNG being able to push this game forward. And especially when they've got such a short range composition, they can't really threaten towers or, threaten invades when people like Rookie are missing off the map.
Yeah, because it's so hard, especially with the pick tools that V5. I know we were talking about the paranoia, everything for LNG, but if Rookie finds a good frozen tomb, well, that makes the difference, right? We saw it on Delight. We will see more of that, and as he's gotten the upgrade now from the ornament, it at least gives that much more pressure to LNG, because that stacking nature, the scaling is going to be there for V5 as we go later.
Allah was spotted on a pink ward as he tried to find himself a good flank position. So V5 aware of what LNG are trying to achieve, but again, kind of moving in here. Rich will spot out Doinby. They're playing very well around, hey, we need to keep ourselves completely safe. Let's play this slow, push mid, create pressure on the map that LNG have to deal with. And now they start up this dragon where you have full vision on Allah.
Here comes the paranoia as well. They're focusing on the dragon. Doinby goes into the back line. He's just the distraction. Tarzan gets the dragon now. Doinby is in some trouble here. Shalom Bao does flash away. We get the final chapter full length, but here comes a knockup. Denied! And there's a huge potential turnaround here, but LNG realized they got what they came for. They get out of it.
Yeah, V5 though still maybe looking to see if they can move over towards this Baron. You can see LNG thinking the same thing with the pings already going down. Allah still has his ultimate available on his TP if they want to, but looks like V5 just going to back away. As you say, they got the dragon. Great knockup from Tarzan to stop anyone going down. So LNG happy with what just happened.
I got to see the denial of the Ort knockup here. I mean, that was incredible. It was about to be a 3-man knockup there, and it just off the cusp, right? The pick off from Doinby to be a distraction here, huge.
Yeah, and that's where he's able to take Photic out, even just the CCs providing. Again, flashing away, and this knockup from Tarzan just about denying it. And the wild growth once more coming in to deny the follow-up as well from Xiaolong Bao. So this kind of 1-2 combo that we've seen between the Wukong and the Lulu has been causing so many issues for V5, and now LNG, 2 Mountain Dragons, 18% increased armor and magic resist, plus the fact that they could potentially be looking down the barrel of a Mountain Soul. V5 suddenly feeling a lot less confident in this game.
They are going to definitely be looking at those ornaments a little bit more hungrily and hoping that the scaling comes into their factor because, yeah, the scariness that LNG is going to have to pick off these fights. The Doinby is just so masterful in the uses of the paranoia because they have not alone just the pick-off potential, but the utility from the blind there. It is so incredible. And now as we get 3 item spike coming in for both ADCs, the damage potential is ramping up here, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, V5 now trying to see if they can hold on to presence around this Baron, see if they can bait a member of LNG that bit too far. Because LNG are not exactly the strongest of teams. Like, they are very, very squishy when it comes towards their health bars. So, for V5, seeing if they can maybe bait someone that bit too far. But LNG not willing to take the bait. They're perfectly happy at the moment to just continue pushing in these lanes and getting to the point where Dragon spawns next.
I love the willingness for Allah to just sit in the bush there on the other side, just making sure if he can find an angle, he will take it. But V5, they find an angle, and it's on to Baron.
Yeah, I mean, LNG will spot it out now, but you can see V5 are just like, cool, as long as we can get some of these opportunities or even get a TP from Allah, that could be the difference maker.
On the hunt with the Ornhorn, Lumao gets caught here. Do they have the damage to follow it up? Lumao does get locked down in the end. XLV takes a huge hit from the Ultra Shock Laser, but V5 find exactly what they're looking for. Maybe they just go to bait it again.
Yeah, I think they're just going to go back, like not having Lumao available, not having that access to the wall growth is going to cause them some issues, especially when you look at, again, how squishy this team is. Doinby now, TPing to the opposite side of this Baron pit. He wants to be there.
Yeah, Allah just backed. He's TPing in. He has everything. But Doinby, he's getting caught early. There goes Tarzan into the backline with the Cyclones. Light is the damage source. Allah comes in with the Slicing Maelstrom. And LNG, they have pounced onto V5. And the only one left is PP God. Give him the big purple worm.
There's not enough peel left. V5 use so much of their tools to try and get the pick on Lumao. But when they go to turn, Tarzan with a fantastic engage. Light is free hitting on the back line. And there's no life left in Photic as Allah and Doinby dive in onto the back line. We'll see it here. Rookie gets the pick again at the Doinby, but Doinby has gone for this incredibly tanky build with the Randuin's Omen second. And look now, when you end up a Photic left on the back line, you don't have the Frozen Tomb to protect him. You don't have the help that can come through to try and keep this AD carry safe, which means that Light is just able to carry again in this fight. 5-0 on this Zeri, 4 items completed. I mean, V5, every time they're going into these fights, have just been routed by LNG.
Every time, man. It's actually incredible. You keep wanting to say, oh, V5 are back in this. They're feeling confident. Oh, they got the pick. It's working out for them. And then LNG just find a way to close the trap every time. Allah with the late TP. He had an entire, 2 waves pushing out the tier 2 tower down there. But the timing was impeccable to come into the fight. The time bought from Doinby Tarzan. It's all just lining up so heavily for LNG. And now they're feeling like a snowball.
And now you need to get a good engage here for V5. Rookie
Oh
needs
my
to get
God.
access to Light, but Ala, again, great flank position, has his flank up. Doomby with the paranoia and Nerdy, his flash up as well, is going to be able to cause issues. And Rich half-healthed already by Light.
Those Ultra Shock lasers, they do so much damage. He is looking so strong in this. This is Soul. V5 have no chance to fight this, so yet another giant advantage goes to LNG.
And this has been incredible to see from LNG. How this team has stepped up once more. This miracle run coming in magnificent for them. And we saw this very similar to their opportunity in Worlds 2021, where they got almost to that double limb. But now, I mean, if they're able to take down V5 with a performance like this, netting themselves that opportunity against top esports, rematching against the team that they lost that playoffs bracket in for summer 2021. This would be such a crucial moment for LNG.
Building upon the dream that was, but snapping right back into reality because they are in the middle of one of those incredible runs that we know them for. It is honestly just the way that LNG have approached this fight, the way that they have picked those comforts. V5 has a lot of trouble now going to the rest of the series to find what they want to pick, and Ala is going to just go in for the engagement. This might be a little bit overbearing from LNG, but they're trying to pull the trigger. V5, they will pounce on your mistakes, though. Light's still very incredibly strong. He does get stunned down. He has the cleanse, though. That's nicely used. It is an unmatched fight for LNG here as they're trying to get the flank here with Fodic, but Doodby, he goes right back in a Rookie, and he's gone. Fodic and PP God, they're going to get a TP coming in for Rich, but they're going to go down first. Rich comes in, he's tanky. PP God can't get to him, and Light gets another kill. V5, they're falling into the trap, and V5, they're getting routed right now. Doodby, he will not go down. He's healing up a storm, and XLB walks away.
Light's too big right now. You end up using all your lockup to get Ala, to get Tarzan, which means Light gets to fly free. And my God, is he the angel of death in this one, destroying V5 in that fight.
What is the essence of Photix? It is the light. LNG will find permanent damage onto the base of V5. They will get 2 inhibs. They've already gotten 1 Nexus Tower, but they will walk away with the destruction done and reset back onto the map.
And this is just disaster now for V5. A 10k gold deficit. All those Mountain Dragons stacking up for LNG, especially for someone like Doomby. You can see how hard it is to take him down. But, I mean, just watch here, right? As you end up going in here for Ala, Rookie repositions then to help out Foe to keep him safe from any sort of follow-up. And the engage on the top side of the fight goes really well for V5. But now you have no one left to deal with. Like, Rookie tries there to set up with the Ring of Frost, but because of the cleanse, they're not able to do anything. And now Light carries through on the fight. So for LNG, this is now where they get to try and do it again. A minute and a half until Baron. 2 inhibitors down. A opportunity to simply push in mid with these super creeps and then lean in towards that wave that's on the top side and try and take that turret as well. Like, LNG have so much control in this game, and it just feels like V5 have been throwing everything at the kitchen sink at them, and LNG have been dodging every which way.
And Light, man, he is so far ahead of everyone else, right? On full build, ahead of Fodic. It has the Zeri, the pick, the positioning, the just tie-in to the rest of LNG. We talked about Fodic on the other side, right? That late game insurance ball is for V5, but you have a lot of that same conversation around Light, who has been so integral with the combination of Lumao.
This is just so well done by LNG, and it just, again, we talk about kind of the adaptation and the understanding for LNG of like how they want to try and face up against every single one of their opponents. It feels like we're getting it again, right?
Yeah.
Doomby on this Nocturne, it's not the same way we saw it used against BLG. Like, for BLG, this Nocturne was about covering side lanes, leaning to stop dives. This time, what Doomby's doing is using it to cause chaos in team fights. And we talk about V5, who've always wanted to try and find these picks before fights, like catch people with their pants down. Not being able to see where those people are is making it incredibly hard for them to play their style of game. And Doomby has been at the forefront of that.
Rich ain't a tank any longer because Light is just a tank shredder at this point. And obviously, the setup is just waiting for somebody to pounce. And I think V5 have to realize they are going to have those super minions moving in. They will have to defend against that, but they also don't want to just give over another Baron. But LNG say, well, come at us then.
So fast. Their Baron take is so incredibly fast. Rookie's just reset to try and deal with the super creep. So Shenlong Bell, I don't think he's even going to be able to get in here.
He doesn't, and he gives his life because he wanted to check it one last time. LNG, again, they just shut the door on V5 in this first game, and this could just be the finishing blows. Rich goes down to a double kill for Allah, and Doonby has already TP'd into the base. He is pretty tanky. He's got a GA, so he's just buying all the time in the world here as the rest of LNG come forth, and they just have one tower in the top lane to take care of. They might not even need to do that. Looks like they'll finally cross those T's, dot those I's, and they push this last minion wave into the base. V5, they're shaking their heads. They're questioning, where did this come from? But LNG say, we've been here all along. The miracle run is right on the cusp of going one step further, and LNG take game one of this best of 5.
LNG look like they cannot be stopped right now. Super Team with a question mark was hovering over them the entire year long, and it feels like that is turning into an exclamation mark now with the way that this team has been playing. Fantastic stuff from this squad. Great control of the early game. When they hit the mid game, their team fights are spectacular, and Light, having free time at every point, it feels like, in this game, has been able to dominate in these fights.
And picking up on some of the desperate plays from V5, some of the things that they were trying to accomplish, right? And just always, even if they had a lead the entire time, there were some moments where it's like, okay, V5 are right back into this, but they always find a way to hammer it home. Doonby waiting for those huge paranoias, being a huge bait against V5, but we didn't see that fumbling of the late game to some extent for LNG, which is an incredible adaptation, I think, that we've seen them grow into throughout these last few series here in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think credit has to be given to Doonby for that, right? Like, where you kind of got to see maybe someone misstep, maybe someone get caught out of position, immediately that paranoia comes down. It stops V5 from being able to coordinate properly, especially for someone like Rich on this Ornn. Like, you could see how difficult it was for him to try and angle where these Ornnotes needed to be going, because he just didn't know where anyone was. And then it meant that, well, okay, we got a moment to buy space, buy time, gather ourselves, and then LNG reapproach the fight with Doonby flying into the back line. And being able to consistently find that access with Allah, with Doonby that we're talking about, like Photic never really got an opportunity to be the big damage dealer that V5 have come to expect from him.
And man, it just feels really bad because you could see V5's approach, right? The strategy was plain and simple. They were going to find picks with rookie. Photic is there for that insurance policy, as you said, but Doonby just finding an upper hand in terms of momentum from the mid lane. Light, incredibly strong, but Lumao right behind him, right? He hit so many perfectly timed wild growths, as well as Tarzan with the Cyclones. Like, we thought that V5 had the field potential there, but in all actuality, LNG just had the execution.
And this is why, look, I think Light had a highlight performance, but it's got to be like looking at Doonby, looking at Lumao, looking at these players as the actual difference makers here. Light basically got to do what he wanted because he stood on the shoulders of Doonby, Lumao, even Tarzan as well. Like, the Cyclones for this man were absolutely spectacular. So really, really good stuff here. I will say, though, I think when we kind of come back into the draft, I think the fact that you end up like giving over both Zeri and Wukong, a pretty fatal mistake here for V5. I think what they probably could have done was just gone with like Wukong and the Yuumi on their first rotation, like left Sivir till that third pick, because it just felt like giving over that much control to V5, then Doonby still getting his hands on his Nocturne. There was just so much comfort here for why am I like LNG? Sorry, I had like I had like BLG in my head.
I was just about to say, for BLG, the adaptation was ban the Nocturne. Do you think we see that this time around for V5?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. Like, they didn't look comfortable. They didn't look like they had a response. And it's not like it's something that they weren't really expecting, you know? We saw it against BLG. We saw it banned away by Weibo at times as well. So I think you got to give the respect to the Nocturne here, especially when you can see they had no way to even get through it, especially when you've got a Randuin's build and you're getting the 3 mountain dragons picked up for them as well. The Nocturne was not dying anytime soon.
It was not. And the Guardian Angel at the end of the day, just to
Yeah.
put the cherry on top. But that is it for game number 1. LNG come out convincingly in this best of 5. Remember, this series is determining who gets that double elim, and V5, they need to come back into it. We'll be right back after a short little break. Don't miss it.
Who you ask? Every player has one shared desire: to lift trophies. And playoffs is your chance to make that dream into a reality.
I think top esports looks so unbelievably strong. It's hard to just kind of go against them. I don't think teams are going to be ready for top esports. I don't think they're going to be ready for the pace at which they play the game. Like, I honestly think this could be the summer of top esports.
If the meta hits that style, they can win like MSI, right? If the meta's a little bit off from that style, they can still make that style work.
I actually feel like JDG are the team out of these 3 that are the most versatile in terms of who can carry. Is V5 doomed? Like, this should have been a team that we 100% saw at Worlds. And now, I mean, I see a lot of people not even putting them in their top 4.
The LPL are kings again.
Try and get a range of that play, but in with the grab to the Burnham, in fact, on the Moonlight Vigil. Ucal on Tagala, wants a solo kill for himself, but Garland just turns it around, and Ucal has to flee. And now RNG, once again at a disadvantage, once again find the play. V5, they have just domineered. And they get a full ignite.
Oh my
That's
god!
But your fate has been sealed, Shing, and you have nowhere to go. Flandre's just too damn big.
Playoffs is where your year culminates. You may have dominated the regular season. You may have us thinking you're the best in the region. But if you don't show up in playoffs, will anyone really remember? So whether you're looking to reclaim former glory or prove yourself on the biggest stage, show up and be remembered.
They already forced a flash out. They've already got first blood. Weibo.
Man, I'm so mind blown by Ygaldi's split. Like,
I was going to say.
He's not even just being like a good role player or like good for him. He is actually carrying game.
They just dive. Ansem is gone. See you later, LGTers. Top Esports happy to tank this tower up. Jaculov just free firing, untouched the entire play as he finishes them all off.
Jackie Love with an insane performance on the Sipper. This is why we highlighted this guy coming into the day.
Please, 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 baby, make me see. Please, 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 baby, set me free.
下一场我们要跟 V5 交手了，然后我们其实春季赛跟下一赛全都是输给 V5 了嘛。然后我觉得我们输给 V5 的输在就是个人实力吧。那个时候其实我们团队方面也有可能打团，可能就是比如说下一赛的话，我们是一开始有优势的，然后有来有回都是，然后这团战可能输。但是其实除了那一场比赛，其他都是输给个人实力。然后包括自己也是自己对线上可能没有处理好。但是我觉得现在我们这个状态面对 V5 的话，其实我觉得是有机会的，因为我们最近每个选手状态都特别好。V5 的中单选手是 Rookie 嘛，然后我们都是老对手啊。Rookie 选手其实在 LPL 打了很多年，我也在这里打了很多年，也有赢过，也有输过。我觉得其实只能说想跟他说的是轻一点吧，因为他们最近状态太好了。然后 Rookie 选手可能算是这个赛季可能个人实力对线可能算是 LPL 前3嘛，所以我觉得轻点。
Oh, that smile is infectious. And dude, don't smash me too hard. Well, Rookie's going to be saying that after game number 1 now because LNG came out smashing 1-0 up in our best of 5 against V5 themselves. And I'm Mazel, joined by Dagda. We're here for game number 2. First of all, we got to give out the MVP. And again, the generation of Light, the spotlight is all on to Light himself at the bottom lane for LNG.
Yeah, Light. Absolutely massive carry pants performance. I mean, look, we kind of talk about it a lot here in the LPL. We've gotten better at it, but bigger number, better person. And damage percent, 43% there for him is absolutely obscene. This guy was all over these team fights, and I think it was made especially easy because, as we talked about, like Lumao, spectacular game on the Lulu. Doomby always finding access towards Photic on the backline. It always felt like V5 were backpedaling, and it made it so much easier for Light then to find this great positioning, to find these opportunities for to set himself up for damage. And even, as you can see here, like catching members of V5 out on the back of this play where Ala baits out V5.
Yeah, it's not only Light being in the backseat and, you know, having the gun ready to go for the rest of LNG as they move forward, and we were highlighting Doonby and Lumao so much, but it's also they were finding aggressive plays of their own. But it's when you get to those team fights, when you're seeing this guy just put consistent damage. He was so far ahead of everybody else in the game, and it felt like it.
Yeah, I mean, once you got these early kills going his way, he was pretty much in a great spot. Again, I think it was just, like, you can see it in these fights, right? Like, what's he actually under threat for? Yeah. There is never a point in time where you ever go, oh, you have to, like, move away or dodge this thing. It's just like, no. Like, the team has set him up brilliantly. Doomby, as we said, being always diving the back line, causing V5 to backpedal. Lumao being there with the shields and the attack speed and the movement speed buffs. And also, as well, just when you look towards the front line as well, and Ala, like that Kennen, always being omnipresent with that Maelstrom as well. It just made Light's job so easy to achieve.
Those Ultra Shock lasers, man, that hurts my soul. It's like tankiest members are getting half health from one ability. But in all actuality, now we're looking at the comeback for V5. They will be on red side yet again, and I think it's an adaptation in draft. It's an adaptation in execution because we saw the mobility early on, but it came to some flubs as we went on into the game, Dagda.
And I think that's where we're going to have to look at V5 and say, hey, look, how do you try and right the wrongs here? How do you try and set yourself up for success? And I think banning Nocturne probably going to be a high priority here. I think it has to be given the respect that it deserves here, because we've seen it against BLG. We've seen it now against V5. Teams are not comfortable playing against this Nocturne once more. And when he drastically changes the landscape of a team fight, if you are not ready for that, well, then you just need to get it off the board. And then you can go back to, okay, now we can try and look for the picks that were nearly working out for V5, but they just couldn't achieve them because of those paranoias.
Yeah, I think it's always try to set yourself best up for success, but as well as, you know, looking at the Zeri, do we see them try to either ban that away or play some mind games to get it themselves? Because obviously we've seen Zeri be such high priority when it's let through, but and we see why, right? Like Zeri smashes games when you get rolling, and I think it's so important to focus on it, as well as how we put that insurance card now on both sides of the bottom lane.
Yeah, I do think we saw major mistakes in the draft phase from V5 in the last one. We already talked about them being on the red side. Picking the Sivir and the Yuumi, giving both the Wukong and the Zeri over, I think was a big mistake. And this is where I'm don't do it again.
Salty,
like, I would
run
prefer
back.
seeing, like, yeah, I'd love to see, like, Wukong, Yuumi should have been the pickup here in the last one. I think they've made the same mistake twice, because now you get the Zeri and also the Wukong. You get the Lulu here in the bot side. So again, we saw Light and Lumao having a ton of opportunity in this bot side to take over and like having pressure in the bot lane, and Well, now we got to
Run
see if
it
we get
back.
the Nocturne ban.
Run
Looks like
it
V5 thinking, hey, look, the problem might have just been this mid lane pick for Doomby.
Yeah, I do wonder what that focus is going to be. I'm just, honestly, I'm here for the salty run back. All right, Dak, I know I'm saying it a bunch. I'm here for it, man. V5 don't want to feel the sting of that game, number one. They want to show that they have the execution. We do get the Vi band from LNG, get a Silas, and the Nocturne band there from V5.
All right, well, V5 thinking, look, this was the only problem. I'm not so sure, but we'll have to wait and see. Malphite going to be rebounding away again against LNG. There's the Shenlong Bao going back towards the Xin Zhao. Now the question mark is, what does Doom be playing mid lane? He has been very fond of the Akali, but you don't really want to play Akali against something like the Lissandra. So maybe we end up seeing him go back towards... honestly, well, maybe something like the Yone could be the option here if they are going to go for the AP top laner. But it could always look towards something. Sorry, I'm just flicking through.
I would.
Did you
Yes.
just go for?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it is the Yone. Yeah. Okay, so this is again going to be Doomby seeing if he can have as big of an impact as we saw for him against Weibo Gaming, where he was able to pick up the very early 4 kills and completely take over the game.
V5 are literally just saying, run it back, but without the paranoia. Let's see what you got.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm here for it, V5. I don't know if you go 2-0 down to the series because of this, but I am here for the execution bar they're setting for themselves. I think that's the biggest highlight here, is they do have confidence in what they brought out in game number 1, but it just came down to some of those mistakes.
I will say, this is V5 saying, look, no, we're as you say, confident in the way that we can play this. The backlash that is going to come through if you end up running the same composition 2 times in a row and get the exact same result is not going to be pretty. But I do agree where we could almost see those picks working out for them in the mid game. But, Doomby being that little bit too tanky, having that flash available, being able to reset fights was causing the major issues. So now we'll have to see if with Yone, he's still having a bit of slipperiness to him, but nowhere near the same extent as the Nocturne, if they can try and make these plays stick now.
And I'm just wondering the setup for both of them, right? We saw kind of a calm early game until that level 6 mark when we saw, V5 were the ones with objective control until LNG decided to be a part of those fights. And now on the Yone, I feel like I want to dissect a little bit more about how Doomby approaches this in that different way against Rookie, who was on the Lissandra and is so confident in that pick.
I think the big thing is you're losing the safety net of Nocturne. We could see in the early stages V5 considering, especially when they got that first Rift Herald, roaming down to bot side, looking for a dive with the Rift Herald play, and then they're like, no, Doomby's on the way down, he has the ultimate, we can't really go for this. Now that you don't have access to that, you have to be so much more aware as LNG as to where V5 are putting presence in the early stages. So I definitely think you're going to have your work cut out for you here now as Doomby to try and match these roams significantly more from Rookie and try and be there even a half step quicker, just to make sure you can actually get there in time.
Who will have the quicker pace as we get onto the rip for game number 2? LNG are trying to get to match point at this point. And V5, they got to come back into this series. It's going to be a tight one again. All focusing on the mid lane, the jungle duos for these two teams and where the early resources are going to be given to. We saw early on for LNG, they were picking scrappy fights in game number 1, and it came out to their benefit, at least to some extent, but it was really the late game decision making that made them win it, and obviously keeping an eye on that one going into this second game.
Yeah, and I think for LNG as well, just keeping their eyes on that double limb, the highest performance that they have managed to hit, both as LNG and as Snake, their old team, was 4th place. And they're going to want to do it again. It's nice. I thought that this was going to be, some love taps back and forth, but we've already got Summoner spells burned.
Yes, we do. It's a little bit of spice for the bottom lane, but LNG just trying to make sure they have control of that bottom lane this time around. That clearing for Foda going to be there, though. And especially with what we saw last time around, a bit more of a spotlight of this bottom lane in those early trades. But Fodic, he's going for the aggression. The cleanse was used. The heal was used. Now a little bit of damage back because they have the kite potential. And Lumao, he's looking for some damage. His overriding flashes, and that'll be quickly returned. All the summoner spells on bottom lane.
Yeah, I was kind of looking going, okay, you've still got the exhaust for PP God. That's what they're trying to use, is the fact they have the advantage in summoner spells, but they don't actually try to blow the exhaust. So end up having to burn their own flash. So now Light, the only person left with flash in that bot side. And You can definitely feel the heartbeat of these jugglers start to pick up when they see
Yeah.
these juicy opportunities on the bottom side.
I will say, Rookie again for the second game in a row will spot out the early pathing from Tarzan, but it looks like he was
But-
able to snoop back around the other
That's it.
side.
And that's what's so important here. So you think you're safe here because you've spotted Tarzan moving off into this top side, but he has managed to sneak around. And I'm curious if Lightning Loom out. Yeah, they will actually complete the back. But, I mean, Photic, if he tries to stick around and fully clear out this wave, could end up running the fell of Tarzan. But looks like Tarzan is just going to reset as well. So more there to try and make sure that Shelong Bao wasn't going to make any sort of play to the bottom side.
I don't think going to come over too soon as well, because we're seeing that, lengthy pathing from both junglers early on in this one, in both games specifically, but especially now looking at Tarzan coming back towards this top side of the map, I'm always looking at the first movements from Rookie and Doonby in the mid lane, but looks like Xiaolong Bao wants to go give a nice little visit to Ala up here as Rich getting some damage down preemptively. The wind becomes lightning flash out of, but the 3-talon strike isn't going to be enough. Oh, he flashes for it and he gets first blood for V5.
Yeah, they will spot out Tarzan on the top side, but there's nothing that he can do against Rich and Xiaolong Bao. Nice gank from Xiaolong Bao to punish Allah on the overextension. Rich should be able to get this wave crashed in fairly handily as well, but Tarzan will spot out Xiaolong Bao. I don't know if he can really make anything happen here, though. Like, you still have Rookie with control over mid.
He's just going for the aggression. He's trying to keep Xiaolong Bao out of his own jungle here, which, returns with a nice little bit of aggression himself. But he had Ala come back in. Ala has backed off now. But Tarzan still keeping up with the aggression. Does get the knockup from Rich, though. A little bit of damage traded back and forth up here on the top side. Tarzan spending a lot of time, though, as well as XLB.
I mean, Xiaolong Bao is fine, right? He actually just wants to clear out this camp and then maybe look for his Raptors, but it's actually Tarzan who spent a lot of time up here. Hasn't finished his full clear. Like, he's only sitting at the 16 CS plus the one extra that he stole away from Xiaolong Bao on this top side. So he still needs to clear out a good amount of his camps. Even the blue buff still left standing. So it gives a little bit more time to Xiaolong Bao now to get access to the map, especially as he starts to move back down towards this bot side. He'll probably go for a scuttle into Gromp, and maybe then we can see him look for Lumao on that bot side before that flash comes back up.
And something else I obviously want to focus on as we're getting first dragon on the map. We saw V5 put a pretty big emphasis on the early objective at least, but then LNG were there to contest them. So I wonder what kind of difference we get out of V5 this time around if they still try to go for that early focus, especially with the way their lanes are set up.
But at the moment, the focus is on Raptors and trying to see if you can actually have PP God help out Xiaolong Bao here. Lumao moving across as well. We'll spot out that they've been taken. So curious to see. I think the Dragon definitely still a possibility of a focus here for V5, especially as we talk about like Rookie having good amount of push in the mid lane. Xiaolong Bao having Photix push in bot side as well can work out well. But I think it'll be a little bit of time before they fully try and commit to that.
Yeah, we do see the back was caught out by LNG. Does get the TP out from Rookie. Sure to join him very quickly with that TP back to mid lane. And we did see a lot of presence right around the setup, the vision control around that objective, just to see which side is more willing to commit to that. But right back to good graces, right? We're getting right back to the farming aspect here and not going to have that big moment shake up that we got last time around right when we hit that level 6 mark, it felt like.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe we still get that because Rookie has hit 6 and immediately Xiaolong Bao's like, ooh, that's shiny. Let me go here.
He is going to go back, and now it's all set up. The Fate Sealed comes out, but there's the Frozen Tomb on the back of it. Wind becomes lightning there in the end, but it'll be a nice get out from Doonby. Summoner spells burn, though.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate on the timing there from Rookie from that ultimate. He ends up throwing down the Frozen Tomb as the Unsealed Fate is coming through from Doonby. So basically the entire time Doonby is, self-CC'd in that ultimate. Actually, hang on, light.
He's looking for some proactivity, though. Okay.
But the entire time that you're kind of self-CC'd as your animation for the Unsealed Fate is the exact same length as the Frozen Tomb. So Doonby actually kind of just tanks, essentially, the CC the Frozen Tomb offers, and you never actually get the damage from Xiaolong Bao. So a bit unfortunate there on the timing, and it means that Doonby will just about manage to escape it.
I just love that after that, Rookie was quick to try to make something else happen, right? And I think that's something that we need to see from Rookie in the mid lane for V5, but as well as out of the mid lane, because I think if they're going to find a hand in this series, he has to find an upper hand over Doonby.
Yeah, and right now hasn't been able to do so, right? We've seen it both in game 1 where Rookie tried to make some plays happen, but the Nocturne was able to follow, and now even in game 2 as well, Doomby staying safe despite this presence from Xiaolongbao, not able to get the roams that we were hoping to see from Rookie. And it feels like now with the ultimate burnt, we'll need at least another little bit of time before they can try and make something happen on the bot side, but looks like as it will be up in just about 15 seconds. Dragon will be started by Xiaolongbao, thinking, hey, look, Rookie still has presence in mid. We can still get this objective for ourselves.
Yeah, they've had a lot of strength, it feels, in the laning of mid and bottom lane. So it has opened up these early objectives. At least I have maybe 3 minutes left. Then the spot is not super early, but at least V5 will be looking for some proactivity there and getting something stacking. But with Rift Herald coming up across the other side, right, and with a bit of aggression onto Rich from Tarzan, I wonder if V5 are willing to kind of transition up towards that top side of the map and maybe contest Rift Herald.
Yeah, I think they'll probably just be happy with the Dragon for the moment. And they do a push on bot side, so maybe they decide against it, but I think it'd be a little bit risky, especially as Tarzan is already started up. Level 6 is hit for Xiaolongbao, and Tarzan doesn't have that though. With Rookie maybe spotting this out, that could actually be the decision maker here for V5 to try and take this fight.
And look at this, Light is way behind the bottom lane of V5 as well, so they will have man advantage, and LNG realized that. Tarzan has to get out of there because of the contest, and actually good play might come out here from V5. They try to catch Allah, don't do it, they turn right back onto the Rift Herald.
So much better early focus here from V5. They get the Dragon. Rich also doesn't get caught like we saw in game 1. And now you've got V5 who have the upper hand with this Rift Herald. So this is certainly what they were trying to achieve in this last game, but just couldn't quite get it to work. And when you already see Photic and PP God moving back up towards this top side, I imagine Xiaolongbao is immediately going to run up here, see if he can get the Rift Herald down as well to get that gold into Photic and PP God's hands. But as I say that, just looking at the mana on Photic, he's not going to have the best of wave push here.
He won't, but gotta see if he can at least make a little bit of damage onto that topside tower. Try to get some of those plates down for himself, as we did see that transition come through for V5 in terms of how they want to play. They're actually bringing for LNG. Lumal was hovering up towards the top side. Now Doomby might be in some trouble here. Uses the Faith Seal there again, but now the damage might just be able to be stuck. And there's the flash. There's the kill. V5 2-0 up.
Xiaolongbao again, 100% kill participation in the early stages. Tarzan
Early
though.
flash from Rookie. Xiaolongbao, he might go down in respite, and Tarzan answers and avenges his mid laner.
Good response from Tarzan. With Xiaolongbao's flash being down, knew that he wouldn't be able to escape away. And I mean, just the base damage that this ultimate has as a level 6 is absolutely insane on the Cyclone. You can see it there. Xiaolongbao just does not stand a chance.
Yeah, the armor shred helps a lot as well, even in these early moments, right? Photic is still back on the top side, so we'll see that consistent shakeup here in terms of laning, and at least V5 trying to find an advantage against Allah. But I think you're starting to see that strength that, as you had said earlier, V5 wanted with this composition. Allah is in trouble up here, has to pop the slicing maelstrom, does get the stun, the flash comes out, final chapter lands again, and V5, they go up another kill, this time to PP God.
Really nice call from PP God to hold on to the final chapter until they saw the flash from Allah. And V5 now, they will get the kill, but importantly now, they will also get some chip damage onto this top side. Rookie and Xiaolongbao are also moving up to this top side because Doomby's missing from mid, and they might be a bit worried about some weird business happening here with Tarzan and Doomby.
I wonder where the Rift Herald play is going to come out from Xiaolongbao. He is hovering his top side. Could break that tower if they want to put some more focus, as they are bringing Rookie up here for some of that aggression.
TP from Allah into the mid lane. Oh, the reset right at the wrong time for Tarzan. So Xiaolongbao will be able to steal away this blue buff, but they have to be careful. Like Allah, as you can see, is able to clear out the mid lane wave and could move across, but not going to be able to do so. I'm surprised we're cutting into the replay here because that feels quite tense, but again, you're kind of seeing, like, look, Rookie uses the Frozen Tomb as the Fate's Unsealed Fate comes through. So it means that when Xiaolongbao here flashes forward, just about able to get the kill there on towards the Yone. And Tarzan, knowing that Xiaolongbao has no flash, there is just so much damage from this Cyclone at the level 6 mark that you just can't stand up to it.
Yeah, there's still way. And V5 now right back where we were just a little bit ago, as LNG have brought a decent response in their own right. No Rift Hero play just yet, has about a quarter left on that cooldown, but they are fine, feasting on Tarzan's jungle here. They will eventually move out, but at this point, right, the empowered back can come through the quick reset from V5, and I wonder if this is maybe a moment for LNG to try to catch out Photic.
Yeah, do you still have the spell shield? Do you still have the flash? I think Photic just really wanted to try and get that plate. I think it's still sitting there if I'm looking at it correctly. Yeah, so still that plate is there if they can try and get that one, but just a bit unfortunate that they weren't quite able to get a bit more gold onto Photic, especially when you look at the gold.
Yeah.
Sorry, the items that he's picked up there. That would have been the completed Kraken Slayer for him, which would have been so nice to have, especially with 20 seconds until Dragon. But V5 kind of going, look, it's not really worth it. The Kraken Slayer would be nice, but actually having Photic at this Dragon as a spawns is going to be so much more important.
Oh, it is so incredibly important. We actually got to see the trade in bottom lane. A bit of back and forth there. The Ornhorn not going to be available for the Dragon fight if they do want to force it on that one. But in all actuality, LNG trying to set up themselves around here. They want to try to contest, but the Rift Herald has been spawned up in bottom lane for V5. Here comes LNG, though. They're pouncing a little bit onto XLB. I don't know if they have the damage to necessarily follow up. That final chapter is huge, and now they're going back in. Tarzan goes down first. Xiaolong Bao very close to death, but will not. The thumbs up for Photic. Huge in terms of confidence for V5, and they got the charge off.
Yeah, massive play for V5, and I was about to say a dangerous one for V5. Like, Rich not having his Call of the Forge God was going to be a disaster leading into that fight, but Tarzan overextends. The exhaust off of, or onto LNG as well, made it so difficult for them to be able to follow up properly in that fight. So excellent job from V5 to actually keep themselves safe.
It's actually incredible the way they were able to navigate that one, and also the confidence for Xiaolong Bao to go back in there to make sure they can get that kill back. It's really good stuff, and I think obviously you see the setup here from LNG.
Yeah, I mean, very close to going down Xiaolong Bao, but able to keep himself safe with the Crescent card. And then that final chapter just coming across here. Well, sorry, I thought I saw exhaust going down, but actually wasn't. It was just Photic being able to set up with the final chapter for PP God that kept Light in check. So really nicely done by V5 on that play. And again now, Dragon is up and available. This time around, Rich has that ultimate up as well. Has TP available to try and get down to this fight. And don't forget as well, with the amount of unsealed spellbooks that are available between the solo laners, there's going to be a lot of exhausts and that you're going to have to keep an eye out for here as LNG.
Absolutely. It's going to be fun to kind of keep an eye out in specific. But I also want to check back into what we saw from LNG game number 1, right? It was that proactivity from the level 6 mark. The paranoias were coming in so clutch. They were able to turn around the objective stacking for V5, where this time, doing it on the Yone feels a little bit different, right? You're trying to get that scaling aspect going, and we're not seeing that necessarily proactive play moving out of the mid lane.
And that is the downside of this Yone. And ideally what you'd want to try and do as LNG is like lean into strong topside skirmishes, which is exactly what we saw against Weibo, right? Where they were able to lean in towards first Rift Herald. Doomby gets a bunch of early kills and he looks great. But the problem that you're having right now is that because Rookie's had such good control over the mid lane, because you've got a lot of push coming through from Photic and PP God on that bottom side, they've been able to set themselves up successfully with these early dragons, and now with the next Rift Herald spawn, it feels a bit dangerous for LNG to try and take that fight. You've already got the Zeal completed for Photic, you've got Leandri's Anguish there for Rookie. They want to try and make a pick happen onto Rookie before this starts.
They might be able to do just that. They have V5 RTPing in, and he's buying a ton of time, kind of like Doomby did in game number 1. He'll burn the cleanse there from the spellbook as well. So LNG tried, got some cooldowns out, but not much. Oh, Tarzan's going for the flank here. He might be a little bit scary as he maybe try to catch Photic on the other side, but LNG just trying to play all avenues here.
Yeah, the thing is though, Rookie can TP back into this. Not having that ultimate is a bit sad, but still has that stopwatch available, can still get in with the Ring of Frost and be that engage tool, which is why V5 considering going for the fight here.
Setting up in terms of objective, vision clearing here, but the Shelly's already gone, so LNG get that one. They get their first objective of game number 2, but now they got to get out, and Rookie is right on the edge here. Nice denial, but it's still the Ornhorn that comes out from Rich. The Cyclone was utilized by Tarzan as well. They just want to try to get back to this mid lane, maybe try to catch out Rookie. They don't do so. Mid lane falls to Photic. He's starting to get pretty fed on this Sivert.
Yeah, V5 didn't actually want the fight. They were like, hey, we're going to play this slow. We've got push in mid. As long as we can deny access, we're going to be in a good spot. to get the mid lane turret. V5, seeing if maybe they could catch out Ala in transition to the bot side, but that's another outer turret down. That top lane turret so incredibly low as well, off of both pushes from Rich and Photic. And it looks like, again, V5, we were kind of questioning the salty run back, but it's smooth sailing for V5 right now.
The smooth run back, no longer salty. But it's actually incredible to see the difference, right? And that's something that we know V5 for, right? The mechanical skill, the execution.
I wanted to make a joke about them adding vinegar because this is crisp, and then I realized you'd call them chips.
You know what? I would adapt, just like V5 to this one. I guess not that much adaptation, but you know what? I would be there for you, Dagda. I'm calling them chips from now on. Wait, no.
No, that's the problem.
It's the other way.
The problem
No,
is
oh no! Oh no! We've been exposed. Dagdar synergy. Oh no. We do have second item completions, though, at least for Photic. A lot of strength in that aspect. He's coming back out on the map at LNG. They're trying to set something up for his top side with Tarzan Doinby. Little do they know, they are getting collapsed on by a lot of V5 members here. Need to be a little careful, as it is a speed up here used by V5. And they have the nice final chapter layered across. They're TPing in from LNG, but it's too little too late. Now Ala wants to find the big slicing Maelstrom, but he needs to immediately back out of there. And just rough decision-making from LNG.
And this is exactly how V5 play their mid games. This is what we're talking about with the picks that they tend to find before any of these like big objectives, right? V5 want to go for the objective, which is this top lane turret. Great, sneak Xiaolong bound to this top side with PP God, catch LNG with their pants down, and now not only are they extending their gold lead, but they're getting more control on the map as well, taking over the jungle of LNG, and this is looking so much better from V5. This is the V5 that we saw beat top esports in that 2-0 at the end of the split.
Yeah, this was not the V5 that we saw come out in game number 1. They knew, or at least the Nocturne might just be the biggest difference here, and we get to look back at that play and LNG just kind of getting caught.
Yeah, I mean, just really good call here from V5. And the thing is, they know that there's probably going to be a Tarzan here, so they bring the kitty cat along to make sure that the Monkey King is no longer the king of the jungle. And now you got to look over down towards this bottom side, because Dragon in 15 seconds, everything available on V5 side apart from the Ignite, and a similar story on LNG side except for that TP for Ala. And that's why V5 again, see what we mean, looking for the picks on bot side.
They have no tower to defend themselves here. Tarzan just trying to get out the clone. He goes right back in with the Cyclone. The lightning crashes from Light, but Tarzan immediately goes down. They're buying so much time. The slicing Maelstrom back, and the fate sealed. Is it enough? Doinby has to go right back in V5. They're layering this fight so beautifully. The Clint has to come out from Light as well. They get a couple members, and they turn right back to the Dragon Pit.
The jungler for V5 is still standing, so they will get to move over for a third dragon to their name. Yes, LNG got to turn some of those kills back around, but V5 are still getting these objectives, and now it is disaster for LNG. They're staring down the barrel of a soul point for V5, and as well the fact that it's going to be the Hextech Dragon means that they're going to get, you know, the increased attack speed, the increased ability haste, but having those slowing auto attacks for a short range composition is going to be so key. And just a really nice call here from V5. Remember what we talked about, like, again, they love to just overload one side of the map quickly, find the picks before the objective, like find these creative moments where they can actually pick you off before you enter river, and this is just a great example of it.
It really is. And again, PP God with the final chapters, it has been such a glow up. Where in game number 1, like, still on the Yumi, still some big final chapters, but in this one, it has been a huge difference maker in a lot of these fights. And I hate to hark back on a point of like the compositional difference from LNG just in the 1 point in terms of the Nocturne, but it does feel like when you don't have that crazy utility for the Paranoia, V5 are fine taking those front to backs that we were hyping up so much of in that last game.
And it's been nuts to see from Photic how he has kind of leaned from like the engage tools that we saw from him in spring, and even back when he was, you know, on V5 in the miracle run they had in summer 2020. Like, he's 100% win rate on Seraphine, 100% win rate on Nami, 100% win rate on Lulu. Like, even when you look at like other ones, like his most played this split is Renata with a 63% win rate over 11 games. Yumi, he's won 2/3 of the games that he's played on. Like, the supports that BP God has actually shown on are these enchanters, which is incredibly different when you look at the biggest criticisms he had was his over-aggression, mispositioning, getting caught out on picks like Lulu in the laning phase, and now he is so instrumental when he get towards these team fights on these picks like you.
That's the growth arc that we all love to see, especially from PP God. At this point, it is a difference maker in the series. It has been a difference maker for V5, and I think now with the confidence, the setup that V5 have, with the lead that they have, right, you're working on 3 items now for Photic on the Sivir, and I feel like we're gonna see the difference maker from Light in game number 1 on the Zeri, but now it is all on Photic for those late game fights to capitalize on the pickouts that V5 will be looking for.
Yes, Photic stands there and goes, how come I don't see you beside me when I walk on the beach and your footsteps are not beside me? And PP God whispers, because I'm playing Yumi. And it looks fantastic for them as V5 now will start to move forward. And actually, they are going to be able to take over so much of this map. You can see it here, like immediately running in to get the vision control down. V5 are looking again to keep these picks going, overloading one side of the map. And honestly, look, they could start Baron. They could look for some really strong objective fights at that if they wanted to. But it's more so about trying to spot out where LNG are. Specifically spot out where Tarzan is as well. Because it's basically a case of if we have the entire bot side littered with wards and we don't see Tarzan, well then he's on top side and Xiaolong Ben needs to be there to position around that.
Yeah, I think also for LNG, right, you're getting a lot of the hesitance to pull off these fights, right? You're not getting the big slicing maelstrom plays trying to come from Ala yet because that confidence has been broken a little bit in this game, right? 3 objectives, or 3 dragons at least for V5. They're on the cusp of the soul. That gives them so much more decision making. And Tarzan finally looks for a little bit of vision there, but immediately gets aggressed out. And that's the problem. They don't feel like they have the setup at all for LNG. So for moving forward, Dag, how do you see them at all, if any, coming back into this one?
I mean, it definitely feels like you need a monstrous team fight for this to try and work out. And it's going to be a case of like Ala getting a big flank, getting on towards Photic, picking him off, setting up for Doomby to come through with the Unsealed Face. This like wombo combo situation. It just becomes incredibly difficult to do so this time around because unlike in the last game, Doomby had very easy access to Photic. Whereas this time around, it's not quite as easy to get onto that because you do have to try and, like, you don't have that unlimited range, well, nearly unlimited range that the Nocturne offers you. Ala as well isn't in the best of situations. 0-3 has got his 2 items completed, but when you look at, like, Photic with 3 items, Rookie pushing his Shadow Flame as well, like, you just don't quite have the damage that you want to have this big upfront burst. And again, look at the exhaust. Rookie exhaust with the Unsealed Spell, but PP God with the exhaust right as this dragon spawns.
On the hunt coming out, and they feel like they've got him. That is Ala already down, no slicing Maelstrom there, and this is an easy pickoff right before the soul comes up for V5. Exactly what they've been looking for all game long. They might find even more. There's the Fate Seal, does get followed up on, and Photic is right here. Doing B, he's trying to be a super carry, but he gets super carried into the ground. LNG actually playing still pretty aggressively with Tarzan. I don't know if that's the aggression you know and love right now, as Light and Lumao do get him out of there. They've got to try to find a miracle still here for Tarzan.
And now V5 in a perfect spot to try and pick up this dragon. Tarzan is still here. It's going to be a miracle steal, but honestly, I think V5, you just look for the engage.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't need to look for the contest, the 50-50, because maybe they do anyway. As Tarzan goes in with a big cyclone, he's not going to stay alive very long. He is in the fight, though, and the dragon not focused for V5 at all. They know they just need to take the fight here. Oh, nice slicing Maelstrom from Ala, but he is immediately exhausted, and V5 claim the prize that they came for, unless Lumao can't get it.
Now, LNG were trying to say, hey, look, maybe we can buy time for Doomby to respawn, come in with the teleport, but it's just not going to be the case. So Ala will get one back, will get a sizable shutdown as well onto Photic. I think he got 1,000 gold there just off of that kill, so nicely done, at least to get some gold back in his pocket. But yeah, I mean, V5 again, we talk about them looking to find these picks. Ala just walks directly in towards Rookie. He thought he was safe because he'd seen Rich walk off, but not realizing that the Lysandra was still around. And then here, again, like Rich just playing keep away. Tarzan tries to get in onto Photic, tries to set up for this TP from Ala, but he's just not tanky enough to survive as long as he needs to. And it means that Light ends up falling to the rest of V5.
Yeah, there's not much to say. Ala, I like the attempted miracle play, but they have so many peel options. They have so far in the lead. It's very difficult to find a play like that, and it just feels like, LNG falling further and further behind. They're kind of at this point resigned to V5 holding control over the map and trying to find ways within that. But a tier 2 tower is quickly going to go down for V5. This Hextech Soul, huge damage implication, who's clearing implications as well. And at this point, V5, they're just trying to drive it home in that hit hard motto.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if V5 are actually going to immediately go towards this Baron. And my biggest worry for them is that if they can still get Allah into position, like you don't have flash, you don't have those exhausts that we were talking about. So I think V5 are more so trying to bait LNG into this area so they can maybe look to get more picks. But I'd be very surprised if V5 actually do start up any of these like Baron picks just as the exhaust isn't up.
Rookie is looking for picks. He's been setting up the frozen tombs consistently here. They'll put a control ward over the wall, just trying to make sure if they see anybody leaving the base, and try to find a complement of that. And yeah, Lubal and Light not able to clear that one just yet because they know what could be waiting for them. Allah, though, way out in left field here. He's just going to try to go under tower. I don't know how we got here, and maybe it's one of those memes, but Allah goes down quickly to V5.
Yeah, I think this one, kind of the writings on the wall here for LNG. With Allah now dead as well, they will turn over towards the Baron. And, I mean, this is the first time we've really seen LNG honestly slaughtered in playoffs thus far. And B5 looking pretty damn good as they go through this one. Tarzan trying to see if he can get into position. No flash to get over the wall. And Rich still chasing. Means that he's now just found himself on the wrong side of town.
I think V5 realized that, right? Actually, they're going to send Shallow Bow up here just in case with BP God. They'll eventually take down the Monkey King himself. They did get a tower in bottom lane for Doinby. So some bounties coming across the board for LNG, but it ain't going to do much to the gold purse that's sitting in the pocket of V5, and especially looking towards V5 finishing this one out, right? We're getting those 3-item spikes, the 4-item spikes coming across here, and it just feels like the next team fight, the next big objective, either the Elder Dragon coming up in almost 3 minutes or just fighting with this soul, is V5's ticket to win.
Well, maybe picking Doomby as well could be a pretty nice punch in that ticket.
There's not much he can do. He goes down immediately, and that's another big pickup for Photic, but another big pickup for V5, who have just been pounding this win home against LNG.
And we said that this was a confidence game for V5. Like, running back the same composition, saying, no, the only problem was the Nocturne. And this is night and day from what we saw in that last game. Especially, again, as these question marks keep being raised around V5. We saw what happened in spring. Having that slump midway through the season, again, we're seeing that when V5 have control of a game, when they're the ones dictating the pace of this game, they look absolutely incredible. And why so many people were posturing them as one of our top seeds going forward from the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, we said going into the first game of the series, if they show up, it's a scary difference. It's a nightmare potential for any team going against V5. But then we do see those lacking moments. But again, that confidence team, that is so important to me. I know I'm always a big proponent of emotion and momentum in LPL, especially when you're looking at players at a competitive level. But with a comeback win like this from that game one in the same composition, just mechanically executing better, having less mistakes, like that means that momentum is fully in the court of V5. And at this point, right, LNG are going to have to pick apart their compositions and find a way forward, because the Yone is something they've gone back to something that's different for them. But at this point, they've got to find something that can contest with V5.
And it's not looking so hot for them right now. Doobie!
Tarzan's on the flank here. They do get the Slicing Maelstrom in as well, but quickly put to bed our LNG, as this will be game 2 going holistically to V5. There is no hope left in this one. Doomby tries to get a little bit more damage in, but the Nexus Towers are the focus, and V5, the smooth run back comes to a close, and V5 go up in a game. They get a 1-1 tie on the series now in this best of 5 in a battle for double elimination.
A grin from Rookie as he goes down there at the end, but he knew that the job was already done. Brilliant stuff from V5 there, making sure that they were able to get themselves across the finish line. And now, I mean, do I give it to you, Mazel? What do we have on our hands?
Bring it. Well, all right, let's hold it. Let's see if we get a game 5. I'm not cursing the game 5 here. I need to see these two teams go 5 games. I have to. So let's hold off on it. But in all actuality, right, like this is the V5 that we were expecting coming into the series, to holistically control the game, not let the enemy team find really any avenues, set up picks before objectives, control those objectives, and they executed to a T.
And now you've got to go back to the drawing board, as you kind of alluded to in that game for LNG. Like, what are you now going to do? Because I don't think these melee mids are going to work out. Yeah. I think you've got to have something that can try and contest the push against Lissandra, because you can see, like, Rookie having control over mid, leaning into that bot side, getting dragons, getting Rift Heralds, getting this game firmly under the control of V5, and that's where V5 are at their most terrifying. So I think coming back into this, I think we'd be looking to see, hey, look, I know it's been banned away, but do we get things like the Talia for Doomby? Do we get more of these kind of control mages? Do we get Doomby, putting away the dark technologies for the moment and just trying to play more standard against Rookie?
I know there's still the hovering dark technology of the Pantheon. I don't know if we'll actually get to see that one, but I want to see the Akali. I want to see something that can really come out for Doomby and make a statement game against Rookie, kind of like what we saw in game number 1. But this was a statement game from V5. You see that control. There's a little blip on the top in the color of LNG, but in all actuality, it was a huge performance, a huge pickup performance from V5. And I got to put some loving on the shallow bow here on the Xin Zhao, right? Tarzan was not as proactive in the second game, and he took full advantage of that.
And that's one of the things we're highlighting coming in today, right? Like, it has been Shalong Bao stepping up, replacing Karsa in this jungle. 80.6% kill participation of 15 for the jungler. Like, that is an absurd figure. And it is, well, traditionally we see it a huge amount around him playing around Rookie, trying to get unlock Rookie. But as you can see here, like, helping out on this bot side, working towards the objectives, helping Rich in a lot of situations as well to get control of her side lane, so Ala isn't finding as much presence. And I think that was the big difference maker here. Like, when you look at Ala in the last game, getting help from Tarzan, finding the success there around these like early skirmishes around Rift Heralds. Alec gets super strong. He's taking over the game when it comes to his team fights with Doomby, diving the backline a significant amount, but we don't get that same level of cohesion when they aren't able to get off to a running start like they did in game 1.
Yeah, exactly that. We'll see if they can bring themselves back to bear here going into game number 3. We're going to take a short little break, and we'll be right back.
Such a good setup. Finally getting some gold, but do they care? I mean, IG might even 4v5. The all-in, Mole over the wall, and Chrono Trigger part 2. It's a time crisis for IG's AD carry. Genji now joins in. I'm just waiting for the brink of this fight, and he's still so cheeky with his bone skewers. But Xiao flashing forward, gets stunned up. The RNG mid laner with a massive whoopsie as he's now in the middle, but it could be a bait with the shock down from Gala. Breeze joins in. It was a bait, but X marking the spot as an invigorous shadow comes through. And Yeji as well. Look at this Pike support. Reset, reset, reset. Another onto Ming. Reset. Jin Zhao onto Gala. Reset, no! The Immortal Shield Bow comes in clutch. And Gala again. Stop giving this man Ferry. It's too shocking.
Here in the sniper of what you're looking to do, but with the amount of vision control they had on that side of the map, is Allah needs to be careful.
He needs to be very careful. I think he might be going down if he's not, but he can turn this one around. He's got to tough it out, so he's regenning back. He's looking to do it, and there's the solo kill.
Kevich to be able to bring it home. SOFM looking to bring another challenge.
He doesn't want to go too crazy into this one, though. He does know that Allah could maybe try and turn this one around. Look at the attack speed. He's got the tower with him as well. He gets the knock-up, but the shield is good. And now he's going to try and go into the tower. No way! No way! Welcome back, Allah!
Hicks. And it's on Doggo again. As much as he survives, and it's someone else who goes,
Oh my god. Bin just goes in 1v5 and it comes way to follow it up. Bin is an absolute monster. He's unstoppable. And now turning it into more as well. Doggo here to sweep up some kills. But Bin take a bow. He dominates WE.
There, Tian goes straight for Betty. Betty has nothing to say at this point, but Tian might have overextended.
Oh,
Shadow
Hunter
Surge gets Jackie Love. Hunter shuts him down. Shadow Surge reset, but the rest of his team is getting picked up. He goes back in. He's trying to get the damage on the back line. This is actually working out for anyone's legend, but here comes Tick Tian. He's going ham with the World Ender, but he gets caught under tower. He takes down Betty. It's a quick fight back and forth. AL Knight shows true in the end, and Knight will take them down.
Someone's gonna take control of this day. Someone's gonna make the change. Someone's gonna raise their voice and say, there's gotta be a better way. Gotta find love if you wanna be loved. Gotta find hope if you wanna be hopeful. Gotta find strength if you wanna be strong, stronger. We all come home. We all get through. We all get back to the ones we love. Everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. If I can, we all can. Everybody's talking in a riddle and a rhyme, a symbol and a rhythm and a sign of the times. If I can, we all can. Gotta find love in a world away. Gotta find peace with your neighbor today. Gotta find faith in someone, somewhere. We all come home. We all get through. We all get back to the ones we love. Everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. If I can, we all can. 'Cause everybody's talking in a riddle and a rhyme, a symbol and a rhythm and a sign of the times. If I can, we all can. If I can. If I can, we can. If I can, we can. We can. If I can, we all can. If I can, surely we can. If I can, we all can. Everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. We all can. We all can. 'Cause everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. We all can. We all can. Everybody's talking in a riddle and a rhyme, a symbol and a rhythm and a sign of the times. We all can. We all can. Everybody's talking about we can, I can, he can, she can, they can. If I can, we all can. Everybody's talking in abbreviation. This is the sound of the X generation. X generation.
I will follow you out of the dark. I will promise to protect you from harm. As winter turns to summer, as the days feel warmer, trust in me.
今年整个威武就是组成的这个过程也没有跟其他队一样那么顺利嘛，就大家都是就突然就一起就集合一下，然后一起打比赛， 然后因为大家有那种渴望嘛，可能大家也希望打出好成绩，然后也会觉得，今年是就什么最后的机会这样的感觉嘛。然后大家可能就是跟其他就平时比起来还是比较会努力嘛。我觉得大家都有那种热情，然后也渴望，就打的也特别多。然后希望我们今年夏季赛就不要跟春季赛一样，就那么可惜，就遗憾的输掉比赛。季后赛还是希望一直赢。我想跟我未来的对手们说，这一次的季后赛的威武肯定跟春季赛的不一样，所以希望大家小心一点。
Some of that stinging pain from memories had, but as well as the positivity, the enthusiasm, the chance for the last dance here, and especially looking at what we've seen for V5 coming back into the series. Love to see that enthusiasm, that positivity, that willingness to win for V5 and for Rookie in specific, but also that willingness to win for Xiaolong Bao, who had come in replacing Karsa and now also picks up an MVP in this series.
And well deserved as well. Like, this guy seemed to be everywhere on the map. 80% kill participation, but we saw him get that initial gank topside, ends up getting another plane towards the mid lane, gets himself 2 kills, and from there, himself and PP God, the inseparable duo, moving around the map, making sure they're able to pick off everyone on LNG, no matter where they moved.
And it was that movement. It was the fact that he just felt like he was everywhere, punishing a lot of LNG's early mistakes, and that was a big difference maker from game number 1, where Tarzan had a lot of the proactivity from his side of the jungle, but Xiaolong Bao making sure that he is still in the conversation against Tarzan not being put down in the jungle.
Now, this is where Xiaolong Bao has been able to kind of show what he's been capable of when V5 look good, when he's able to have access to these lanes. And again, I think it was just such a good job from V5 to set him up for success. It's not even just the case of like the ganks he was able to get, but also like really good understanding of, you know, where he needs to be positioned to make sure Tarzan couldn't find any success. Getting over towards these early objectives like the dragons and the rift heralds to start the snowball rolling in V5's favor. And now, as you start to come into this, LNG are going to have to find some way of answering this early aggression from V5.
Yeah, I mean, they have to get back into this one, to go up at least in the series itself again, because we saw, you know, a lot of the same pieces for both sides in all actuality in that second game, but V5 coming out in the better end of execution, and you have to question some of those pieces. We were saying at the end of the game of game 2, right? How does LNG even come back into this? Because they have been trying to flex their muscles a little bit, and obviously Yone not working out for them. The composition needs to change here going to the next one.
Yeah, and I think this is where we'll have to see, as you say, the adaptations coming through for Doomby, making sure that he's able to find success when it comes towards the early push power against Rookie, especially if Rookie's going to continuously go back towards the Lysandra.
Yeah.
I think trying to find things that can disrupt that are going to be great. I'm surprised, honestly, that the Talia isn't seeing as much of an uptick here. I think she can still be quite strong in these early stages, and when you're trying to find control mages to push effectively against that, I think that would be kind of your best point of contention here as you start to move in.
I mean, we can also look at some of the comfort that Doonby has fallen back on, right? Looking away from the melee mids, all we've got is the Corki at this point in the playoffs, right? But obviously knowing that there's a lot of picks left to come out, and especially looking where Doonby can go, because we've set up Rookie versus Doonby, the two legends being retold in the mid lane countless times, but I think also it has been so much up to the integration of the rest of the teams. We've put a huge emphasis on the mid-jungle duos, how the ADCs for both teams, Light and Photic, both of the Light variety, at least trying to be that insurance policy for these teams. And I'm looking so heavily at the draft going into Game 3. Do we see the Nocturne ban again? Do we see the Poppy ban again? Does Tarzan actually get the Poppy, where we've seen him just mentally gap other junglers in the LPL? And all those questions remain to be told. And if V5 just want to take that same comp again, maybe.
Yeah, I think for V5, they're going to continue banning out things like the Poppy. I imagine they'll still continue to go for like second ban phase Nocturne, which then poses a problem for LNG, right? Like, do you then up the priority of this Nocturne, so you are picking it, you know, first, second rotation? Well, then that becomes a bit of a different story then, right? Because now you're not getting maybe the Wukong, you're not getting the Zeri, maybe you don't get Lulu to pair with the Zeri in the bottom side. So it then becomes a little bit more questionable. about how you want to try and pound out your draft. And even just, you can start to get responses then from Rookie, right? Once he knows he's up against the Nocturne, he can start to kind of have a bit of a different game plan when he comes into this. So definitely going to be interesting to see how these drafts evolve over the course of this this series, because it definitely feels like both teams are... We saw game 1, V5 struggle massively with the Nocturne.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing game 2 that, you know, once that power is gone, LNG don't have anything to really fall back on. And I now need to see LNG bring out that the adaptability that we're talking about, the ability to change up their drafts coming into this. And if there is any man to have a champion ocean to kind of bring that to the forefront, it will be Doomby.
It absolutely will be. But also looking back at just the strategical top down from V5, right? Like, it has been very obvious that they're looking for picks before objectives, and they still highlight that extreme objective focus that we were bringing up about them in the early parts of the series, right? Earlier on, before the series even started. So I think it's, do they stick to that kind of pick-oriented composition where they can find something early, make it an unmanned fight against LNG, and take these objectives to snowball? Or do we see that adaptation from them like we've seen LNG adapt in every series thus far?
Yeah, I think the ease here is on V5 side, right? Like, they kind of already have the winning formula. Like, yes, the Zeri goes across and they're like, cool, now we get Sivir, we take the Yuumi, we've got push power on bot side, we're totally fine. We got great late game scaling from a bot side. We can just keep that ball rolling there. That's totally fine. It also gives them the power to, like, lean into early objectives, which has also been crucial.
Yeah.
Shenlong Bao also looking great on things like the Xin Zhao as a response to Wukong. So I think it's great to see V5 having a response to some of these big, terrifying meta picks. And now it just really does come back to, you know, the two guys we highlighted, Rookie versus Doomby. It feels like whoever able to get control over that mid lane is going to be able to dictate the pace a lot of this game.
And we're getting some of that control in the game taken away. LNG will be on the blue side again for the third time around. Actually, looks like we might have some technical difficulties there, but we did see some of those bans already coming across, and obviously the big one's already taken off the Poppy. I still hope we get a Poppy somewhere in this series, especially for Tarzan, but I know, especially what we've seen so far from Poppies, LPL doesn't want to get that one over. It is absolutely terrifying, and if you want an upswing in momentum, that'll definitely do it. So definitely looking at what the junglers are going to be picking up next time around, see if we get some of those proactive picks, or if we just fall back to tried and true like we have Wukong versus Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I think we'll probably stick to something similar. Like, even you could see it there, we're sticking to fairly similar drafts. Like, still V5 willing to go with, like, the Poppy and the Trundle ban, make sure that they're going to be all safe. And the Callista as well, they don't want going over into the hands of Photic, because he's been doing a phenomenal job whenever he does get his hands on that pick. Like, 75% win rate over the course of 8 games. Like, it has definitely been a strong pick for V5, but we're still, like, it feels like we haven't really scraped the bottom of the barrel for some of the picks that V5 have, right? Like, when you look at Photic, Senna, 100% win rate, like, still willing to bring that out. We still have, like, the Lucian that he is 100% win rate on, like a 13.7 KDA. We've even seen the Kog'Maw Lulu to, like, still wins, but I think a little bit more mixed success. So I think there's still a lot here, especially in that bottom side you can work with, where Photic has been one of the AD carries. I think he's like 3rd out of the most unique champions played in that AD carry role.
Yeah, it does look like we were having some pick ban issues, so we'll be getting that one going here. We'll remake all of it, but remaining in what we already had picked in the picks ban. So we'll keep an eye on what we get in this one, but going back into the focus, especially looking at, you know, the change up potentially coming into this game 3, where we don't have the change up besides, and I guess we don't get the change up at all.
Yep. Oh my god, it's a Wukong.
Let's go.
Saw this
Let's go.
Lysandra? Oh my god.
Oh, it's a miracle. Woo! All right, so this is where things change, right? This is where things maybe adapt a little bit, but we already get the Silas ban from V5 yet again.
Yeah, I mean, it has been the jungle. Like, this is the exact same. Like, you have the higher priority junglers that they're trying to lock out, like the Vi, because she does super well against Seri. You're going to get the Nocturne here for V5 as well. Like, we are just running this back, and I think now the question is, like, well, Xin Zhao at least banned means it'll open up a little bit, but now I'm curious to see exactly what...
Let's go! We got the Belveth!
So I was actually keeping my eyes on this, because this is something that Shenlong Bao has been practicing a lot in solo queue. And now, okay, we're completely mixing this up. So Bel'Veth comes through. We get the Akali that we're talking about for Doomby. I don't think it's the best of matchups into the Lysandra, because Lysandra can lock you up quite well, which is the exact opposite of what the Akali wants. But Ala going back towards the Gnar means that we'll potentially get rich here. I don't mind the response of the Kennen. I think Kennen can do very well into the Gnar with the range advantage that he has, the ability to kind of get away from Gnar, but looks like he's going to try and play this more defensive style, like keeping people off of things like the Bel'Veth and also the Sivir.
You know what really accentuates the objective control that we were talking about for V5? It's a Bel'Veth. And I think it's so funny to see the adaptation quickly into game 3 for V5, right? Like, Xiaolong Bao had a pretty big smile on his face when they locked that one in for himself, but it's the confidence from the guy, right? From Xiaolong Bao to come in here to pair up with Rookie and to have the say to go, let's go Bel'Veth, focus on me, let's get these objectives down, let's make sure we have the momentum into this one. And for LNG, right, we got to look at the execution at this point. We have Doinbe's Akali in the mid lane, a huge integral pick in the last series that they played, and he's going to have to pull out all the aces on this one. Ala also on his Gnar that we saw win them the game against BLG.
This is going to be a banger of a game. I'm so excited to see how all this is going to pan out. It feels like, at least for Xiaolong Bao, a lot of CC that kind of sets up for the Bel'Veth, which is going to be fantastic. Photic being able to fire across the back line. Like, it definitely feels like V5 once more have a lot of ways to deal with what LNG are bringing to the table. I mean, the ability to knock Tarzan out, Doomby locked up, Ala not quite able to get in position. There's going to be a lot of pressure on LNG here.
It's all the pressure in the world. Who will go up in this best of 5 first, at least in terms of V5 trying to make a comeback into the series? Again, winner here goes on to the double elim bracket of the LPL Summer Playoffs. They go on to face JDG, but all focus is on LNG versus V5. Doinbe versus Rookie. Tarzan versus Bel'Veth for Xiaolong Bao, and it's going to be a bloodbath.
This is going to be fantastic. This is where I want to see how LNG are going to respond. For V5, I think the onus on them is still going to be a case of like playing towards these early objectives, especially when you have a Bel'Veth who scales super well with the Rift Herald, like being able to have access to those extra little niggly guys that can deal a lot of damage.
The
to turrets.
Void Remora.
It's going to be fantastic. Yeah.
So I will just say, the first time I've actually live gotten to cast Bel'Veth. Obviously not a practice cast against Bel'Veth, but I specifically am so excited that Xiaolong Bao is the one that whips this one out first. We could get a little bit of level 1 shenaniganery here against Doinbe, but I think we'll spot them out going into their side of the jungle. So love that V5 is being a little bit proactive here, trying to put up their advantage early on, at least in Vision game, and suppress Tarzan to some extent. They're getting collapsed on here, though, and you definitely don't want to be put behind in this kind of situation. But LNG just forcing their hand, getting a lot of that vision cleared at least, and V5, they don't want to give up the level 1 here. They feel confident in it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, though, because there's a lot of poke. Doomby not quite able to get in here, so I think they will just back away here, yeah. There would have been a lot of damage that could have come across, so trying to be a bit of a pain, but not quite able to make it stick for the moment.
That's a little bit of a late start for both these junglers, but we'll see, obviously, coming into it later on. We get the 1v1 in the bottom lane. Light and Luba had the advantage last time around, but V5, they're looking to take the advantage. This time, the exhaust used early again. And it's going to be a bit of damage traded back in. Tarzan's coming for a level 2 gank down here. And immediately, Xiaolong Bao's like, okay, I'm coming down too. We're getting a 3v3, sub 3 minutes.
Yeah, but Photic is in trouble.
Oh, they find the angle there, but the flash comes out quickly from Photic.
Yeah, Light still has push here, and I'm not sure if Tarzan wants to completely leave his bot side alone, because you can see Xiaolong Bao started off on his wolves, now moving back in towards this bot side. He could try and make something happen on this bot lane if he wants to.
All right, Dagda, let's talk a little bit about the Bel'Veth here, because it could be a little bit of difference in style, at least for Xiaolong Bao, but specifically, it's so much more heavily focused around the Void Coral that comes from the Epic Monsters.
Yeah, I mean, being able to have the Void Remora come out when you're able to play specifically around the Rift Herald, that's what gives you so much extra power around your pushing power with the Rift Herald, because your true form lasts for significantly longer, 180 seconds, so 3 minutes on that, and every time a minion dies around you, you end up getting those Void Remora that help you push. So suddenly, those waves are that you can try and push in with the Rift Herald become so much more deadly. And I mean, you've seen like very easily these like 2 towers fall off of just a single Rift Herald push when a Belvet's in the game.
It's the snowball potential that you could dream of, right? But it's all about execution in that factor. And V5 coming off a high execution game in game number 2, feel confident to pick that one up. But in all actuality, now you have to look at what Tarzan does to upend this, to try to get under the Belveth and find advantage in his own right. So how do you do that against this oppressive, objective-focused jungler?
Well, in theory, you want to be able to have your lanes play towards you, but with Doomby again on this melee-style champion, it can be a little bit more difficult to do so. Shelong Bell, as you can see as well, also considering will actually just about manage to get it. But yeah, he can go pretty well against Tarzan in the early stages. You have to be careful.
You have to really be careful, and all it comes down to is really execution early on for Shalong Bao, right? Using the Void Surge, using the Royal Maelstrom there to get that extra resist, get the damage down, and Tarzan has to be very keen on when to go in, when to go out of the fights against Belveth, especially in those 1v1 skirmishes.
Yeah, and it is going to be a case of trying to like disrupt her when she goes into that Void Surge, making sure that you can knock her up, get her out of that form, because she deals so much damage in that. And the fact as well, especially as you pick up like the Blade of the Rune King, the amount of healing that comes out from that is just insane. So definitely going to be trying to make sure that you can get that. Shelong Bao has been playing the Blade of the Rune King some far ages build in solo queue, so I imagine you'll see a very similar style coming through here again. It definitely feels like the one that probably works best for her, especially in competitive, so we'll have to see now how this one pans out, because 5 minutes on the clock, Dragon is spawning, Rookie again having a lot of control over this mid lane, and Doomby won't be able to try and help out as effectively at these early objectives.
Now, I do want to talk about those early objectives a little bit more, because we were saying so heavily focused our V5 on objectives. They love to control the map. They love to get their advantage through that. We've seen that already in 2 games now, even in the first game that they lost. But in all actuality, right, the Void Coral doesn't come from the Dragons. It comes from the Void Monsters. So looking at the Rift Heralds, do you think we see an adaptation where V5 are willing to kind of give this one, at least in terms of early Dragons, up? Or do you think we continue to see that Dragon focus?
I think they just go for the Dragon a little bit earlier, right? Like, if you look at the last game, they got both first Dragon and first Rift Herald, right? So I think there's still an opportunity to look for those plays. The only problem that you're seeing now is that Doomby has hit level 6. He can play a little bit more aggressive in this mid lane, and that's where Rookie will, until he hits 6 himself, have to keep himself in check. So doesn't have that same level of push right now that he would like to, and that could actually give the window here for Tarzan to try and make some play happen on bot side, maybe even look in towards the mid lane and see if they can get a lane advantage.
But I love to see the aggression here as well.
Wait a sec.
Just try to keep up on a Tarzan every time he sees him. There's the Royal Maelstrom, the healing or the shielding at least coming from Lumao. It's enough to get him over the wall, and that's a nice play. Now Doonby's trying to go in for the execution on XLB, and he does get a first blood for LNG. The collapse, the team play coming out clutch, but now Doonby is exhausted. He got the Frozen Tomb on him as well. Ultra Shock Laser buys them time, and LNG, they strike first.
Big mistake from Shelong Bao, flashing in when you still had that shield there from Lumao, and ends up giving his life as a result. Now what could have been the first Dragon for V5 is actually an early kill going across to Doomby of all people as well on this Akali.
That is so integral, right? We didn't really get to see much of Doomby's success in game number 2, but in game 1, you better bet we did. So coming into this game 3, picking up the Akali, trying to have that carry pants performance himself is a big moment. But again, Shalong Bao just misplaying a little bit.
Yeah, I think just here could have probably got one more auto attack in before he went into that form, but you can see thought he'd be able to get the kill before they are able to get to the blast cone. And here I thought Rookie might actually just try and use the Frozen Tomb to keep Shelong Bao safe. Maybe they get enough damage then to finish off Doomby, but just not quite able to finish off the Akali, and she gets the kill. So a bit of a disaster from V5 there.
It is indeed, but we'll see if they can kind of pull back into it if they go for that objective focus, right? Because we have Rift Herald coming up on the board in 10 seconds. Again, the coral coming from Void Monsters does last longer, so you're definitely looking for that emphasis on the Void Coral, on that snowball potential for the Belveth. I think LNG have done a good job of moving Tarzan around the map, keeping mid lane pretty stable, but as well as emphasizing on power points. Maybe I just cursed Doinby though, as he does have PP God right next to him. He has the rest of Light and Lumao coming here though to try and support, and again, it's all in on this Rift Herald.
Yeah, Rookie doesn't have his ultimate though, and LNG will almost have all theirs available. Tarzan's still level 5 though, means you've got a bit of an advantage here for V5, but it looks like with too many members of LNG here, they will manage to get this first Rift Tower, keep it out of the hands of that Belveth, but V5 looks like they'll respond on the bottom side and immediately move over towards Dragon.
I love that Shaolin Bao is just trying to look for avenues out, right, getting as much as he can. It looks like they will focus on this. Okay, no. They're finally pinging on. They were actually pinging down to try and steal some more jungle camps here from Tarzan, which I think is in all actuality is really good. You get to such a high clearing speed for the Belveth. I'm very interested how they utilize that, but especially if they go for this early dragon stacking, as we're actually seeing Allah just manhandle Rich a little bit at the top lane on this Gnar.
Yeah, this is kind of unfortunate the way this matchup goes. You're more focused as Rich on those late game team fights, and that's kind of been the story of Rich, at least when V5 have looked their best, is Rich like playing Siswanis, playing the tanks, making sure that he's able to set up more for V5 in the later stages. Xiaolong Bao though will be spot on the dragon. Doomby does have one-shot potential, so Xiaolong Bao does need to be careful.
He does, and I mean, perfect execution is right there. He's going to use it across book Belveth. He does not secure the dragon. And Tarzan is just coming up aces here. The rest of LNG, they are hovering around Xiaolong Bao, and he can't get any entrance.
Xiaolong Bao has had a couple of fumbles this game, and it's really starting to hurt V5 now. The flash forward initially gets him his first kill over towards Doomby. Now, not respecting the damage from the Akali, it means that he has to smite early on the objective, and Tarzan can steal it away. You'll see it here, right? Xiaolong Bao actually does move away from the shuriken flip, but here, the knockup from Tarzan, then the early smite from Xiaolong Bao. It's a bit of a mess from the V5 jungler, and suddenly this early control that we've been highlighting for V5 around objectives, saying how strong they were on these neutral objective control, is starting to teeter away very quickly.
And it's starting to feel a lot like game one for LNG, right? They had the big early advantage. They fumbled it to some extent. V5 were trying to find avenues back, but then it was objective control from LNG. They were constantly there to fight, to kind of prod V5 in the position they felt where they were comfortable in. And I'm looking at that again and getting a little bit of deja vu, but the pieces for LNG are set up a lot more for success than we saw them in game two, right? That was a little bit of the run back game for both teams. And in all actuality, Doonby on the Akali, night and day compared to the Yone.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you managed to get this early kill just helps you out so much. And now as we start to lean over towards, you know, the likes of this Rift Tower charge that could potentially come through from Tarzan, I imagine he just tries to move this in towards the bottom side, right? Like, see if you can help out Light and Lumao. If you can get the Akali to help you out on the potential dive as well, that becomes so much more potent. The only issue, as you can see though, is both and PP God have hit like critical mass when it comes to wave clear, so you definitely need help if you want to try and get that in towards the bottom side. Otherwise, maybe we just see Tarzan and go, hey, look, Doomby, you know what? You're already strong. Let's just make sure you're really far ahead.
Yeah, because at that point, he can come to Tarzan, right? And I think that's what we saw a lot of success with in the Nocturne pick, because he was able to consistently move to Tarzan's side, or at least be the play caller in a lot of those moments, to pull the paranoia, to force, you know, the hand of E5. And in this one, yeah, he might be in a little bit of trouble. I think actually, yeah, Xiaolong Bao is just waiting, buying some time here. Meganar is there, so it does dissuade that re-engage. But he's stepping up, and Xiaolong Bao stops his back for the second time in a row.
Yeah, really trying to see if they can bait Allah into this one, but...
Oh, bottom lane. Bodic, he goes down under tower, and PP God is about to join him as well. Light survives by a skin of his teeth. And that is tower going down absolutely on this bottom lane. XLB just got his back off.
And that's exactly what we were talking about with Tarzan having this Rift Herald, moving Doomby down, getting the dive underneath the tower. Plates will go, the tower will go, and 4-0 V5 are being routed here.
It's a giant advantage early on, sub 13 minutes for LNG, but we got to look back at the play on bottom lane.
I mean, you can see it here. Photic completely caught out. They spot that Tarzan and Doomby are there, but no TP from top, no TP from mid. There's no response that can come through from Victory 5. And again, I mean, you can look at Allah. He's well aware that while this dive is going on bot, there's no way that Xiaolong Bao is not on this top side of the map, so he keeps himself safe. And now, a nice 3,000 gold lead for LNG. Dragon in a minute and a half, and you already have, you know, big mythics being completed across on LNG side. Like, this is now looking very much like LNG are going to keep themselves in the driver's seats.
So I know maybe you're not the biggest American football fan, Dag, but bear with me here. All right. So
Hey, I played
you
some
know,
Madden
there's
in
the
my time.
QB, there's the defensive lineman, right, or at least the offensive lineman. Right now, Lumao is the best offensive lineman I think I've ever seen. Like, if Light is not buying him a Rolls Royce at the end of the season for the amount of saves, the amount of big plays Lumao have had, it would be actually shocking to me. Doonby is a bit caught out in the side lane. He is a collie, though, so he's getting out.
Yeah, he'll be able to walk away until he goes back in. He's got help. And Lumao,
Oh my
the
God.
offensive linesman.
He's trying to get up there, but the QB's already in front of him. XLB will use the Royal Maelstrom, but he goes down quickly after, and Tarzan gets himself a third kill of the game.
Oh, this is not going well for V5. Again, they're trying to make these picks on side lanes ahead of things like this dragon about to spawn, but it only means Xiaolong Bao now goes to 0 and 3 on the Bel'Veth. This Bel'Veth pick not working out at all for Victory 5 right now.
And really, it's the uptick from LNG, right? Like, the pick itself is fine. It buys perfectly into what we've seen V5 have success with. But Tarzan, Doonby, they have not let up the pressure on Xiaolong Bao, and that is so important when you're facing up against the Bel'Veth.
And that's what we were kind of looking at was how well Doomby and Tarzan have stepped up coming into playoffs. Like, when you look at their last two series, a 75% kill participation for Doomby. He has been so instrumental to this squad. And you can see it right now as well, right? Happy as Larry to continue chasing down all these members of V5, even opting back in with the shuriken flip at the end to set things up. Like, this is now just complete takeover for Doomby.
And just in the middle of that fight, you know, pulling out call-outs, no
Yeah.
big deal. Just easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And speaking of, Photic has to get out of the mid lane. Tarzan on it again. Rift Herald number 2 is up and again. Maybe V5 are able to contest this one, but at this point, with the lead that LNG have and the movement, at least around these lanes, it's really hard to see them finding it in.
I think they might have a small window here where the Kraken Slayer is complete on Photic and not on Light, but Photic is sitting like sub 50 HP, which is not exactly where you want to be starting off this Rift Herald, but we'll have to see. Is Doomby trying to see if he can get in.
Allah is not here just yet, but he can come down after he's pushing that topside wave. This is so crucial for V5, but they realize they're on the cusp, right? Like, if they get smashed in this team fight, the game is just completely out of their hand. But if they can get the reset with the Void Core, they get the transformation for the first time in the game, or XLB, and see if they can at least utilize it to put that pressure onto the towers and find a fight.
I mean, this is huge now, Xiaolong Bao having this, especially if they can get in towards this mid lane, try and opt into taking that turret, open up the map for Rookie, get opportunities for Photic as well in these team fights. It could be massive, but we'll have to see now how they're going to be able to use this, because at the moment, it's just so difficult for V5 to try and control side lanes. Like, Rookie will lose out to Doomby with how big of an advantage Doomby's picked up in the early stages. Allah is continuously shoving in against Rich. Like, it's very hard for V5 to find access to the map.
It really is, and it's going to be even more difficult, right? Like, when you're looking with the Bel'Veth and you're using a Rift Herald, you're looking for way more than one tower, right? Like, you're not going to be satisfied if you just break one of these outer towers for the bounty. I want to look for some lasting damage in these plays because, right, the next big Void Coral that comes up in terms of getting that extra duration is the Baron, and those fights are going to be so crucial even if you're behind for V5.
Yeah, and I mean, 3 minutes until the Cloud, not the end of the world if LNG want to try and give that over, but I think taking a very quick soul is going to help them out here. I mean, Doomby's already skyrocketing, as you say, like Light finishing that Immortal Shield Bow. He's in a great spot. So it's just a case of trying to figure out like how you can try and keep this game in check here. And thus far, I mean, it has been pretty strong, right? It's just been I mean, it's a near perfect game apart from the Rift Herald going over to V5 at the end there. So again, like, play sides, see if you can keep up the pressure with Allah and Doomby. stop V5 from getting things like these objective bounties, because when you look at the amount of gold that could very quickly come into their back pocket if they get one good fight or they get one good skirmish, that's the most terrifying thing here for LNG.
And also for V5, we got to look back at what they've kind of opted into so far in this series. It is the picks before objectives, trying to find Rookie's big frozen tombs to set the fight uneven. And we haven't really gotten that this time around. Rookie hasn't been able to find those big moments because obviously you're looking at a lot of the mobility that's coming out for LNG. Do it be on the Akali, he ain't going to be locked down very often. And I think especially with the way that the composition pans out, I want to focus on, how do V5 find those picks before these objectives? How do they set up for success to try to put a little bit of a chip into this 4,000 gold lead that they have? God. I don't know if maybe it starts by trying to catch out Doinby, but he eliminates and executes Rookie. We'll see if Xiaolong Bao can clean up the kill. He has the Royal Maelstrom, and there you go. V5 are on the board with their first kill of the game.
I'm going to at least extend this true form for Xiaolong Bao a little bit longer. Might just be able to coax it out until it gets towards this dragon as well. But, I mean, again, you're seeing the problem that you have on these side lanes for V5. Rookie can't stand against Doinby. Ala is chipping away at this top tower, even having the demolish there as well. And now Xiaolong Bao and PP God trying to see if they can get another pick in their back pockets.
This would be huge. He has no idea this is coming, and there's the cask over top. Rich is in some trouble, though. Megadar comes out. Rich survives, though, with the help of PP God. He's trying to go right back in. Ala is an unkillable beast, but he's trying to survive a little bit longer. He's got the TP coming in for Doinby as well. That's a big pain point for V5. They get the reset, but he doesn't pick up the Void Coral as the rest of LNG are coming in. Rich goes down to Light, and it's quickly going to be the Void Monster taken down as well. That'll be a kill for Doinby, and everyone's getting one this time around. Share the love, LNG.
And with 30 seconds until Xiaolong Bao spawns, there will be no Rift Herald play. LNG kill V5's jungler, and now they'll be able to get the dragon. They'll get top tower. This is massive for LNG.
I think Photic died mid lane too.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan just with the Cyclone picked him off. I mean, this is just everything going the way of LNG.
Oh, man, I got to get a replay of that one. We also, again, as you were saying earlier, the Dragon's on the table here for LNG. They have the momentum. We're going to start that bot lane play for Doinby.
Yeah, you can see here, right? Like, really good job from Doinby to get the Shuriken flip onto Rookie in the midst of all those creeps. But, I mean, yes, Xiaolong Bao gets the turnaround here, but you're getting damage onto the mid lane turret. You've then got this play from Rich, which nearly goes very poorly. Like, Ala barely manages to not end up picking up the kill here, but he ends up buying so much time that the resets come through from Doinby. He gets the TP back in. You get the AD carry support from LNG to run up to the top side, but we got to start looking at this dragon because actually LNG weren't able to pick that up prior to V5 getting back on the map.
Yeah, V5 putting up a contest right now as we think. I think we're going to see the rest of this. Now we get the mid lane play as well. And there you go, the setup for Tarzan, but we're right back into it, right in the setup for V5, who have actually found themselves in front of the objective and in pole position here. But LNG, they have the gold advantage. They have the lead, and V5 just really looking for the perfect setup.
Yeah, V5 want to see if they can catch LNG in choke points. They have a ton of AoE damage, AoE CC, and it gives things like Rich's cask a lot of power.
Tarzan steals it, and now they're going in. They want to take the momentum and shove it into V5's face. Doinby's over the side here. The final chapter was huge for PP God, but Tarzan finds another Cyclone, and Rich is left out to dry.
LNG will not give V5 anything in this game. Gets the dragon, finds the fight, and honestly, they could early turn over towards Baron if they can pick off some members here of V5 off the back of this, but they will just be content with pushing in onto these turrets, getting at least one. Looks like they get a second with the Demolish proc here as well.
Again, look at this combo here between Tarzan and Doinby. They're so oppressive in this third game, and it's something we didn't get to see much of in game number 2, but we absolutely saw in game 1. We'll get a replay of Tarzan's steal here.
Great job from Tarzan, and gets in with the charge, able to smite it away, and then V5 just running for the hills. You can see they were considering in this choke point if they could maybe go for the fight, which is why you saw them kind of pause the retreat, but didn't act fast enough, and that moment of hesitation gave Tarzan and Doinby access to Rookie to finish him off.
And that access, the V5 are going to want to deny that at some point, and I just don't know if they're going to be able to, right? We're getting serious item completions coming across for LNG with the lead they have, right? 7,000 gold in the lead. They're about to get third items for multiple carries. The Maul has just now been completed for Tarzan, so a lot more tankiness, and the team fight setup is just already there for LNG, even if they still have some scaling to go.
I'm a bit worried for V5 in this one because, I mean, we're talking about trying to get confidence in V5. Well, this is not looking confident at all. It's been a messy start. Maybe it'll continue to be so.
Yeah, I mean, the big performer, at least in game number 1, was Light. Game number 2, not too shabby, but they still lost it. But for me, the big up is doing on the Akali. We knew this pick was such a big piece to him just blowing open games as well. And we've gotten to see every single series he's been a part of. He's had picks that just force the enemy team's hand in so many ways. And now going into it, right, he is completely smashing this lane against Rookie. And it's going to beg some questions to V5 in terms of composition.
I mean, I just don't know what V5 are supposed to do here. Like, the early kill going across the Doomby, I mean, he's completely taken over. And this looks like a bit of a down and out one because all that LNG really have to do is keep putting pressure onto this top side. If they can get vision over the topside jungle, they can always threaten Baron. You can see, again, side lanes firmly in LNG's favor. And as long as they don't ever overextend or, like, get caught out where they're desynced on these waves crashing, it should be relatively easy for them to continue to just keep getting these waves crashed in, put potential power onto these, or potential damage onto these towers, and then take over from there.
And I just want to zoom back out in this one because, right, we talked so much about this is a double elim potential match, right? Like they whoever wins here goes on to the double elim bracket in the LPL. But as well as looking back at a lot of the holistic storylines here, the miracle run from last year from LNG, they could move one step further, right, in the actual LPL playoffs here. And I think that's on the back of their minds, but as well as V5 with the catastrophe that has happened in the past for them and trying to start by getting Doinby off in the side lane. They were able to do it once before, but the perfect execution comes out. Now LNG, they are streaming forth. Fodic comes in pretty hefty with on the hunt. Rich Kutch is out. Ala, XLB just trying to get the resets here, but they don't get the kill just yet. And Light is firing away. He has all the AoE. Ala, he'll catch Fodic. That's a major damage source down. Light is just kiting them out. And Rookie, he has to get out, but it's a flash from Light. The exhaust comes through the wild growth from Lumao. And Light is picking up where Doinby left off, and so are LNG.
V5 have no chance in this game. LNG collapse brilliantly once more. The Baron is in their eyes. A soul in 40 seconds. And V5 again left with their head being scratched going, what do we do?
It's almost impossible to find the answer to that without getting your hands dirty at this point. But that'll be Baron picked up for LNG. They have a reset potential. They could even, if they want to, pick up the Cloud Soul. But we got to look back at that fight and the attempted catch out onto Doinby.
And this is it, right? It's like Doomby does such a good job of dodging away from everything V5 are tossing at him. Like, doesn't get hit by the knockup from this Bel'Veth, manages to use the perfect execution to dodge away. And even here, when he ends up going in, like, look, he will end up just about able to get away with the shirk and flips. And then LNG are already in the perfect spot. Photic just on the edge of range of that Nara ultimate as well. Means that just V5, I mean, again, they just don't have the damage to try and carry these fights.
They just don't, and it's just good timings all around, right? Like, Light feeling confident because he is backed up by the rest of the team. Doinby not falling in that attempted catch out, TPing back to the play to put the hurt even more so onto V5. And with this Baron buff, they can just continue to push these side lanes, break these towers open, and try to work on inhibs.
And you're starting to see that a lot of these champions on V5 work well when you're even to a head, but it's not that position for them right now. LNG, Baron up, pouncing on this bot lane turret. And, I mean, Rich is trying to see if he can get anything back on the map, get some gold off of the objective bounties, but LNG are like, cool, well, we'll just take open your own whole base then.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get inhib in mid and bot. The super minions are going to be flooding in. Yes, they don't have to push in top side of the map, but this is lasting damage that'll make the, Elder Dragon fights, the next Baron coming up. a big ease for LNG to pick apart the decision making. And obviously bringing Rich back to try to defend, and now Fodic having some more avenues for gold could be huge. But with this deficit, there's not much they can do, and LNG know that, and they're gonna send home the game, send home game number 3 easy, as V5 are just melted before our eyes. Rookie buying a lot of time here, but he just gets executed. It's not the Penta. It's a denial from Allah and LNG. Look at Doonby at the bottom. He's so angry. He's like, man, you got to give that one. But it is a holistic game win from LNG, and they'll go up to match point.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at the response from LNG to that Penta being stolen. But it puts a very firm mark on where this game is, where this series is right now. We were kind of saying, look, it's up to LNG to come back with a response. The Akali comes out from Doonby, the over-aggression with this Bel'Veth pick from Xiaolongbao, and it causes major issues then, because Doonby gets the ball rolling. LNG, great job of playing through their side lanes. They knew the strength that they had in this Akali, in Allah on this Nara as well, and they just never gave an opportunity for V5 to get access to the map. And 1 or 2 times V5 tried, but LNG were always there to answer.
Tarzan Doonby giving Xiaolongbao the biggest of all headaches possible. I think, like, obviously saw the game plan coming out from V5. They were going to try to continue to hammer home the objective focus. They were denied the first Rift Herald. They were denied the transformation for Xiaolongbao until the second Rift Herald. And by then, right, LNG had a whole lead, right? They were working through Doonby, Tarzan. They were able to just pull off some of these crazy 1v1s, 1v2s. Doonby, especially that bottom lane play against Kali. Like, that is just him saying, I'm going in. Let's hope everybody joins me eventually. And I think when you're seeing the step up in play from LNG, that is what is so terrifying for V5, where there has been those memories of disappointment, those memories of failure, right, for V5. And you don't, for Rookie, for the rest of the team, they need to wipe that off their brain and come back into the series.
And that's what we got to see them do from game 1 to game 2. Now we just need to see them do it from game 3 to game 4. The issue, though, is that now you're out of luck here as V5. You don't get side selection anymore. This is now kind of up to the way that the playoffs work, is that if you are the higher seed, you get 3 choices of side select. So this is now done and dusted. So this will now start to swap back and forth between the teams as to who will have side selection. And when V5 haven't been able to find success on the sides that they have chosen, it's kind of looking pretty good for LNG off the back of this. Like, there was just no answer across the board from V5. I don't think we'll see Xiaolongbao taking this Bel'Veth again into the next one, but this is a bit of a knock to the confidence now for V5. Again, 1 game away from being knocked out.
And that's the question mark for me, is the Bel'Veth pick. Was it where Xiaolongbao was like, guys, give me the Bel'Veth, I will carry this when it doesn't work out for you? How did that change the mentality going to the next one? Or in all actuality, right, they just felt like that fit the style for them, and it didn't. Falling down to those early kills, right? The level 1 skirmish that we had for like 45 seconds to start off the game, and it just felt like LNG were bought into those contests, were bought into those skirmishing. So now it's about that change up in the jungle for V5.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing, is that you like that second skirmish that we saw where Xiaolongbao flashes forward to try and get the kill. I think if that hadn't been the play, if they'd backed away, they got Dragon, then you're in a better position to set up for Rift Herald, and suddenly this could be a very different game. You know, LNG don't get the control from the mid lane that they want. They don't get the control for Allah. You're able to team fight better. That could have been the story of this game, but now we got to see what the next plan is for V5 going forward.
Indeed, we will see if they can come back into this one, or if LNG make good on the better promise from the last Miracle run. We will see after we take a short little break, but after this, we have game number 4.
Level 3 for Caps. Yanko's already level 3. Larsen's in trouble. Larsen locks in the stun card, charmed up. Maring's on the chase though. Trippy's here as well. Larsen levels up in the middle of the fight, and Yankos just able to survive.
我觉得 Caps 吧，有狐狸选上吗？
最先阵亡的人，先把那种残血的排除掉。我猜应该只能是皇子先死掉，狐狸还有闪现的。就狐狸闪现 A， 皇子不就死掉了？
哦，应该是皇子啊，不是皇子已经死了吗？皇子吧。
Caps 没操作失误的话，肯定是巨魔先死。难道是派克先死？ 就肯定是这2个其中一个，我猜皇子吧。
皇子吧，
这应该是皇子吧？
应该是皇子吧。
皇子先死。
哎，皇子，哎，查着吧。
感觉应该是皇子吧。
哦，皇子。
你这应该是皇子死了。
我感觉是德玛西亚皇子先死，我觉得皇子先死。
这感觉应该是皇子先死。
派克吧？
派克，
派克，
应该是派克。
凯不死。那我选阿里啊。
既然这样问了，肯定是狐狸了。
也是巨魔吧？
皇子这个有点太容易死了，感觉狐狸闪现 A 他一下就死了，这么轻易就死的话，那应该不是他，不然就不会出这个题了，应该是巨魔。
那就巨魔。啊，不可能，我记得不是皇子。
Level 1, no way for him to go. Ignite taking over deception. No, oh, he Q smited for the vision. That was beautiful from Malrang. What a play, and 2 kills come off it.
这都给巨魔，好像不走啊，好怪啊！
皇子不对，你已经说了，我就猜阿里吧。阿里也不对，那就派克。
吗？这为什么能抢到蓝啊？这个怎么猜啊？
可惜。
惩戒回血。
我就知道。
啊！哇！太扯了吧！
哦，巨魔啥意我都没看到。
那是谁呢？啊，你让我黑耶！哎，巨魔不是死了吗？已经。那是巨魔吗？哎呦！哎，要不就是巨魔用派克，他那卡狂拍给谁就以谁死。
皇
子。巨魔。皇子回去逞了一口，我是没想到的。
这种问题，最接近答案的就不是答案。
永恩吧？
永恩吗？是吗？是永恩吧？
这个应该是永恩吧？
永恩吧？
应该是永恩吧？永恩。对我都不需要等你念完，这个一看就是永恩，他们这个阵容。亚索皎月，然后这个上路这个装备，就是看起来都是永恩。
那肯定是永恩吧？应该那个 G2 上路是不会玩别人的。
应该是永恩。我感觉是永恩。
这个英雄是永恩。
永恩。这上路应该是永恩吧？
永恩，这个是永恩。因为我看了就是。
这个技能太简单，装备已经出卖他的永恩。
刀妹，
永恩吧？应该是刀妹，还有莉亚，是吧？啊，不对，韦恩也有可能，不过我感觉他应该会选韦恩，应该是韦恩吧？
是韦恩吗？凯尔，
是吗？哦，
简单啊，破坏盾弓。
一匹之力还是拿捏的啊！哎，
永恩吗？真的假的？
是永安，你会开始就突然给我选没事 ，OK。
不是啊，我可以再猜吗？
不行，太难了吧？不行，太难了。对，太难，这个太难了。
开吗？
三角形，方块也是差不多的。这样吗？
Always thought that you were safest left behind your walls. Spend your hours running circles in your empty halls. Be the friend of who can reach you. You don't hear the calls. Open up the gates, you'll see it all. Leave the
觉得季后赛打到现在最重要的，应该说是我们5个人之间的配合和信任度跟英雄上选择都做得很好了。我觉得马上要对上威武的话，虽然说常规赛是一直以来的输给他们，但是常规赛跟 BO5不是一个游戏。然后他们赢下他们的点的话，我觉得就是还是那句话，做好自己吧。
Welcome back to the LPL Summer Playoffs. I'm Mazel, joined by Dagda yet again, and getting to hear a little bit from Lumao there after their 2-1 going up in the series here for LNG. Incredible stuff, but that game 3, it was off the back of our MVP, Doinby.
Yeah, I mean, Doomby again having a fantastic game on this Akali, getting that early first blood onto Xiaolongbao really started that snowball going, and then consistently finding like 1v2 plays in side lanes, making it very difficult for V5 to get any sort of control. It was all down to this man.
It was on the Akali to, as you had already mentioned, it's always something to watch out for. We have the adaptation for V5 from game 1. They banned away the Nocturne. Doonby goes right back to a classic 4. He tries the Yone in game 2. Doesn't work out. Game 3 is like, nope, my carry pants are on now, and I am making sure to slam it home. And it all started off with the early kills.
Yeah, I mean, being able to get this first blood, just about escape away as well off the backside. Like, it felt like, again, kind of reminiscent of game 1, to be honest, where Doomby would just about eke away and, you know, laugh back at V5's face as this is the day you almost caught Captain Doomby. But either way, this has just been such a good performance from the LNG mid laner. The fact, again, you're able to take over in side lane so effectively with this pick, it just means that there's just nothing that LNG can do.
And again,
V5 could do.
It's not only the mechanical execution from it, it's like the mentality, right? Like, these are plays where he is the one going for it. He realizes the strength that he is in right now, and he'll just absolutely flex on everybody. I think now V5 has to question, right, coming into the next game, especially because we have a huge adaptation here for V5. In terms of trying to respond to what LNG are doing, we saw Xiaolongbao tried to pull out the Bel'Veth in game number 3. It did not work out. They got wiped through a lot of the early fighting, through a lot of the objective control, and a lot of the forcing of the hand of V5. And now, going into game 4, V5 realize they're on the brink and they need to whip out the big guns. Karsa will be filling in now for Xiaolongbao.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we're getting Karsa in, this could be the greatest change in the history of changes, or it could also be one of the worst. So, I don't know. Karsa definitely had a very rough split over the course of the summer, so we'll have to see if his time away has kind of given him a little bit more control and a little bit more opportunity here, but it's going to be a tough one. Like, again, backs against the ropes here for V5. We wanted a exciting performance coming from them. One that filled us with confidence that this is a team that can go to Worlds. This is a team that can hit top 4. But, I mean, the fact that they haven't even got into the double elimination bracket yet, and now they're on death's door, speaks volumes to how V5 just haven't quite been able to get it to work fully for them.
Yeah, and the potential that, you know, Rookie being denied a Worlds appearance in terms of this puts a hard force on them, right? And, like, obviously getting knocked out right before the double elim stings even harder, but against Doinby for Rookie, right? All the motivations behind the V for Vendetta that we set up for V5 at the beginning of the day, they are trying to make good on the promises that this roster brought on paper, and we haven't been able to see live up to that promise. And with games like game number 1, game number 3, where they just lose and feels like there's no way for them back into the game, it is so hard not to think of those failures and those moments for V5.
Yeah, and it's hard not for Rookie to kind of look at Doomby as, I mean, even Doomby said a big rivalry between these two players, but it has been, as of late, Doomby's been getting the upper hand on this, especially when you look at, just looking at the last time these two players have faced off in playoff spouts. It was 2020 spring, Doomby 0-3 IG on FPX and moves forward. You look at 2019, the last time that these two players were at Worlds, semi-finals, FPX beats IG. Doomby puts Rookie down, and Doomby goes on to win the whole tournament. It felt like that was going to be the deciding match, and once more, we're in a position here where you have to look and go, right, well, playoff bout, Rookie now trying to see if he can move on, maybe push himself up into that double elim, And again, it seems to be Doombees holding them back.
The Miracle Run is working in favor of LNG.
Yeah.
And as we go into picks and bans, we have to highlight the fact that Karsa is coming in. They're opting into the veteran presence, even with some of those question marks we've had behind Karsa. So as we get through these first phases, I definitely want to focus in on what we can see from Karsa into this series. As LNG, hey, blue side for the 4th time in a row. We got the Renekton, the Kalista, the Ahri banned away. V5 banned away the Poppy, the Sejuani, and the Jax.
The first time Trundle will be left open in this draft, though. So looks like they're going to try and get that, I imagine, on this next rotation here. And we're getting a bit of an earlier rotation here for V5 as well, opting in towards the Lucian Nami bot lane. 100% win rate at the moment for this bot lane. The question is whether it will stay true in this game and they can bring it to a game 5.
They're trying to find something different to bring us to that Silver Scrapes, but one thing they didn't grab this time around that is a huge boon to Zeri would be the Hume, which I think is a terrible twosome in their own right, and it'll be locked in for LNG. We're getting all the kitties.
I mean, the Nara as well. Yeah, I mean, now with Nara as well locked in for Alan that top side, the question mark then becomes, do you lock in a Trundle? Do you take a jungle here for Karsa? Or do you try and lock in some sort of answer? Okay, I will say that Sylas could go mid. Also, Sylas is a really strong pick into Nara. So just keep that in the back of your mind. And it's also something that we did see Rich bring out before. So this could actually be still a top lane Sylas.
Could be, and I like the flexibility for V5 going into this game, right? They are on the ropes. They are one game from losing this series, and we get the respect bans towards DoinB. At this point, though, you got to be wondering what the next one is going to be. The Akali banned away.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the Nocturne again. I think just trying to get rid of that. And it's just been a case of this time, both junglers are kind of playing a game of chicken. Like, who wants to try and lock in that first jungle pick and then give the response over to the opposite side. With V5, I feel like taking the jungle on this next rotation could be pretty key. It looks like LNG still going to ban away things that can do well against the Zeri. But we've kind of known Karsa as like a very strong Trundle player. Has also heavily relied on things like the Lee Sin as well over the course of his career. So we'll have to see exactly what this plan is going to be now for V5. So, well, I'm going to say substitute jungler, but what was his main jungle?
All right, so they respect ban Trundle off of both junglers at this point, but it's preliminarily towards Tarzan here, and that does leave the Nocturne open. See if we get any of that spiciness for DoinB. But again, it was a very big difference whenever we saw him on the Yone, right, in game number 2. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing what DoinB whips out this time around. We also don't get the Wukong. I feel like it's a huge adaptation for LNG to kind of take that one away from Karsa.
Is this the Lee Sin? This is the big question.
Man.
Like, this could be the moment where he decides to bring it out, but we're actually going to wait and see. So, looks like Rookie will be the one piloting the Sylas in the mid lane, as Rich will opt in towards the Kennen here. So, very strong team fighting composition set up here. You've got great ultimates for this Sylas to try and steal away, and it's going to be a hyper focus on the mid game for V5 that LNG will need to respond with.
And I'm really liking the team fight setups, the tidal waves on top of the slicing maelstroms, plus whatever Rookie can just throw at them in terms of the kitchen sink. But especially looking at that bot lane duo with the synergy with the team setup in the team fights. But it's the Xin Zhao coming through for LNG. So a little bit of stability, a little bit of forward aggression in terms of a jungler here. And we're just waiting on DoinB's pick.
I mean, the Rise could work out really well here. Does very well against the Sylas. Keeps him pushed in. Gives you the opportunity to roam, and that will be it. So the question now is what Karsa wants to go with. Pantheon is still available if Karsa wants to go for the super early picks. But it looks like, okay, that would actually be amazing. So yeah, he's going to run it back. He's going to say, hey, you know what? DoinB, you did a really good job on it. Let's see if you can do it again. Something that can do very well in trying to match these early roams from the Rise, especially as you start to hit 6. Rookie as well, going to be able to link up very well with this jungler as you start to look at like follow-up dive potential with like a Nara ultimate, the Yumi ult as well, even having the Crescent card as well, stolen from the Xin Zhao, can do a lot of work. So V5, hyper aggressive composition in the mid game. We're going to have to see if they can try and power through that.
Love to see it. Even Karsa give a little touch to his top laner there. So, hey, we got this. And especially the composition, the level of execution. The Nocturne level 6 mark, that will be so incredible incredibly useful in terms of utility to set up team fights, to set up those picks for V5. But that's where I'm looking at Tarzan and the combination that we've seen from him in terms of the forward aggression plus the pathing aggression.
Well, this is it now. Game 4 for V5. This is where they will still guarantee themselves that slot in the regional playoffs, but it's about finding confidence, finding their footing coming in to those best of fives. LNG hoping to keep their miracle run still alive. This could be the game that solidifies themselves that double elite.
Will we go to Silver Scrapes, or do LNG make good on their miracle run from last year to move one step further in the LPL playoffs? All of the focus comes down to what Karsa brings to this series, what difference V5 will have going into this fourth game, because it's all about LNG versus V5, and it's all about the legends in the mid lane, Doonby and Rookie. And we're getting that level 1 shenanigans from V5 yet again. They'll actually find Lube out here, but he'll get right back to light. The Abscon abduct early from Rookie. Just some damage down.
Yeah, hoping he could connect on towards Lumel with that one, and that would have been a kill set up for V5, but not quite fast enough on the trigger finger. So Lumel will escape back towards light. No real response coming through, though, from the rest of LNG. They don't want to try and invade. They don't want to try and look for any sort of extra vision, especially when they didn't spot Karsa on that bot side play. He was actually sitting in the top lane, so they will just back away and keep themselves safe for the moment.
So let's dive into the Nocturne in the jungle this time around. It's not going to be the Doonby Nocturne in the mid lane. Do we see a difference in kind of uptick of play in terms of skirmishing, right, that we have seen so prevalent early on in this series?
Well, I think it definitely kind of lends itself towards V5 trying to hit certain timers for them to play aggressive. Like, you want to hit 6 as soon as possible on this Nocturne, right? Get access to that ultimate. But you're also waiting for, like, Rookie to get a couple of levels in the mid lane so he can become more relevant. You're waiting on, like, Botic and PP God to have a bit of a better time in the spot lane when they hit level 3. So there's definitely, like, distinct timers on V5 that you're going to be looking to try and play around, and making sure that you can lean into those skirmishes and try and use the big ultimates that you can get from both Rookie and Karsa, even as well with Rich in that top side. And for LNG, it's going to be a case of Tarzan and Doonby trying to disrupt that as much as possible. And Doonby has full push in mid. You got Tarzan alongside it. Like, lean into these aggressive lanes that want to continuously push you in the side lanes.
Yeah, and I got to talk about those aggressive lanes as well, because we are getting our first change up in the bottom lane here for the fourth game as well. Fotic and PP God opting into the Lucian Nami, as you had said. That win rate mighty high for Fotic, and especially looking at how they can approach these fights. It's going to be a different game, at least comparatively to the Sivir, but that burst potential, that highlight potential is absolutely there for Fotic.
And this is where, again, you need to try and see if you can enable this Lucian Nami. Like, you have so much damage that you can churn out, especially into a lot of the squishier members of LNG. The only person who kind of can stand up to that is going to be Tarzan when he can use that ultimate. So I definitely think you have a lot of presence here as Fotic to be a major carry in this game, as Rookie takes a bit of a rough trade here against Doonby, but should be able to walk away.
He actually loses out on that trade, and Doomby's the one with potions. So nice little trade back in terms of like that kite back from Doonby, but love to see the aggression coming out from Rookie. Speaking of aggression, though, we could have our first little tussle as Tarzan looking for the Scuttle Crab, and Karsa right here to contest, going for that skirmish. And Karsa, you're in some trouble here. He does have the Conqueror and Rich on his way down, turning into a 2v2 as Rookie cannot get here. Tarzan wants to go do it. He tries to go in against the flash. Karsa in some trouble, and first blood. And Tarzan, welcome to the series, Karsa.
I mean, already Karsa making mistakes in this early stages. Rookie had no presence in the mid lane, didn't have any mana, no way to follow up. He thought that with Rich having control over top, maybe they could escape, but great flash forward from Doonby manages to get that kill set up, and already things going a bit awry for V5 in what could potentially be their final game.
That is exactly the plan from LNG, though. Get something going with this Xin Zhao. It's the first time Tarzan's on it here in this series, and it already pays dividends. Now it's about making good on that early aggression, that first kill. He'll have the Iron Spike whip here as well as he heads back towards bottom lane. But Karsa just trying to catch back up to some extent, trying to get his feet under him and hovering this bottom lane a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll give him access to level 4, but again, like you've already given a good amount over to Tarzan. Like the extra damage that this Iron Spike whip can provide in the early game, it's gonna be so strong. But I mean, this is just strange, honestly, from Karsa. Like Tarzan always wins this early, and even though he's just like, okay, well we can get this push in, or we can get the Skull Crab and walk away. Like easy for Doomby to follow up on this play, picks off Karsa, and there's just nowhere left for him to go.
Yeah,
I mean, even you've got the Gnar coming down as well at that stage.
Yeah, exactly. It was just never felt like it was going to work out for V5, but they forced the hand anyways. Allah, he might be in some trouble here. Rich has flash, but he's not going to burn it just yet. Doesn't want to go for the overzealous play, but it's still control in the top side at least. Big CS advantage for Rich.
Yeah, Rich just checking to make sure that Allah did actually back, but that, as you say, should give a nice little bit of an advantage here for Rich. May be able to get himself up towards that level 6 just that smidge faster and see if you can make that work over towards things like the Rift Herald. Now, Doomby and Tarzan, though, we said they had to be the ones controlling this game.
He saw him over the wall. Oh, Karsa does read it there and will be out of harm's way. But Tarzan, Doomby, they're flexing their muscles from mid lane, and this is not the way that V5 can find advantage in this one, right? Like, if the control continues to be in Tarzan and Doomby's favor, they will be all over the place.
The thing is, though, look at the level advantage. Tarzan is spending so much time trying to get in on top of Karsa that he's actually falling behind in experience. And a lot of the golden experience on these Krugs is in these smaller Krugs, which Karsa did manage to get a lot of. So you still aren't quite getting advantages in the manner that you would hope for as LNG. They're trying to kill Karsa, but not actually quite getting that. So you're also giving time towards Doomby now, Rookie, in the mid lane, who is getting an advantage over being able to push in waves. And now, maybe looking at actually moving up towards this top side for a potential dive.
They could. Karsa's not level 6 just yet, but they want to try to punish Allah, who is almost Meganar here. Here comes the Realm Warp from Rookie, the Slicing Maelstrom for Rich as well. But it's LNG making good on it, and Karsa dies for the second time in the game. He just got into the series, and already it's a difference maker here, but in LNG's favor. Now Rookie is trying to play some alcove game. He's trying to get out, but his life will be forfeit. And that is 3 kills, almost 4 to LNG.
Great read on the play from LNG. Tarzan was already in position. Doomby willing to sacrifice the lane in mid to turn that play around on top side. And LNG get so many advantages in this early game. It's looking pretty dire for V5.
And I was just about to go in this whole spiel. It's like, oh, we're talking about Karsa, the veteran C, but you can't forget that you have a literal world champion in the mid lane of Rookie. You have such big accolades for this mid laner, but it's plays that just don't go their way for V5, and Rookie overzealously playing forward.
But look at like the minimap right now. Where the camps are spawning is bot side for Tarzan. Tarzan reads the play, knows that V5 are going to try and make something happen up towards this top side, and immediately LNG are there to spawn. Even Rookie as well was already moving towards that top side before the play even had started. So just so many members from LNG respond, and V5 now very much struggling. Like, yes, you're looking at this Rift Tower that's about to spawn, but with 2 kills already for Allah, he hasn't reset. So maybe that's your window of opportunity here when he doesn't have TP, but it looks like V5 aren't even willing to try and force the issue.
And big thing for me, obviously, Karsa being that level 6 mark now, the paranoias are going to be so huge, right? We saw Doomby literally like just manipulating entire team fights because of the paranoias, and I'm looking at Karsa to do much of the same, but in terms of shot calling, in terms of playmaking, from the jungle of V5, as we see a bit of aggression in the bottom lane, still Photic and PP God try to take down Light and Lumao, the culling and the tidal wave used.
Yeah, trying to get as much damage, but the healing will still be here from the Yuumi, so we'll be able to keep themselves at least somewhat topped up. This is going to be Photic and PP God now looking to reset. Maybe try and move up towards this Rift Tower, but actually gets interrupted there, so I think it'll be a case of Photic and PP God now moving back down towards this bot side, because it'll be a pretty sizable wave that Light and Lumao will have built up on this bot side.
Love Tarzan's pathing here, just trying to see if he can get this Rift Herald out from underneath the nose of Karsa. They will spot it out because of the control ward there in the pixel brush, but it'll be quickly cleared. And we do wonder if, obviously, LNG opt into one of these early objectives. I feel like with the lead they have, they're fine just kind of waiting to play against the plays that V5 are trying to make, right? In terms of the objectives, it's 4 minutes after the dragon spawns, and now we're getting all the V5 members around this Rift Herald except for Photic.
This is a bit tense. Rookie trying to see if he can hide where Karsa is for the moment, but that does give the opportunity, say, for Light to roam up here. So I think at this stage, V5 give up position on that Rift Herald, look instead to try and get a Dragon, and feels like that's going to be the game plan here, as Photic will be able to push in on the spot side. But nice job from LNG again to control what V5 are capable of doing in this game.
And again, just back into the conversation for LNG in terms of how they adapt to opponents. I've loved to see their focuses shift, even in this series, right, in terms of what they've been able to grab in their drafts. But now we're seeing the Rift Herald focus. We see if they can use that to kind of break something open in this mid or bottom lane. Even if the first Dragon is going to V5 and Karsa, I still think you can have a lot of options forward for LNG with this early advantage on Tarzan.
And we're going to have to see if they can try and keep this one up. Because again, you do have V5 kind of starting to get to a point where their team composition comes in line, right? Like, Rookie going to want kind of an item and a half, get up towards level 9, level 10, 11 before he comes online. Karsa can always catch people out if they overextend that smidge too far. And especially when you get to, like, this stage of a series, that's where the fatigue starts to set in.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of sloppiness comes through. And that could be what brings V5 back into this.
It could be indeed. And I guess for me as well, looking back at a lot of the things we were talking about coming to this one, it is about pride to some extent for a lot of these members, but specifically Doin being Rookie. And we're seeing a lot of the play revolve around these junglers in this series so far. But again, it's about the step up to the moment. It's about making these decisive calls, because something that we have lauded Rookie on this entire year, felt like, is just the movement for the decision making for him, in the terms that he is, you know, a wonderful bodyguard to have for the side of V5, because he's always looking for those plays, but he's always willing to play to the team as well.
And he needs to have that impact here, but it does feel difficult against LNG. Like, when we look back at their run last time, it was only kind of routed by top esports. Like, you end up Sunni drop, you know, you get RNG drop. The only team that was actually able to keep them in check was top esports. And top esports, well, they're on the other side of the bracket. And for LNG, they're hoping to have a rematch with them if they can beat V5 and JDG.
Tidal Wave comes out, but the final chapter is already there. And LNG, they're pouncing like predators. That's 4 kills already. And a bot lane focus where Light was at disadvantage in terms of items, but LNG make good on it.
But this is what we said. Tarzan and Doomby, they're the ones that need to make the plays. They're the ones that need to step up to keep control of these side lanes. With 4 kills on LNG, 100% kill participation for both mid and jungle on LNG. This is the strength of LNG. When the team is on point, when they are all on the same page, no longer will they be chained.
They will not. We'll see if they can continue to get this advantage here. Rich does pop the slicing maelstrom to get away from Allah, who's just trying to stack up the Meganar here. Might actually look for a little bit of aggression there. He has a whole minion wave just piecing away at his health bar here, but we get a lot of pings down bottom lane as Tarzan, he does not want to let Karsa breathe.
I mean, why let him? Why would you give this guy the opportunities,
No,
Rich?
Rich! No! Allah's taking the damage. He flashes. Oh my God! Rich, you just got gapped.
And it is feeling like spring again for V5. Rich not being able to stand up in the 1v1 against Allah. Mistakes coming through in the early stages. And just the team not being on the same page at all. LNG are showing what teamwork can look like. Are showing what a super team, when they're on the same page, can achieve in the LPL.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. You see the min-maxing here, just knowing the entire time he's waiting to get as much damage as possible onto Rich.
I mean, you can, like, you get to this stage as already looking pretty risky. I wasn't sure if Allah was already feeling, but Rich here, like, walks straight over towards the wall. And Allah's like, okay, perfect here. Hits the house, smacks him down. And with that stage, you already know it's over. You've also just given Allah the ability to flash safely away from that as well. So great job by the LNG top laner. 3-0 now on the Gnar. Like, everything has gone wrong for V5.
Yeah, I got to throw some praise on Allah, right? He was speaking to Patty for Prenticue last year saying, you know, I will perform better as time goes on and show people things they haven't seen. Well, Gnar is not something we haven't seen in the LPL, but he has been so incredible in such clutch moments, right? The BLG series, literally somehow winning the game in Game 4 because of his big Mega Gnar ulti, because of the bait, and now we're seeing him pick up the slack on a team of incredible stars his own right.
And when you have this squad working together, like you can see Ala looks fantastic. Tarzan Doomby controlling the game. And again, Light, like he's on the scaling pick. He's a Zeri with a Yuumi. Like that is terrifying when you get to the late game. V5 are the ones that needed to take control of the mid game. They are now sitting in a 2k gold deficit. They don't have the items that they need really on towards the champions that they want. LNG maybe can fight this dragon in 20 seconds, but that'll depend as V5 want to try and pick him off before they get there.
Light is just super scary, but the combo of Tarzan and Lumao as well. The Yuumi actually playing huge dividends here for LNG, where we've seen the Lulu majority here for Lumao, if not all actually. And now to see that kind of adaptation taking away a piece from V5, but now V5, they get caught a little bit. Tidal Wave comes through. The final chapter is already there. There's the paranoia, but they also now have Doomby in the fight. The lightning crashes around V5, and they're headed away from the fight now. They're TPing Rich in with the slicing Maelstrom. LNG realizes they need to get away. Rookie connects all the way on the end of it. Slicing Maelstrom from Rich. It's not enough to get the damage down. He might get focused now. Big bubble from PP God, and V5 are fighting themselves back into this one.
They're so low. Light gets Rich.
Light, he gets one. He's trying to get the at least CC down from Lumao to try and help follow that one up, and he gets the one back.
They need to get more though. You're going 1 for 1. LNG get top tower. Ala is huge, and you've still got Rift Herald up and available as well. So Ala can even move across over the mid lane, start to chip away at this mid lane turret, and make sure the V5 aren't able to gain access to the map. This was the moment for V5. This is where they needed to make it happen, but they couldn't quite get it to stick. Photic baits in Tarzan, hoping to make the play, but with that Crescent Guard keeping him safe and healthy for so long, having that Yuumi able to help him bring it back, and then Doomby, super carry Doomby's back here with the amount of AoE damage that this Rise can churn out in this fight. And again, Rich just able to get in onto the back line, but nobody can follow up. Photic low, Rookie has to wait for the Kingslayer cooldown to come through again, and that's why Light can step up here and just about get that kill back onto Rich.
Can I just say, there is a little bit of desperation in the eyes of V5, right? Like, there were 5 members there closing on Doomby, who was almost dead. Karsa flashed to try to get the kill, even if he had 200 health, right? There is a desperation to try to get something in this game, find something to stand on for V5, because they don't want to see their summer split end in failure like we saw in last split. And it starts by finding those little advantages, but as I said, it's just not enough just yet. Ala might be caught here. The Mega Gnar misses. Paranoia comes out, but he's a tanky boy. And here comes V5 walking away from the Rift Herald because LNG, they're taking pole position.
That was messy from Rookie. Not even getting the Gnar ult in the direction of the wall. I mean, it kind of sums up the desperation that you talked about, Mazel, here for V5. But for LNG, this is their moment, right? This feels like, once again, we're getting towards Worlds and LNG are leveling up. A team that has only ever managed to achieve top 4 twice as LNG and once a Snake. This is where they can try and beat that record, finally find this new high for the organization. And when they're sitting just, one game away against V5, JDG is their next opponent, who again, they beat last time they were on this miracle run. We'll have to see if LNG, who are firing all cylinders, looking so incredibly strong, if they can change their fate from what had felt like had been sealed.
Let's talk about V5 a little bit more in terms of their setup here, though, trying to get back into this game. Obviously, it's a lot of dip and diving in terms of getting Photic the damage he needs, but it's also the setup, right? Look at Karsa with the paranoias, the setup from Rookie as well. Do you think they have an avenue in terms of the mid to late game?
It feels like it has to come from Photic right now. There's just so... Oh, hang on. Are we gonna... Yeah, I wasn't sure how aggressive we were going to go in this one. Tarzan may still not be out of the wood yet.
He's going to be a little bit of trouble. This does get out of there, though. Has Lumao right on his back.
Yeah, it feels like it's all on Photic, right? This this AD carry who we haven't got to see a huge amount of because of the way that these games have panned out, but traditionally like 30% of the team's damage. We talked about him being that late game insurance. Well, not quite late game on the Lucian, but it feels like he needs to step up now to try and soften up these players, but he's getting caught.
Speaking of soften up, Karsa comes back in to try to save the day, but he just forfeits his life potentially here against the rest of LNG. Light is putting in the work, and one more auto attack will do it. That's another death to Karsa, and another warm welcome from LNG to the B5 jungler.
Yeah, again, you just have too many members of LNG there. V5 weren't in a position. Now they're even getting poked down. This turret should fall because V5 are just taking so much damage from LNG.
They just don't have the range. They can't get up to contest anything. The Ultra Shock Laser as well. Not doing as much damage as it did in game number 1, but it'll poke you down and stop those backs. They get the outer tower here, and that's 3 towers back to back to back for LNG.
And now is V5 how do you try and contest these objectives? Like, you can see here, Photic is trying desperately to be the guy that carries, trying to find these plays that can bring it back, but, I mean, there's just no way with the TP coming through that V5 can actually look to answer this. You don't have Rookie there. You can see where Rich is on the bottom side of the map, so you just, LNG collapsing faster, using the TP advantages that they have, and it just hasn't worked out at all with these paranoias thus far for V5.
It's really unfortunate too when you think about the background of a lot of these players, right? And the way that it came together. We said on paper, like, this is for both sides, it was super teams. Like, these were a couple of teams were like, oh my God, we're getting this in the LPL? And we have seen that domination from V5 in the past. We said if they all show up, they're incredible. But it's moments like this, the lacking moments, the parts where it does bring in so many questions and so much memory from the failures of the past for V5.
I mean, when you look again, like, you got world champion Rookie from 2018, MSI champion from 2018 in Karsa. Like, this is supposed to be a team that should be able to dominate through the mid-jungle, but it's Doomby and Tarzan that are showing up. These two players together have been instrumental to the success of LNG in this game, and I mean, Wind becomes lightning will crash onto Karsa with 30 seconds until Dragon. It feels like LNG want to make the play again.
Realm Warp from Doomby will bring him into the fold. Tidal Wave on from PP God, though, brings LNG away from that aggression. Again, V5 don't have a mid tower to fall back to, so they're playing with a lot of confidence here with no defense.
Yeah, Rich has TP to try and get in, but there's no wards either on the side of LNG's jungle for V5 to try and make work. So you've actually got to be more scared of Allah on the flank with where he's positioned. Tier 1 tower will drop for V5 in top, will be traded for a tier 2 tower for Allah in the bot lane, and Dragon to boot as well. V5, we already smelt a bit of desperation. Well, they reek of it right now. They need to find something to pull themselves back into this game, because like Dragon's so heavily in favor of LNG.
Yeah.
I just don't know where they can do it.
And the other thing is, when you're talking about those dragons, right, is our first Infernal Soul here on the Rift, and I don't even want to think about the damage profile that's coming out from LNG if they do get that soul, and it's going to have to be contested by V5, and they're hoping by that point, right, they can find a way to synergize their ultimates, to synergize their setup, get the big flank from Rich. If you can find a crucial slicing maelstrom, that makes the difference in the game. Karsa with the paranoias, Photic being able to dive into the fights and find the damage. I was talking with Ox the other night and just looking at the differences that we see in Lucian's playstyle. Yes, he is that early, strong, laning focused ADC, but he still puts out massive damage if you can navigate the fights right.
And it's about navigating the culling, right? That's where a huge amount of that upfront damage comes from. And if you can get that on towards LNGs we talked about, like, that is a good way to try and kick off these fights, because LNG, apart from Allah, aren't particularly tanky right now, right? The early Thornmail coming through will help out significantly against Photic. But other than that, it just feels like maybe you could try and get damage down onto Doomby, get damage down onto Light, but it's still going to be so incredibly difficult, even with the Crown of the Shattered Queen as well for Doomby. 3 items for Doomby right now, a full item over his counterpart in Rookie.
Yeah, I mean, he's the most built in the game so far. It stands to test of time at this point. He's got the scaling later on in the game, but he's also just been so crucial in the pickup of pace for LNG, right? Those Realm Wards, trying to always poke and prod V5 and find something to take advantage of. Allah stacking up his Meganar on the side. He sees a potential flank option. There's a Realm Warp, and Tarzan kills PP God. That's exactly what we were looking for in the Paranoia. Not going to do much, Karsa.
Now, Rookie has the narrow, was trying to see if maybe he can make a play happen, but the PP got down, doesn't feel likely. Photic resetting, Rookie will be forced to back away. And I'm actually looking at our LNG or positioning because there's a lot of pings going down around this Baron. I think it's just to get vision control down though and make sure that next time they can turn that into that objective.
Yeah, still a lot of devastating ultimates in a small space if you go to fight V5 in that aspect, and also with that Mega Gnar being there for Rookie. It's just about lane adaptation here now for LNG, where they're trying to move around the map, see if they can force their hand onto a Baron. But with this big of a lead, right, like 7,000 gold in the lead almost, it's actually very easy for them to move around the map and kind of force V5's hand. And now we have 2 minutes for a Dragon. The setup is going to be there for V5, but they've got to get into position.
I mean, for V5, it feels like that position is kind of done for. Like, even when you look here, right, the ability for the Realm Warps to come through, again, Tarzan and Doomby here, Ala keeping V5 in check. How do you try and position in here when at any point in time LNG feel like they can just break it? You don't have the control of the map either to get vision control on your bottom side for the next Dragon that spawns, to try and contest LNG's iron grip on this Baron as well. Because Ala pushing down on bot side, Doomby just keeping himself out of sight so he can always come in with that Realm Warp whenever he wants.
Now Ala is backing, actually stops his back to continue pushing this side lane to force again V5's decision making. He has TP during the fight as well. And Doomby can always kick it off with the Realm Warp if he wants to. But in all actuality, LNG have complete control in a situation like this. And V5 just trying to pick up the scraps in all actuality. And I think with that bottom lane pressure, with now minions crashing onto the inhib tower, we've seen both times that LNG have closed out games. They holistically follow on the bottom lane, get that inhib, snowball it into the mid lane inhib, and it works out for them. So I'm seeing if we get a rinse and repeat from LNG in terms of them breaking the base of V5.
I think for LNG, it's just a case of, again, like, doing what they did in Game 3, playing a little bit through side lanes, playing a little bit around these objectives, making sure that they're going to be totally fine, and then booking themselves that ticket for that match against JDG. I mean, they did end up losing to JDG in the regular split, but in a close, like, 3-game series, but I mean, that was on an LNG that couldn't quite achieve what they're achieving right now, so I think for JDG, they're going to be looking at this a little bit gobsmacked at the LNG that they're seeing take over here against V5.
Shock Laser splits them apart. Light is in some trouble, but the final chapter comes out, dissuading V5 from moving forward. But now the setup is looking at the Dragon here. Do V5 try to force something to stop Soul Point for LNG? Or do they just let it go? Ala almost has the Mega Gnar on the side. He has a big setup, but you're also looking at the setup for V5. The Paranoia, the Slicing Maelstrom, everything available to them as the Dragon starts off here. We'll see PP God gets hit by the Ultra Shock Laser with a little bit of poke from V5. If they can get it, there's the culling that you wanted to start off the fights. Doomby goes golden, doesn't get hit by the abduct from Rookie. Ala was looking for the Mega Gnar, but Rookie is looking for his own. LNG are set up against the wall here. Does the Bodyguard make another huge play around the Dragon Pit? We have to wait and find out. V5 are the ones now taking the Dragon, and LNG, no Mega Gnar and Ala. They're trying to contest this. Rich goes, but he doesn't get the Slicing Maelstrom, and now they have actually picked up Doomby after the crown goes off. Tarzan is in the background, but you have to watch Light the entire time. Rookie, the rest of V5, they're being bought out of the Dragon Pit here, but now they can maybe collapse. Ala goes a little bit ham, leaving Tarzan and Light by himself. He's looking to take down Rookie, though, and Mega Gnar comes up again. Ala gets bubbled immediately, but the rest of LNG, they're trying to move forward, and V5, they're gonna go down. Light is a monster, and so is LNG. He gets himself a triple kill. No, it's Lumel that picks it up, and the scared cat strikes again. LNG have dashed V5's hopes.
The chill-in brings about a new enlightened one, and it feels like for LNG, they have lit up V5. They have found what they needed to take the playoffs by storm. The miracle run cannot be stopped as LNG will now move back to take the Dragon. But what a magnificent fight again from LNG, consistently finding ways to deny V5 access. This is where it looks dire for V5, or for LNG, with Rookie finding the kill onto Doomby. But again, Light untouched, and this spread out fight where nobody wants to help Rookie. He's off on one end. V5 can't find the engage onto Light on the other, and it's too little too late by the time they group with Rookie. And again, Light and Tarzan finding the success that they need.
Man, the fact that Ala gets Meganar for a second time, this finally gets the ulti off. The fact that final chapter comes back off cooldown. Like, oh my god, there's just no hope, it feels like, in a lot of these fights, because even through the scrappiness, even through the decisiveness of V5, they weren't able to contest in the way they wanted to.
And now V5 are left with scraps. 3 dragons, 2 LNG, a soul on the cards. Baron still there. And V5 are just trying to see if they can get any of this standing gold back in their favor. We talked about them needing to play around specific spikes. Well, those power spikes are gone. And new spikes are coming online for LNG. Light picking up close to his 4th item, now working on his wit's end to make sure that Rookie and Rich can't pick him off. Ala being able to finish off his own wit's end and now moving it over as well to get Randuin's almost so Photic can't do as much work. Maybe
They're
they can
going to
catch
try to
Curse.
pound. This is the kind of play that we were looking for V5. He is a tanky individual. The Crescent Guard buys a lot of time, but Light and Lumao know they need to back away from that one. Now Baron, maybe in the sights of V5, but they get one. I don't know if they need to go all the way.
No, they want to see, like, this is their best moment to try and make something happen. They're trying to see if Rich can maybe get in. Rookie doesn't have access to that Gnar ultimate, which would also be a massive engage tool for them, especially with the flash. But Ala trying to build up his Mega Gnar.
They're going to try to catch all
Wait a
is just
sec.
dead. Outright Rookie gets the kill. This is the V5 that we're looking at to try to pull back into this game. They're doing the Baron now.
I mean, we said V5, the best win rate when behind, but I mean, this would be unbelievable. This would be an incredible bring back from V5, and they're looking for it.
Final chapter, they're going in for the fight. Light and Doonby, though, they have so much damage. The lightning crashes. Light is just looking for a steal potentially here, but they don't get the damage down, and V5 come up huge with the Baron buff.
And don't forget Baron, the highest objective bounty in the game as well. That's a massive influx of gold to V5 alongside the kills, alongside the shutdowns, and a bit of a whoopsie from LNG. Tarzan and Ala both getting caught out, and V5 make it back just in time to hold on to their base. But you'll see it here. Tarzan thinks he's safe, but immediately V5 pull the trigger. They know that Doomby's resetting on the bot side, so he won't be here, and they're just about able to finish Tarzan before people are able to get in position.
And this Baron buff, they have to utilize it as best they can. They have cut that gold lead down to 4,000, and now it's all about next movements here, as Doomby not going to go against Rookie in this 1v1 on the top side of the map, but especially looking at the next moves, looking at the at least map focus from V5, because they have 2 minutes on this Baron, and they need to get as much gold back into their pockets as they can.
It's also the 2 minutes that lead directly up to that Infernal Soul potential for LNG. So the fact that they can now push in these waves, get control over them, and then fall back to Dragon is going to be huge. Photic needs to be careful though. This is where you need to make sure that you can actually get these structures down and get that gold in your favor.
It's again, the range is not playing to their advantage here. It's really difficult for Photic to weave these fights, but if he can, that is so big, right? The damage, the burst coming out from the pick. He is on 4 items now, having Gale Force available to end somebody's life. But in all actuality, right, LNG can just kind of bend and work around it. Only 1.5k in the lead is LNG now, and they've caught Ala. The snowball, it's happening, Dagda.
I mean, they don't have the wave, but they still have the Baron buff. If they can crack open the base, that could be incredible. I mean, just LNG are starting to fall apart. It was right there for them, and Rookie is finding picks with Karsa. And this is... what's happening, Mizel?
It took 30 minutes, but the synergy is finally online between these two. The lauded duo that we had said coming into the year, right? Karsa, Rookie, incredible in their own right, but when they come together, how deadly could it be? And in all actuality, right, it's just heads-up gameplay from V5, but it's also a problem we've seen from LNG in the past, right? That was something we talked about coming into the series. LNG, they're good at getting a good lead early on. They're good at getting Tarzan ahead. But it comes to the mid-late game decision-making where they can fumble. We hadn't seen that until now, but now it's coming alive and well.
And with V5 now resetting, still having the Baron buff, They can eke these waves in towards the base of LNG once more and fall back towards the Dragon. LNG quickly trying to dismantle these waves so they can move over towards this objective. This could be the fight that puts LNG into double a limb or finds us listening to Silver Scrapes, and V5 are putting themselves forward.
They are. The calling already used from Photic, though. A little bit of poke damage down. And LNG necessarily don't have to fight this.
Wait a
but
second.
it looks like they want to. And we're trying to catch Rich out on the side. They're going to make their way around. And the Dragon about half health here. See if they can actually get in to find Rich on the side with a slicing maelstrom. The big final chapter across, but Allah isn't Meganar. And Allah, he doesn't get it in time again. They are just pouncing when the moment is right. Tarzan with the big crescent guard. Light is incredible. But Rich, he found a TP back into the fight, and they're wondering where he came from. It is V5 that take the lead for the first time in game number 4.
This had no right to be a Victory 5 win. This had no right to be a Game 5. But by God, do V5 grab this game by the scruff of its neck. They will drag it, kicking and screaming across the line. And I, for one, am ready for the Silver Scrapes. Let's get it rockin', Mazel.
You better get those speakers turned up no matter what time it is, because V5 has shown up to the series, and we're going to Silver Scrapes.
The smiles on their faces say it all. A very, very messy game from V5, but one pick turns into 2, into 3, into a massive team fight victory. And just like that, V5 turned it around. And again, this feels like why you can never count out this team. 2 splits in a row now. They have had the highest win rate from a deficit, and you're seeing it on your screens now. That was incredible.
Somehow, some way, they find an in. We set up the entire time. It's about execution for V5. They were falling so far behind. But in all actuality, that utility from the Paranoia, the catch-outs onto Allah multiple times. I believe it was 3 times in a row that Allah wasn't able to use his Meganar because he just kept getting caught out. And you take those all day as V5. You cannot have mistakes like that against this top-level team.
No, and especially when you look at the engages that were capable of coming through from V5. Photic having the setup that he needed with the Meganar being stolen by Rookie, with the ultimates coming through from this Kennen for Rich as well. Great flash in that last fight, by the way, for Rich to actually get in onto Doomby, buy space, so that then they could close the distance onto Light as well. Like, this was everything that they needed, and you'll see it there. We talked about him. This needed to be a Photic carry. Photic needed to be the damage dealer, and he stepped up massively.
Hey, take a screenshot. That's an LPL gold graph right there. And I love that you put the focus onto Photic, right? Light has been the carry in this series that we have just been talking about consistently. He has gotten the Zarya at every game, and he has dominated. We even saw moments where it looked like he could just take on the world in those fights. But Photic navigating the fights, working so well with PP God in this Lucian Nami duo that we haven't seen in this series so far. It is incredible to see the adaptation come through. And that win rate, it'll stay good.
I mean, that win rate's going to stay at 100%, just like his kill participation. And that KDA, 12 KDA for Mr. Photic. Fantastic stuff from the V580 carry. And again, like you can see, pretty much top scorer almost entirely across the board. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from the AD carry. And honestly, I think a lot of the reason why V5 were able to stay in this game, like you could see Photic eyeing up how aggressive he could go, how far he could step up with a culling. Can he move forward with like the Tycotter's blessing to get some pop shots onto people, utilize that 9% increased damage from the first strike, like just do anything he can to slow the pace of LNG. And somehow, some way, V5 brought that back. And we're going to game 5.
I wouldn't have it any other way. Also, the addition of Karsa to the series, the early parts of the game, not looking good for Karsa, but it's about staying into it, that veteran presence. And we'll see if V5 can close out the series here. We're going to Silver Scrape, so make sure you have those speakers up, and we'll be right back after the break.
Previously on Speaking LPL, we've already learned 2 words. 我们是冠军.
们是冠军！
Sha! Pentakill.
能五杀吗？
Let's learn some new words. 一波 translated into English is like go, 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 go.
Go, 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 go.
In the LPL, players will yell 一波, 一波 as they push to finish the Nexus.
波可能要被一波啊！一波，
可以一波，可以一波，
可以一波，可以一波，可以一波，可以去一波，可以去一波。
一波 is usually accompanied by words like 美山, no flash, right? Go, go, go. They don't have flash. Or 打龙, Baron, right? Go Baron.
中单没射，中单没射，中单没射，中单没射，中单没射，中单没射，中单。
我手上可以到了。一波，一波，一波，一波，没闪，没闪，没闪，没闪，
没闪，没闪，没闪，没闪。
到了，
闪一定没闪，一定没闪，一定没闪。一波开的，一波。
It is used in very critical stages of the game where tempo is a massive deal. This week, our LPL Fun Fact has two words for you. 东部 and 西部. In the LPL, only 10 teams can go to the playoffs. These 10 teams will usually be displayed on the left. That is 西部, the upper standings. The team that missed the playoffs will be shown on the right-hand side. And that is 东部. With this, LPL fans can easily remember who made playoffs and who missed out. That's all for today's episode in Speak in LPL, and we'll see you for the next one in the coming weeks.
我们队的话，就是常规赛开始前就是连胜嘛，就是状态比较好。但是中间的话呢，就是有一些起伏嘛，然后就是也输了2、3场比赛嘛。然后到后面就是我们就是也在想，就慢慢改正，就把我们那些做得不好的地方调整一下之类的，就是好好备战季后赛嘛。常规赛的话，就是我觉得就有在就是练一些东西之类的嘛，就是也没有就倾尽全力那种感觉。但是我觉得季后赛的话，就不仅就是要倾尽全力嘛，还有我觉得是心态也是特别重要的。
Mentality is important, but going all out is even more so. We have made it to the culmination of this best of 5 between LNG and V5. We're into game number 5 of it. You just heard the Silver Scrapes, and I am Mazel, joined by Dagda. We have the utmost pleasure of bringing this final game of the day to us to see who will go on to double Elim and to face JDG, but we got to get the MVP for game 4 out of the way first. He saw Light do it, and now he wants his own. Fodic picks up MVP.
We said it already, this man is the insurance for V5 in the later portion of the game. And by God, did he have to pay out big time to get V5 across the finish line. Fantastic performance from Fodic. Being able to get the damage that he needed. 100% kill participation. Always playing on what felt like a knife's edge to just find any little thing that he could to give V5 that moment in the game. And when they found it, they gripped onto that. And somehow, we're now looking at a game 5.
They had like the alligator death roll going on here against them, especially against Atla. They just kept getting a chunk of the Gnar every single time they needed to. But this guy, man, on the Lucian, keeping his 100% win rate, but as well as just navigating these fights. When we had said like the range disadvantage was really rough for him to navigate, but somehow, some way, Fodic always finds a way.
Yeah, I mean, it was very much a case of like trying to find the best position that he could, always being able to follow up when V5 needed him best. And right now, Photic, you got to try and step up one more time. Game 5 here for LNG versus V5. The chance at the double elimination bracket is going to be so crucial for this squad. The question is, can V5, a team that already had their bit of a slump in the regular split, now beat their demons and push themselves through to that next round? Or will the miracle run for LNG continue to keep on running?
Yeah, it's all down to that, but I also want to bring us down to what we've gotten so far, right? We have had some very one-sided games. Game number 1, LNG came out smashing, right? They had the Nocturne in mid lane for Doinby. Game 2, they get smashed to some extent. Yeah, the Yone for Doinby in the mid lane did not work out. They come back with a really huge adaptation, I guess, in terms of just mentality in game number 3, where V5 had taken the same composition for, it felt like, the first 3 games. And so to see LNG battle back, but then also falter in game 4, where those troubles of the late game shot calling, the decision making that we've seen LNG fumble with so many times before in the regular season, come bubbling back up, in V5 with the absolute monsters that they are, they slam home that victory in game 4 to bring us where we are. And now looking at the draft, looking at the unique picks we've had, a lot of these bans are going to be so crucial for both these teams, and especially for V5 to kind of pick apart LNG.
Yeah, I think going back into kind of what champions we want to see, I think the big one is going to be looking at, like, again, the Lucian Nami for Photic and PP God. I think having that agency was very crucial for this squad, being able to get themselves the early advantages that then allow them to take over in the later portion of the game. I think you got to see comfort here as well for Karsa. The Nocturne did not look good, caught out in like early skirmishes really, really badly. Like, they need to start looking at how they can try and change things up and prioritize those opportunities. LNG though, I mean, I'm V5 honestly sticking with the exact same bans we've seen every single game so far in this series.
Yeah.
Bar the Trundle that slipped through in the last one. We'll have to see if V5 decide to go with that again here.
And it will just be the same size for all 5 games. So not a common occurrence, I feel like, but it is the Nocturne banned away from V5, or by V5 against LNG this time around.
Zeri has been
the
first
5
pick
games in a
every
row.
single one. Yeah, and now, do we get the Lucian Nami, or will we go back towards the Sivir Yumi? Honestly, I think that Lucian Nami was a very big difference maker here, and looks like we will go immediately over towards that. Wukong could be the pickup here again for Tarzan, but we did see that slip away in that last game 4 in response to things like the Gnar then becoming a bit more higher priority for Allah in that top lane.
I am loving the confidence here. Something we've seen V5 stick to is their guns in this series, right? Like, hey, something works for them, or they think something works, they're sticking to it. I think, obviously, big deal for Photic to put the Lucian win rate on the line. No, he's probably not thinking about it too much, but in all actuality, it's about the gameplay style for V5, and I think this is going to work for them so well. But it's also something that's working out for LNG is they get the Wukong back.
Do they take the Silas though? Do they take the Yumi? These are the big picks we've kind of seen going back and forth. Yumi looks like it will be the call here, and make sure the Lightning Boom can have that late game scaling in that bottom side. But here's an adaptation. Finally, it looks like Vi is going to be picked up here. Has been banned every single game in the second rotation by LNG. And Karsa hoping that now that he has his hands on it, can have a much better early game than he had in game 4.
Yeah, I mean, the skirmishing, the play calling, the setup is so crucial, and that's exactly what the Vi brings to the table. I really need to focus in on what we get for these solo laners, though, because that is what we're setting up so much for in the second phase of picks and bans, right? We get the Jax ban away by V5, and we're looking at kind of what the style these solo laners are going to be, because we've gotten very different takes, right? Like, Akali has, Doinby has gone from Akali to the Rise to the Nocturne, and at this point, it's all about asking what comes next, right? And that Silas ban, a very big call out for LNG.
Curious to see if they'll go towards the Lissandra ban as well, just trying to get Rookie as uncomfortable, or not uncomfortable, but like off to picks that he doesn't traditionally go towards. The Akali is going to be the ban away, so now the question remains, like, what are we actually going to see? I think for Rich, you could always go towards something like the Gnar blind, leave that counter pick for Rookie, and honestly, I think that's going to be the big answer here. I feel like being able to respond to Doomby is going to be incredibly important for Rookie. It has been such a big defining factor this entire series long.
Yeah, it has, and it's been the bending and breaking of that mid lane, right, in both avenues. And I think we've already talked so much about Rookie and maybe his chagrin towards Doomby in the terms of past experiences, but I love that V5 are adapting to this, and they'll take the Gnar themselves.
Allah, thinking about going back to his old faithful. Even when he was back as natural, Camille was his favorite champion, the champion we've seen the most played from him. But the Aurelia, also a brilliant answer to the Gnar, would give him a ton of opportunity to try and play through that solo lane that we know Allah likes to go for. But Fiora going to be the pickup here. And the chips are down. Allah says, look, I want to step up and be a carry once more in these solo lanes.
And I will have to say, it's a difference, right? It's a bit of a change for LNG, where they've been relying on Allah to come into the team fights a lot of time, right? He's been on the Gnars, the Kennons. He's been, a crucial factor in setting up these big 5v5s. But now, with the Fiora, that side lane presence is going to be much more something to deal with for V5. And LNG, pull a page out of V5's book, they'll take the Lissandra.
Rookie, eyeing up the Orianna. People have said to him for a long time that Orianna, by far his best champion, one of the best, if not the best, Oriannas in the world as well. It would be an absolute treat, but he's going to go back towards the Taliyah. So small nerfs to Taliyah coming in onto 12-15, 2 seconds added to the Unraveled Earth, but Rookie says it doesn't matter. I can still get the push. He wants to try and take over in side lanes. He wants to try and control these mid-game fights for V5, and it's going to be on LNG to see if they can keep the V5 mid laner in check.
And what a culmination we get here for game number 5. We're picking and pulling pieces from across the series, but we're also getting new influences. The Fiora, the Vi finally coming in, the Taliyah finally coming in to the series, but especially at the hands of Rookie. It's going to come down to a lot of that mid-jungle synergy and where they find those advantages early.
And I'm so excited to see how that is going to pan out. It feels like Rookie and Karsa have such a strong combo if they can close that distance. But Tarzan and Doomby post 6 is very scary as well.
It is indeed, but you get what you came for when you come to the LPL. It's nothing but fighting and it's nothing but fun. And we are here in a game 5 banger between LNG and V5, setting the stakes a little bit. LNG, they had the dream of the past presence, the dream miracle run last year. They're making good on that run. They're trying to one-up their dream and make it reality. V5 on the other side, with the disappointment that has come in the past for this roster, for this iteration. Karsa, Rookie, Rich, Fodic, PP God, they are one step away from being denied any of that positivity here, and they want to make good on the super team possibility that this roster was put together for. And it all comes down to one last game. It all comes down to every decision made in the next 40 minutes on Summoner's Rift, and it's none other than V5 versus LNG. Let's get it!
V5 are sitting on the brink of once more tasting disappointment. Spring left a sour taste in their mouth as they were unable to find the success that people were looking for. A team that was expected to go to MSI and represent the LPL, and now with Worlds just around the corner, struggling once more in a playoff spot. Karsa in now for the second game on the Vi. Can he be the difference maker here? Or once more, just the miracle runs that LNG get at this world stage prove too much for V5, and Tarzan and Doomby can once more start to move in towards that double elimination bracket.
And I mean, obviously you see a lot of the names on your screen and you recognize them, right? The legends are being retold in this series, not only from the mid lane, not only from Doomby and Rookie. The amount of experience, the amount of championships on both these rosters, the veterancy, all of that culminating in one game for your season, Dagda. Like, I can't even express how stressful, how monumental these next moments will be, especially looking at the path that we've gotten for both these teams, right? Like, it has been such back and forth, but that last game, it was not in V5's hand. They took the momentum from a couple big play calls, and they're looking to take that momentum here into this final game.
And for LNG, if they can actually try and turn that around, like, this would be the matching the highest finish this organization's ever had. A 4th place as both Snake and LNG is all that they've been able to achieve. But now with the roster with Doomby, Tarzan, Allah, like this is a top side that you expect to be able to go the distance here in the LPL. You just have to see if they can manage to achieve it. Both junglers going to be starting off on opposite sides of the map. Karsa going to be taking a little bit of a slower one as he wasn't able to get any sort of help. We'll have to see now where he's going to put his focus first. Will he try and go for some sort of cheeky gank into the mid lane?
That's exactly what I want to look at, is early focuses, right? The differences that some of these picks are bringing to the table, right? The pick for Ala, Fiora on the top side, we're already seeing very big aggression coming out from him. But as well as looking at Karsa on the Vi, looking at Rookie on the Talia, that level 6, that mobility is going to be so important, but it's all focusing back into who takes that first advantage, who takes the, at least, decision-making advantage early on, looking at Tarzan versus Karsa.
This has been the Tarzan Classic for a lot of players. We haven't got to see it a huge amount, but here we go.
Goes over the wall. The CC is there. Cleanse from Rookie immediately. Nicely done. It'll be just a Summoner spell burned. Karsa is down here on the Scuttle Crab, but LNG are pinging. They have the health advantage and the man advantage, but can't get down there fast enough, and Karsa will get that objective.
Yeah, Karsa will just be able to use the Scry's Bloom there to spot out that Tarzan is there, and we'll just back away. Light and Photic.
Oh, no. The exhaust comes out. He immediately cleanses it, realizing he has to. And Light, we've seen this 2v2 go back and forth, right? But it is now Light and Lumal taking favor.
Yeah, I mean, heal blown, cleanse blown by the bot side of V5, whereas it was just the exhaust from Lumao. So Summoner Spell, massive advantage for LNG. As across the board, we're kind of seeing V5 struggle in each of these lanes. Allah doing spectacular in the top side. Photic and PP God now starting to get some advantageous trades, with Tarzan helping out in mid. He now wants to try and move into bot side as well.
One thing for Tarzan in every series, he just finds a way to get under the skin of his opponent. His pathing, especially on Wukong, is so crazy. Now Karsa's going to be a little bit late to the 3v3, and the health bar is not going to help out. Oh, the flash tried to come out from Karsa to get the end of the charge, but he didn't get it. And now Photic, he gets flashed onto by Tarzan. First blood for LNG, and it's about to be a quick second. Light gets his own.
And it's looking like the start of game 4 again, Mizzell. Mistakes from Karsa end up nesting advantages for LNG. Photic gets caught out. Karsa will fall, and that's a kill apiece now for Tarzan and Light.
What an incredible pickup and early game advantage that we know and love for LNG. This is something that is tried and true for them. Tarzan's early ganks, his early pathing, his pressure he puts down, they always find an advantage. The question comes later on, but right now we're sitting good for LNG.
Yeah, Karsa not quite able to get the flash to extend that range on the Q. And then great job from Tarzan here, realizing that he can go for that play, gets the kill, body blocks Karsa as well, so then the kill can go over towards Light. And now, this is where the alarm bells are ringing for V5. Bot lane, disaster is stricken. Top side, going in heavily in Allah's favor. And you need to find some way to turn this around.
So I'm looking at level 6s, obviously. We had already highlighted for Rookie, the Weaver's Wall could be huge in terms of his movement around the map, but his connection with Karsa. Because again, that is a main piece to the puzzle here for V5, is making sure Rookie and Karsa are on the same page. Speaking of the same page, they're under the same tower at least, but LNG are putting up the pressure in mid lane.
I mean, look, Rookie's just being forced away from the tower. He's just falling further behind in CS. Like, this is such a good job from LNG to control the pace of this early game. PP God will spot out Light and Lumao just moving back across the bot side here, but they're going to be fine. They just hop over the wall, and they'll still be here to collect this wave. Tarzan and Doomby actually looking to maybe move down onto this bot side as well. Dragon is up, but I don't know if they want to fully commit onto a bot side play just yet.
We are seeing the split focus, at least from the junglers. We'll at least maybe see Tarzan come down to this bottom lane again, but we're actually seeing Doomby being that mobile roamer from the mid lane, trying to get a capitalization onto Rich. Allah, though, he's left out. He does get the riposte off and does get out. Rookie is right behind him. He has level 6, and Rich almost has Meganar, so LNG back away.
But again, you're committing so many resources to try and shut down this play, and Tarzan's like, cool. I'm just going to pop this wave nice and easy in towards the mid lane, make sure that Rookie loses out for trying to make that play happen. And again, like, I mean, they're not dissuaded here. LNG are just like, all right, well, now that they're backed away, we just go for take 2.
because they feel confident in their own right? The composition is working out for them so far. They're finding the early advantage they need, and it's especially how they use that. I feel like a lot of the time, it is just that oppression that comes out from Tarzan doing it, because they're so good at knowing where you are on the map and calling your bluffs. And I think that's what we've seen in the positive games for LNG, is a lot of this crazy manipulative pathing.
Well, it's going to make sure that he gets on towards Rich here, because Tarzan, he cancelled the recall. Rich is in
Grand
so much
challenge.
trouble.
He does have the jump, and it's not enough just yet. He almost has Meganar. Tarzan gets out, and Allah tanks the tower just a couple level times, and that will be a third kill for LNG.
Carson will try and respond by getting the dragon, so at least getting something back for themselves, but these lanes are going disastrously for V5 right now, especially that top side of the map. We've already got that big CS lead that's opening up, plus change now with the kill going over towards Allah as well. Riptail just about to spawn 2. I don't think V5 would really be in a position to try and contest this, especially if Tarzan just starts to roam straight up towards that objective.
Love to see V5 falling back to their comfort, though, making sure to get some of that objective focus, the objective control that we highlighted at the beginning of the day that was so important for them in a lot of their wins, but as well as just in terms of how they play the game. The Rift Herald is up on the board, though, and I do wonder how, if any, priority they put into that and try to use maybe the Weaver's Wall from Rookie to set it up.
Yeah, they're trying to start it up immediately, because I was looking at Lightning Lumao going, right, these guys have push on bot side. They'll get to rotate up towards that objective first. Doomby with a very late reset as well, so looks like LNG actually may not be in a position to try and contest this. Tarzan, the only one that's there at the moment.
They're bringing Allah down. They also have Rookie come again. That's an immediate Megadar to the wall, and as well as everybody just falling in onto Tarzan. He dodges out nicely, done, away from Bridge. That's Rift Herald going down to V5, though, so they get the objective they came for and force the flash of Tarzan.
Slight mistakes starting to come through on LNG's side. Like Doomby going for the reset late meant that couldn't really contest on towards the Rift Herald. Lightning Lumao not really getting that way pushed in a bot side, as Lumao needs to be careful. It means that they can't really be in a position to roam up either. So despite the fact we're seeing these early kills and this early control go over to LNG, both objectives now have gone towards V5.
Which is very, very nice in terms of like trying to get back from those early deaths over. And Tarzan just falls right into the big, meaty hands of Rich.
Yeah, I think a couple of mistakes here from V5 though, right? Karsa misclicking on the clone means that he doesn't actually get the knock up he wants. A miss on the house as well means you don't get the kill onto Tarzan. So could have been a little bit more going over towards V5, but they'll be happy with the Rift Herald. It's just a question now of how they want to try and use this. At least for me, it feels like trying to get a push in mid with Rookie, maybe help out with Karsa and PP God, and then trying to get that Weaver's Wall bot side.
They're trying to get Rookie again. The Frozen Tomb was used, cleansed immediately from Rookie to get out of that one. They had brought Lumao up as well. They're just trying to put the focus on this mid lane because they realize, you know, if Doomby has favor in the mid lane, that enables these side lane roams even more so, and that has been so integral for LNG.
I mean, just control over the mid lane has been the dominant factor in this series thus far. Apart from, obviously, LNG struggling to close out in the last game, these early games have been defined by who gets the advantage between Doomby and Rookie. And right now, Doomby at least been able to keep a certain amount of control over that mid lane because of the help he's receiving. A V5 need to find some way to respond, because at the moment, they're not unlocking Rookie. They're not finding opportunities to really use this Rift Herald that's already halfway over.
Yeah, it is really looking at where the next iteration is going to be, and it looks like they want to put it into Photic and PP God. Allah in a 1v1 against Rich. He'll get the riposte back. The grand challenge is issued, and Rich, you're in some trouble. You're a little Mininar now. Is this the solo bolo for Allah? He said we ain't seen nothing like it, and Allah, he gets the solo.
The second solo kill for Allah now in this series, and it's again on these picks that can take over. The Fiora now going to be such a threat on side lanes, and it's going to get to a stage now where Rich just won't be able to contest the side lane against Allah, and that opens up a beautiful win condition for LNG.
What a way to blow it open, too. This Fiora is going to be a menace And again, we just see Karsa hovering this bottom lane. Tarzan has been here the entire time because he knows that that's where Karsa wants to utilize this Rift Herald. But at this point, he's going to have to look elsewhere. He is moving back up towards this middle lane, towards these solo lanes. But as well, I mean, he needs to make a decision. It's about 1/4 of the way from being finished.
I just don't know where he gets to put it down. I mean, Rich, the fact that Rich is losing so heavily in topside means that Tarzan is able to just look to match Karsa's clears, and he's been doing a fantastic job of doing just that. You see, this vision control has been sitting here for the past like 6-7 minutes, ever since we got that initial roam topside, and it's just meant that they know exactly where Karsa is at all points in time, and making it easy for Tarzan to just sit bot lane and make sure nothing funky is going to happen.
We get to look at that solo, a little bit of a sneak peek, and especially just the heads-up gameplay from Ala.
Yeah. I mean, everything whiffs from the Gnar. Even the Mega Gnar here as well, right as Rich is about to go mini. Like, I know he basically had only a little bit of time left to use it, but I mean, the house goes wide, the stun is riposted, then the Gnar. It's not a pretty look for Rich in that top side. They're going to have to see how V5, they bounced back in game 4 in an incredulous manner. We're going to have to see if they can do it again.
Karsa forced to use the Rift Herald in mid lane. They will get the plates at least to Karsa's pocket. Oh no, though. They've caught him out. That's the Frozen Tomb as well. Karsa goes right back in. He's tanking up a storm. He goes down, but that's a 2 for a V5, and in the end, they went out in the trade, but maybe Light makes a difference here. Rookie in some trouble. He needs to be careful if Light's flashing forward. Rich is on his way. Light and Lumal, they might be in their own version of trouble. Bodic is moving forward. One more auto. Rich wants it. He gets it with the boomerang.
The Hyper will let him get the movement speed to get out as well. And just like that, as we said, a V5, somehow, some way, they managed to bring these fights back from the brink. Ala will get plates on top side. This Fiora is still huge, but suddenly that gold lead ain't as big anymore.
It ain't nearly as big. Tied up even. See if Ala... Oh, no, he didn't get the tower. It was so close. One auto attack. He'll try to get back down to it. But next focus for me is the next objectives. We've seen 100% objective control from V5, as we know they do love. And actually, before we get to that objective conversation, we'll look at the overextension from LNG.
So Karsa flashes away, but look at the choice here. Jumps on towards Doomby in the backline, so gets the double CC, knocks them perfectly in place for Photic to get the Light Slinger through everyone. And then here, again, Light thinks he can get the play, but Rookie just about goes golden and just about manages to get that slow with the boulder toss, which sets up beautifully here for V5 to get so much back in their favor.
And for me, it's also is like V5 know they had them on the ropes to turn around the game, and Rich is like, let's slam that home a little bit more. Oh!
No way!
Lumal, you monster kitty!
The Ultra Shock Laser and the Prowling Projectile steal the dragon from right underneath Karsa.
Oh no,
Photic!
Final chapter is barely not going to hit, and Photic just lays down the culling into Tarzan's face. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Here comes Karsa as well. They want to try to find it. Rookie is in deep. Doesn't get the seismic toss there. And now it's the big cease and desist coming from Karsa. Doonby is here to lock him down, though. They get one back. The tidal wave not going to do much. Light is trying to dodge, but he doesn't have the damage there to finish Photic off. It is a 3v3. It's so tight. Lumal, he has some healing to give over to Doonby. PP God wants to find a bubble. Doesn't land it onto Doonby. Rookie was right there to follow, but it is chaos in this game 5.
Karsa's decision-making on his target selection could have been a bit cleaner there. Could have just jumped onto Light, and it could have been a very easy pickup for V5, but instead gets greedy with it and ends up going for 1-for-1. And again, that leaves Ala with that push in topside to get the tower for himself. And we'll see it here. Ultra Shock Laser with the Prowling Projectile. No, actually, Smite was available, so just an early Smite. The early Smite at 902 HP. So 2 HP left on that dragon from the Smite. And LNG are just about able to steal it away. Photic as well does a good job of escaping here. But here, I think for Karsa, if you just jump onto Light with the cease and desist, you win this fight. Like, Tarzan's too low to go in. But because he goes onto Tarzan, Light is putting down so much damage. And with Doomby coming in as well, now you're overextended as V5. And yes, they will get one kill back onto Light, but it means that they're very close to losing more members on that play.
And the fact that he committed so hardly to Tarzan got out in the end. Like that is some of the heel back and the potential mind games that Tarzan has been able to play on this Wukong. And now, for the first time, you know, the Rift Herald will be in favor of LNG here in this game of the series. And I think particularly looking at the utilization of this Rift Herald to try to get either Light, Doonby, or Ala ahead, they have so many options for LNG.
Yeah, I mean, Allah's already massive. Like, he's still going to be in a great spot when it comes towards these side lane plays. The biggest problem that I'm seeing, though, is, like, the rest of V5 are now starting to get to a position where they can test things like, you know, pushing mid, which makes it a lot more difficult for Allah to just win out on side lanes. Rich, you can even see here, is going to run away, but should be fine to just hop, skip, and a jump away out of this.
Doonby trying to speed in here and make something happen. Actually, just commits to it because he
Oh
doesn't
my
have the
God,
Megadar. And there's the grand challenge. Allah will take the kill. Doonby gets out by the skin of his teeth. Mid lane, though, we got craziness. The seismic is enough to get him back in. Light goes down. Karsa gets the kill. Fodak gets burned down. It is trades like crazy. And Rookie takes a couple extra shots from the turret. Karsa coming up with a big double kill.
It's 2 for 2 across the map, but again, it's towers going towards LNG. TP here from LNG to move back in towards mid. Allah just wants to make sure he can keep the mid lane tower standing, make sure it's an advantageous trade for LNG, but more kills going across towards V5 and also towards Allah. It's every side playing towards what they want to be their big win condition, and Tarzan, I don't know if he just didn't spot Karsa there, but they get the kill onto PP God. Rookie in a great spot here to follow up. The knockback will set up enough time just about for Fotik to get the kill on Light, but Tarzan's damage with this Divine Sunder, so much underneath this tower.
And especially, I will say, like, that comeback is huge for LNG, but man, the decisiveness from Rookie, the double seismic shove onto the crucial member, like, man, you just can't fault this guy. Like, even in the moments where it's desperation for V5, you consistently have the legend in the mid lane who, again, is just retelling the narrative. He is a dominant portion of V5's victories, and especially how they dictate where they want to go on the map.
They're trying to find success away from IG. Same when we look at Doonby, trying to find success away from FPX, but they need to find success at this next dragon. 30 seconds. Vision control is established here for V5. Allah trying to hover in river, but if V5 can find this big team fight, I definitely favor the front to back for V5, especially if Karsa can get access to Light with this cease and desist.
And calling early on to get that damage down. We said that was a super big portion of Fodak navigating the team fights last game on the Lucian. And he will stick with it as well here into this 5th game. There's the Dragon coming up here and available for V5. This will put them on 2nd Dragon, which LNG at this point are okay with since they stole the last one. But in all actuality, it's some of those little minute moments. Allah is just waiting in the bush here. Maybe he tries to get a steal with the boomerang. Maybe another crazy play for LNG. But he's right in there, and he's buying time. The Dragon does go down to Karsa. Afterwards, though, Doonby goes gold in final chapter across the board, and this is where LNG, they're looking hot right now, and they can't get the Ultra Shock Laser. They do get the tower. Oh, no, Tarzan, you're in some trouble, and there you go, slammed down by Rookie. They don't have their frontliner just yet. Fodak is now dodging into the fight. Rich trying to stack up here, but he's getting very low. Rookie with the Weaver's Wall to cut off the escape here, but he can't get the last seismic shove. And that is a big back and forth, but V5 taking the pressure.
But that's the thing, that tower went down in mid. Oh wait, Fotik!
Fodak is trying to go for it. He almost gets the damage.
No, this is where V5, you can see again, trying desperately to match toe for toe every option that LNG have. Rift Herald went down in mid lane to get the mid lane turret while Dragon was taken, but because you get V5 able to push LNG back, they're able to respond with a mid tower of their own. But you see here, this gets very close. Doonby just about gets the stopwatch off before that bubble hits, the ultimate even coming through. Rich not able to get the CC long enough or in a good position for Fotik to follow up. And then Tarzan way overextends here. Seismic Shove will finish that off. And then V5 just able to pepper down LNG as they try to escape. Allows them to get the mid lane turret as well.
And a big pickup on both sides, right? Like, we have been, this is consistently, I feel like, the closest game, especially that we've gotten in this series, right? We've seen LNG come out to leads early on in a lot of the games, but then has trouble finishing it out. Here, both teams are really set up going into the later parts of this game, but as you had mentioned earlier, the team fight's definitely in favor of V5. I'm looking at LNG to adapt to it and see what they pick apart with Allah.
I mean, it's a fight on two sides, right? Allah, as you say, he's the one that controls side lanes. He's the one that could potentially find the plays that they need on LNG side to win this game. Whereas when you look across at V5, it's looking at Photic, looking at Rookie in these fights, trying to see if they can contain LNG to just these objective fights. At the moment, V5 are doing a relatively good job. They're keeping their waves pushed in. They're stopping LNG from able to aggress onto the tier 2s, which is kind of the big problem for LNG right now. When the Rift Herald hasn't been able to kind of crack open these structures, you now need to push in mid, get vision control established, and see if you can look for picks with Tarzan, who may have just been picked himself.
Ooh, if that bubble
just
landed.
goes wide.
It's very close, and that's, obviously the strength that we can see from PP. Got to catches one big bubble, one big tidal wave. It makes the difference, and now calling comes out from Photic. Obviously, liberal use of the calling is huge in terms of setting up team fights in favor of V5.
Also just buying space for Rich on the spot side, right? He wants to try and push in, get another tower over in favor of V5, keep everything within touching distance. I mean, it's 3 towers to 1 for the moment in favor of LNG, but they would love for V5 to be able to at least keep this map as open as possible for themselves.
And that opening of the map is so important. But you see Allah pressing down on the bottom lane, trying to respond to some of that pushing. V5 weren't able to get that out of the tower just yet. And I think that's also something that we have to highlight, is there is a lot of that standing gold for V5, as LNG have already taken all 3 of the outer towers, but specifically looking at next steps. You have a minute and a half for another dragon. This would be sole point for V5 and a lot of decision-making power for them. But we've seen contests from LNG, and I expect in about a minute and 20, we're going to have another one of those.
They're trying to get a pick on towards Photic or on towards Rich. They know that Rookie's going to move up topside with Karsa because they want to try and push that wave in with a minute until Dragon and then start to roam down towards bot, and they're going for it.
He got him. Photic, he's going to go down. Huge play from LNG. They waited, they baited, and they got him. Oh my God, the frozen tomb! Rich does buy a lot of time, but that's 2 quick picks for LNG.
And that could be the Baron for LNG. No top, no AD carry, and you have to now look. Oh my, Rookie.
Tarzan, you gotta be careful because Rookie is always waiting.
I mean, they still can flip this. Karsa can still look for the steal. This is now danger territory. The poke is coming down.
He goes in, he goes golden though. LNG, they are looking for the fight. Allah is healing up here. Carson needs to be careful. He uses the vault breaker and the cease and desist to go back in. Rookie is putting down some serious damage numbers here, and Karsa is the front line. It's traded, but a double kill for Rookie.
Rookie will not let this game go easily. Karsa gets the engagement they need. Now it's the support and top laner for LNG that are down, with Dragon up in 15 seconds. Karsa still a ways away, but V5 can get control on the map. Use the fact that they have slightly lower cooldowns to see if they can move over towards the objective. We'll just catch it all here in the replay though, as this was great from LNG. I love this play. They know that for Rookie to push in top, Karsa has to help him, so they look for the play on mid, but just not quite able to get Rich before he ends up getting the Meganar, and that's a lot of AoE damage onto Tarzan, alongside Rookie here, getting that poke down. And this is where it starts to get shaky now for LNG. Another Dragon went down just in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. What we see here, like, Doomby, Golden, Seismic Shove just misses, which actually could have finished off Doomby, and then Allah way overextends trying to find this peak.
Feeling really confident with Lumao right at his back, but maybe some less confidence there in the next time around. But again, as you had mentioned, man, Rookie just not letting it go, not going quietly in the night. 4-0-6, and this is the moment for him to step up. And now they had a little bit of potential fight around the Baron. LNG realized they don't need to bluff V5 at this point, and V5 haven't picked up that Dragon, right? They are 2 Dragon, at least 2 Ocean Dragons in, with a lot of that regeneration coming to bat.
Karsa does need to be careful here. We'll have the Vault Breaker to get over the wall, but still need to make sure that you're not getting caught out without your flash around. LNG haven't been able to get that control that we were talking about though. Allah hasn't been able to get push inside lanes because every time he tries to, V5 are finding some objective to force, getting some answer with Rookie on this Weaver's Wall to get themselves into place. And as long as V5 are kind of staying grouped like this, it's beneficial to them. So for LNG, They need to find some way to gain tempo back, find some pick that allows them to get control over this map, or risk losing out on this game.
They're just doing the Baron right now. I like it. They're forcing the dance and immediately forced out of the dance. I don't know where the next partner is going to be, but V5 definitely trying to force LNG's hand.
They're trying to force LNG into the Baron area where maybe they can look for a pick, but honestly, you're kind of just wasting time with both top and bot waves pushing in. This is just giving opportunities for, well, Allah to get into a good spot, but will be spot on a ward.
He does, and immediately pulls all of the V5 attention. But for me, it's also, you know, Allah needing to play towards these side lanes and make sure that pressure is there, right? He has an enormous lead over Rich, but the difference maker is Rich has a Meganar ulti. Like, he can get into a fight and make the difference, whereas Allah has to pick apart the fights one by one.
Yeah, and you can see the V5 have gone back to clear out these waves to make sure that Allah can't play towards the 1v1. 2 and a bit minutes until Dragon. You're still putting a lot of pressure down around Baron. And as long as LNG can't step across river easily, Allah can't threaten tier 2 towers. So he can't actually try and play through that strength. And especially as Allah only now getting his TP back up, now he at least has some opportunity to try and play off towards sides. But up until that stage, it was so difficult for LNG to do so.
It really was. And I think looking at that next setup, at least V5 are constantly looking for it. And so are LNG to some extent. And I think if V5 find one of those picks, find a big bubble, find the calling early into the damage, like that is where we've seen them shine, right? They consistently, even when behind in this series, have been looking for picks before objectives. And we have a while to those objectives, but those picks stay the same. And the consistency stays the same.
The consistency has been the problem for V5, though. I mean, we've seen it. Mistakes in the early stages. They've had that slump in the regular split. We saw them struggle in spring playoffs. And again, now question marks up against them as they're looking to see if they can get that Ocean Soul for themselves. Whereas for LNG, the miracle run back in summer 2021 ran out just as they got into the elimination stage. They did net themselves that opportunity in the gauntlet and get themselves to Worlds, but for LNG, they'll want to be pushing for more. Now that this team looks like it's finally firing on all cylinders.
They are forcing it yet again. 3-item spikes have come up for some serious carries here on both sides, right? Rookie is on his 3-item spike, Light and Fodic as well. They are just constantly pushing and trying to force LNG to misposition around one of these choke points. Because as we've kind of alluded to, right, like the big Meganar into a seismic shove, into the cease and desist tidal wave, like it is a huge teamfight setup. And from the get-go in the draft, that was the crucial piece for V5.
Allah doesn't crack, though, and LNG don't crack. They don't burn that TP to get over and immediately try to deal with the Baron push. Instead, they're taking this nice and slow. So you've got push now on top side. You've got LNG here grouping around this Dragon. TP's available for everyone. But V5 command the river. And it's going to be on LNG to see if once more they can find some way to get access to Photic and Rookie on this backline.
And again, V5 just trying to find the advantage early before the fight kicks off. Doonby did TP down to the bottom lane, and could we look for another Lumao steal, or is it going to be a 5v5 fight? I'm so excited to find out in its own right. Karsa playing aggressively, LNG not having any vision to really play through, but they've gone ahead and set up the control wards before this Dragon fight, and they're kind of waiting for V5.
Rich, going to be pushed away by Allah. Nearly has that Meganar hop used to get back over the wall. Rookie seeing if he can find that flank, but will be spotted.
Wall, there comes across, splits the team. Allah and Doonby on one side, the rest on the other. Dragon have a little bit of trouble with that weaved wall there. He's a flying creature, but can't fly over the wall. And V5 now in the position to get flanked by Allah. And we'll see if he can make the difference. The Dragon about half health here. Rich almost has Meganar. They go into Doonby, but they don't get him. And on the back, there's Allah. It's a huge team fight from LNG. He's got the grand challenge on the back. Karsa's going to go down too. And LNG, they have routed V5 in front of the objective. And they get the kills they came for. A double kill for Light. And Rich will be run down.
There was no vision behind V5. They didn't know where Allah was, and he managed to sneak directly in onto the back line. And I mean, they've got a lot of push here. They've got a lot of dead timers. That could be it.
They are pushing heavily. They are hitting hard. Where we set the motto for V5 was hit hard. And they want to push forward. They're onto the Nexus Towers. And time again, they were doubted. But one series at a time, they turn their dreams into reality. And they will continue the 2022 LNG Miracle Run.
Somehow they are doing it again. LNG in a game 5 against Victory 5 will find themselves again in round 4, the double elimination for LNG. And that is a fantastic performance from this team to guarantee themselves that second chance in playoffs.
Go ahead and pop off, King Doinby. You are a monster. Your team is a monster, and the elation tells it all. Even on the brink, Allah and the entire team coming to bat, and the nightmare that Doinby presents for Rookie will continue on. The disappointment that is there for V5 will continue on, and now their only hope is that regional qualifier.
Still, there is that hope for V5 to make it to Worlds, but for LNG, they will hope to go further in LPL playoffs. Now matching 4th place, the highest this organization has ever hit. They will have a date with JDG to see if they will be able to take down what has been one of the most terrifying splits we've seen from JDG in the last 2 years. It won't be an easy road for LNG, but this team now finally looks like the super team that we've been promised since January in 2022.
Super team with super carry Doinby in the middle of it all. What an incredible series from them. The adaptation we've seen in their run this year to every team, changing the style a little bit. But now in this one, right, they had falters in game 4. They lost the fight or the entire game off of one fight. They give V5 a little of their own medicine, and it's been a consistency for LNG where they get one big fight in a crucial moment. The death timers are over 30 seconds. They end the game. They did that against BLG as well. And it's just moments like that, the decisiveness, the veterancy that shines through for a lot of these members, as well as the newer parts.
And there was just one hole in the armor for V5 there. That one lack of vision control, that one ward that had it been placed, could have spotted Allah, could have changed the outcome of this game. But Allah finds his way into the back line. And it had to be coming from this Fiora. 4-0 in the early stages of the game. Allah had to be the difference maker there. Gets on towards Photic, tears open the heart of V5, and then lets Light continue to rain down the damage on this Zeri. Just no stopping LNG in that last fight.
Man, and even, right, V5 were not easily losing this one. They subbed out Xiaolong Bao after game number 3. They brought in Carson, they brought in the big guns. They took away the Gnar, gave it to Rich. They had the setup, Rookie whipping out the Talia for the first time in the series, and it still is not enough because of that cohesion, because of Light coming through. We were putting so much praise and Light on Photic, but it's really Light that's shown through the entire time on top of those other carry potentials. And for me, like LNG, they have just somehow cohesed into, I feel like, one of the strongest teams in terms of making sure they can win series in the LPL this summer.
Yeah, I mean, one misstep in game 2 where they weren't quite able to get their footing underneath them with the draft they wanted. A misstep in game 4 where it came towards execution, but they cleaned it up in game 5 and just barely bring it back. I mean, it was a hard-fought battle in game 5, but again, trusting in Allah, being able to bring this back, Light being able to set up as well with that damage. Zeri every single game for Light. Game. I think he's going to be pretty happy with his opportunities he's had in this series. But
the blue side win rate too, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
It's going to be 5 games total on blue side for LNG that time around, but it's just that setup that we were looking for, the continuation of a miracle run that they had started, right? And some of those dreams having been dashed, or I guess not dashed when they got to Worlds, but not having the Worlds performance they want, and especially trying to make good on the roster that they put together. I think that is the most integral piece to all of this, is like, you not only have the likes of Doinby stepping up, the likes of Tarzan stepping up, but it's everyone. Lumao, man, he is the unsung hero. I was saying, Light better buy him a Rolls Royce or maybe even a nice little watch, because that guy is incredible, and it's all coming together at the right time for LNG.
It finally feels like we're starting to see the team that we were promised. And I don't even mean just like, oh, how they interact together. I mean actually seeing these individual members perform. Like Lumel in 2020 defined an entire support meta in the LPL with how good he was on some of these enchanter picks. Finally, we're getting to see how strong he can be with the light by his side and on things like the Lulu and the Yumi. You're looking at Tarzan as well, who has been trying desperately to carry this team for so long, but finally we're getting Doomby stepping up beside him. The mid jungle for LNG has been so strong, and in game 5, Allah goes back to comfort. Goes towards his carry, his side lane, solo lane pick, and absolutely decimates Rich with 2 solo kills across the series.
What's funny is like he even turned that solo the side lane pick into a team fight, like that in fight. He literally just found a mega flank, and it just seemed like V5 weren't ready for it, even though they had known that he was back behind them. And I think they were looking at Rich saying, oh, the Mega Gnar's up, let's go ahead and try to set something up. And in all actuality, again, LNG just pounced. And looking forward for LNG, you were saying, right, next tough test is JDG, but they are in double elims now, so you get a little bit of that ease. But I expect the momentum to be so key for this team, right? Like I know I'd already talked about it so much today, but that emotional momentum, the pacing is so important, especially for a team like LNG.
And I think it's also been kind of another upset that we have along the way now in our playoffs, right? Like yesterday, EDG able to beat out RNG, looking fantastic against them. Another team that has stepped up at the end of the split and now massively stepping up in playoffs. So you now have LNG that are joining EDG, top esports, JDG in our top 4. And honestly, these, I think, are a lot of the teams that people weren't expecting to see in our top 4. It very much was a conversation of RNG, V5, top esports, JDG, EDG kind of on the cusp. But now LNG showing up in playoffs, and we're going to have to see if they can continue that momentum right the way from 6th place now up into higher in this playoffs.
And just looking at, you know, a lot of the come up for the pieces that aren't those veterancy, right? Like Allah, I had said a quote from his conversation with Patty in 2021 on PentaQ, right? Like, I will perform better with time. I will show people something they haven't seen. And while we haven't got that last part so much, it has been such an incredible integration into the roster for Allah. He, in this playoffs, has had so many huge moments, not only in this game, but across the entirety of it. And rightfully so, his Fiora will earn him an MVP.
Yeah, and no surprises, right? When you look at how well he was able to perform in the early stages, getting that early help from Tarzan, then that magnificent flank at the end to secure the victory for LNG. I mean, look, KO participation damage, not exactly the highest, but it's where that damage stood that made all the difference here for Allah. And it was these early plays that got Allah that lead, 4-0 coming into these later team fights. He absolutely demolished Rich in that top side and made sure that LNG were going to be able to continue on.
Oh man, that just feels so bad for Rich, but so good for Allah, because it was those minute outplays, the big moments that Allah was capitalizing on and utilizing the Fiora, which was a pick that just came in because of that comfort aspect for Allah that maybe wasn't even expected for V5, and it comes in and changes up the game.
Yeah, and again, like having the Fiora that's this fed then can help out massively when you get towards team fights, right? We even saw him itemize towards it with the Randuins, but when you get that healing in the right spot, it can make all the difference. And when you find these flanks on towards Photic in the right spots, it makes a massive difference. Rookie no longer able to carry this fight. Allah then gets joined up with Lumel, and they decide to run over anyone that's left on V5.
And hearts go out to V5, right? Like it does feel bad. While it feels so good for LNG in terms of the happiness, the elation for making sure the rest of the team is happy as well. V5, it's disappointment again in the summer playoffs. It's at least disappointment in terms of another playoff for them. And I think with the way they tried to come back into the series, with the fact that they were confident in bringing in Karsa, and Rookie in that last game was a monster on the Talia, but it just didn't matter in the end.
Yeah, I mean, look, I gotta say, really bad series from Karsa.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, like, completely messing up the early stages. Oh, God,
Yeah.
I just said it right as we're kicking over to an interview with him. Yeah, okay, messed up very early. Several kills went over. It would have been a bit of an easier time if Karsa hadn't had that. But yeah, let's go to the interview with him.
So let's go ahead and kick it over to Wendy and Tarzan, see what he had to say.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview. And now we have Tarzan from Suzhou LNG with us. Another win from Suzhou LNG. And definitely it's a very intense game. But after the game, you guys were able to secure the top 4 in the double elimination, the playoffs. So how do you feel at this moment? 那首先恭喜他赞，今天很漂亮，拿下了比赛的胜利，很焦灼的比赛，但是赢下以后也锁定了复活甲。所以说现在获胜感觉怎么样？
今天有点累吧，打得有点晚。
I was a bit tired because the time duration was quite long. Yeah, definitely a very intense game. And I want to talk a bit more about this new champion, Belvas, because in game 3, Xiaolongbao has just chosen this champion. So we haven't seen her a lot in LPL. So how do you feel toward this champion? And maybe have you guys predict his pick in the ban pick phase? 那接下来也想问一下关于一个英雄的选择。其实，在第3局的时候，小龙宝是拿出了新英雄虚空女皇的。我们没有在 LPL 经常看到这个新英雄，所以说当时你们有预测到吗？你觉得这个英雄怎么样呢？
我们其实已经有可能会出来这个英雄，因为他8月也玩过，然后我们就打他如果选择就打。
So during the ban pick phase, we have already predicted that maybe Xiaolongbao would like to pick this champion because he has practiced this champion before. But even though he may pick this champion, we can still feel we have enough plans to handle with this champion. And definitely the game 3 ended with a clean victory from you guys. But game 4, Victory 5 made a comeback to win the game. So after game 4, what are the changes made by Suzhou LNG before entering into the very last game? 那其实第4局的话，V5他们是有很漂亮的一场翻盘，所以说可能在第4局结束之后，你们有怎么样来迅速的进行哪些调整或者变阵，然后来准备迎接最后一局呢？
其实第4盘也是前面我们开局很优势的，然后我们被翻盘之后，6盘开始前我们心态稳住吧，然后继续打。
In game 4, it really started with a huge advantage from ourselves, but we didn't manage to handle the game situation so well, so the opponent's team got the win for that game. So before entering into the very last game, we would like to stabilize our mentality with a very good mindset. We can enter into the last game. And last game, there are so many skirmishes and team fights happen from the very early phase, and both teams played so aggressively. So what are the overall strategy from you guys in game 5? 那其实来到第5局，感觉你们双方都打得特别特别的凶，然后每一个队伍都有非常非常多波的小规模的碰撞啊，包括说精彩的团战。所以说第5局可能你们整体的一些战术是怎么样的呢？
就是有机会的话，我们也不怕输，就打吧，应该有机会就开团，应该就这样吧。
So in game 5, once we find a very good opportunity, we would like to just make the hard engagement for game 5 to open the situation for the whole team. And definitely the game 5 was also a very perfect and gorgeous victory from you guys. And now Jinji also qualified to World Champions as well. So do you have any words to your old friend Chovy and Lehans? 지금 사실 진지가 로즈를 진출 확정되셨는데 혹시 초비 선수와 리하 선수에게 혹은 하고 싶은 말씀 있으세요?
일단은 롤드컵 진출 축하하고 기다리고 있어라.
So I would like to say them the words I want to like to talk to them and congratulations in getting into the World Championships. So congratulations for that. And congratulations again for today's win. Thank you. And back to you guys. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much, Wendy. Thank you, Tarzan, for giving us a little bit of insight into that series, especially specifically some of the prep they were doing going into Xiaolongbao.
Yeah, I think it was super interesting to see kind of how they'd kind of come in prepared, but it was also something that we'd kind of addressed already. Like we'd looked and you can see that it feels like every single time LNG go up against a new opponent, they have a new strategy, they have a new plan that they want to try and bring to the table. So excited to see how that is going to continue on, and also excited to see if Tarzan is going to meet Chovy and Lehens in Worlds. Still that to play for over the course of the next 2 weeks. But first things first, they got to try and beat out JDG. So exciting stuff ahead of LNG to see what they can achieve now at the end of the year.
Indeed, it's going to be so exciting as we are about halfway through the LPL summer playoffs, and it was a 5-game banger that we had today between LNG V5. Obviously, disappointment for V5 as they will be bowing out of the summer playoffs until those regional qualifiers. But LNG, look at that bottom run. It is 3 in a row now, and now on to JDG, on to that double elim bracket.
Yeah, when the chips are down, LNG have it all to play for. And now into the double elim. Top esports, EDG, JDG, and LNG. We'll have to find out exactly who is going to be moving forward into the likes of our semi-finals and finals, because we're halfway through, but with all the double elim, this is going to be these 4 teams that you'll be seeing a lot on your screen in the LPL.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, 4 teams I would love to see more of. I mean, Top Esports versus EDG, JDG versus LNG in our next rounds. And again, tomorrow being that Top Esports versus EDG matchup.
Yeah, that's going to be such a fun matchup to watch, especially with EDG coming off the back of that win over Top Esports, having over RNG, with having Junja come into the roster as well. I think he's been a major pick-me-up that EDG needed, and when Scout looks incredible, Viper feels like he's back on form, and with bot lane being as important as it is in the current meta, this could be a bit of a tight one for Top Esports.
I think it's going to be a fun one. I can't wait because it's also, first time we're getting to see Top Esports and JDG in their own rights. But as we saw tonight, Dagda, it has been a pleasure to be alongside you. We got to see dreams become reality for LNG as they push themselves into the double elim bracket and are looking for 4-series win streak against JDG. Thank you so much for joining me on the day, for all the craziness, giving me all the energy, Dagda, to the production team for everything behind the scenes. Thank you to the audience, to the team, to the staff, to everybody watching. It has been an absolute pleasure, and we cannot wait to see you for EDG versus Top Esports tomorrow. We'll see you on Summoner's Rift.